Aha. Oh, it's alive. Let me just put this here real quick. And yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Freedom Forum. I will be your host this evening, afternoon, morning, what have you, because this evening, yes, people want freedom. So, by all freaking means, filter yourselves in. Enjoy your freedom. Hello, George Washington. Good to see you, brother. Good to see you. Freedom! Oh. Yes, everybody likes some good old-fashioned freedom. Oh, so how are you all? Good to see you, William. What the hell am I doing? A whole lot of nothing. And that's the way it should be. Freedom. I am just dicking around today. It's a Saturday. It's the Sabbath, the day that God rested, the day that I'm choosing to do absolutely nothing but enjoy the fact that I'm still alive. Because, life has a way of really messing with you. Hi, Miss Tina. Yes, anything I want to, like, I don't know, playing around with a bar of steel. Goofing off with an air gun. I don't know. Things that most people would look at and go, "You're crazy, aren't you?" Yes! I'm fucking nuts. I'm joking, of course. I'm not crazy. I'm just one salty, patriotic bastard. So there you go. Oh, by the way, Miss Tina, welcome to the Freedom Forum. I've not seen your name around here before, so let me be the first to welcome you to our little family here of real Americans, where what you say is perfectly fine. And just so long as you're not porn bombing the panel, posting porn links in chat, and you're not tearing into other people in the chat or on panel, because we don't allow bullies here. That's the only freaking that's it. That's all the rules. Have fun by all freaking means. You can cuss up a storm. I don't give a flying fuck. I'll be honest with you. Here, your speech is important. Here, all of your rights are important. This is the last bastion of freedom, because it's what I can do. That's the best I can do. So, yes. Hey, cuz, how you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. All of yous. There's my cousin. Yes, I'm not crazy. Just call me Mr. Asshole. Thank you. And being crazy sometimes keeps you from going insane. Also, I'm Oh, that has to do with this one. Thank you. Yes, grandma's always awesome. That's honest to God truth. Even when she's drunk, she's awesome. Grandma's always awesome. So I woke up this morning, and first thing I did was start cutting on a piece of steel. What's the first thing y'all did this morning? Did you wake up and maybe see that we still don't have a Speaker of the House because let me see here. Some real American patriots put their foot down and said, we have had enough. No, fuck you and your rhino bullshit. We've had enough. Go sit down. Oh, God, I love being an American. It's times like these, you know. Yeah, one of these days, I'm going to catch a break or I'm going to break something. Really? It's that bad, huh? I didn't know. Yeah, because honestly, that's about the second thing I did. Got me a good old pitcher of 90 weight sitting over there. I'm gonna go ahead and have some. Y'all are welcome to goof off, have fun, jump up in the box, you know, have fun here. I don't mind it, don't mind me none, you know. Having a good time. That's what I mind. We need to have a good time because the reality is if we lose that sense of happiness, that sense of at least the pursuit of which, then we have really gone to a place where there's only one way back. And I pray every single freaking second of my life to my particular greater power. All right. Most people don't think that as a greater power. They just look at it as, you know, well, that's not, that's just not right. But to me, it's the greater power. Okay. And that is the souls of those who have gone before us. And I pray to those souls every single second of my existence that we do not step beyond that line where life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness becomes something that we would be willing to give up. You'll never see me do that. I would rather die on my feet than live on my knees. That's just who I am. You know, I've walked through the haters, walked through the naysayers, brushed off the dust, kept on going because I won't let them stop me in my pursuit of happiness. I will not let them stop me from having that liberty which I cherish. It's a reality. You know, there's been days where I've been really down because the people that I want to be friends with and I want to work with and I want to help choose to make it difficult. And the people that want to help me, I appreciate all of you, really. The people that, you know, just want to exist and live in a free country where we don't have to worry about, you know, what is coming next because we're ready. We've stood up. We've become something greater. That's the country I want to live in. I choose, if I cannot have my Constitution, then I say it this way: give me liberty, or by my own death, grant me the same. I was not born a slave. And to those of you who would just capitulate and go along with it, may your shackles rest lightly upon you. Go in peace, for we do not ask your arms, nor your companionship, because you have lost what it means to be an American, to be a United States citizen. Here, the one thing we cherish more than anything else is the freedom to be ourselves. Now, I don't hate anybody individually. I don't hate anybody at all. Let that sink in for a second. I do not hate a person. Rather, I hate what they stand for. Because a lot of the time, what people stand for, they would not stand on. You know, everything I do in life has a certain level of symbolism. Yeah, everything. Whether or not that symbolism is lost on others, I don't care. Because what it means to me, how important that is to me. So, I don't hate individuals. I don't hate that, we all have that individual, right? But I'll put it to you this ways. Our founding fathers wanted our country to exist in a way of self-governance, meaning that we as individuals govern ourselves. We do not need for some big top-heavy government to tell us what to do, because everything that was necessary for us to live our lives in peace and happiness and in liberty was already laid down in the founding documents. It was already laid down by men and women who were willing to give their lives for one common cause: the cause of individual liberty. They knew that there was an opportunity for tyranny to rear its ugly head again. And that is why they put into those documents a check to balance that tyranny. A horrible, horrible thing. And anguishingly painful to have to be the one to do that. But it's without it, we would be in worse predicament at this moment. You realize that the one thing that we have had for 200 years is the one thing that would save Canada right now. Let that sink in for you. Oh, and by the way, Chuck, good to see you, brother. Happy you're here. I want people to understand the gravity of what I am saying. I do not advocate for violence unless that violence is defensive violence. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to be the one that takes the first shot. It simply means that you have to be the one who is willing to return fire. That's a very tall order. Most human beings, in my opinion, don't want to be that aggressive person. They don't want to be that violent individual. But when the need arises, when that need becomes the only recourse, those who are still not willing to commit themselves to that violence, they are the ones who want for you to feel that harm. And those people I see as incredibly misguided. Those people I see as needing to have a reality check. Because while I don't hate them, I will never be able to trust them. Not because they were not loving in their application of their views, but rather because of the fact that they were unwilling to see the destruction that they wrought. That is who we need to worry about. That is who we need to stop. Because in the reality of things, all right, in the grand scheme, a grand scale of things, the greater good of it all, liberty is the only thing that makes life worth living. Sure, you can increase your quality of life through certain things. Like, for instance, those people who have been horribly injured and are in constant agonizing pain can increase their life quality by smoking some pot. Sure. Hey, Moose. Good to see you, brother. I'm just pointing out, that while the night may always be darkest before the dawn, it's the ones who are willing to light the fires, the brush fires of freedom, that keep our loved ones safe and warm through the night. It takes a lot. Most people, they think of it as, well, I've done my part. I'm voting. But as Chuck said earlier, some things that you vote yourself into, you have to bleed yourself out of. That's honest to God truth. I hate that is the truth, but can I say? The truth isn't exactly pretty. It doesn't care about your feelings. Yes, my air rifle blows lead down range. And quite honestly, when it blows that lead down range, it could take down a freaking whatchamacallit, the Cape Buffalo. I'll put it this way, Chuck, and to the rest of everybody out there. In World War II, when our boys stormed Iwo Jima, they didn't ask whether or not their choices would create a high price. They didn't ask for a different price. They accepted it. When you accept the price, you realize whatever that price may be, no price is too high in the cause of liberty. You go from being a child to being an adult. You go from being a temper tantrum throwing little kid to being a grown up and pulling up your big boy pants or your big girl pants and realizing that some things are worth breaking your promises for. Now, I promised that I would never spill another human being's blood ever again. So maybe you will understand how high of a price it is for me to sit there and say these things, let alone to do them. That's why I'm actually building this sword. It's because this is my contract. Written in iron and signed in blood. Liberty or death. Hey, Cindy. Good to see you. So I want you to understand the gravity of what I'm saying. I want you to understand the price I'm willing to pay. And if some lifelong Minuteman, some civilian is willing to pay that price, then what makes you any more? What makes you willing to not do so? if you're lacking in courage, have some of mine. Because my courage is not founded in the congratulations of others. My courage is founded in the determination, the dedication to what I grew up in, to the life that was taken from me. Some folks are going to have to reach real deep and grab a bigger set of balls. That's understood. That's reality. And I'm okay with that. For the rest of us, we'll be waiting. I'll be forging some steel. Something my daddy taught me a long time ago. And I think it holds a lot of weight today. It's a little limerick, Celtic forging limerick that my dad taught me when I was little. And it goes kind of like this. Said the baker to the blacksmith, starve the masses, and there will be riots in the streets. Said the blacksmith to the baker, give me naught but a hammer and anvil, and I shall raise an army of swords and shields. And what it means is never underestimate the innovation and determination of the human being. I already know that, by putting myself out here and saying these things, I'm basically painting a target on my back. I don't give a shit. Honestly, I died years ago. I'm just holding the place, holding the spot. That's literally what it is. I'm just holding my little spot on this hill. Waiting for the next person to come along and say, thank you. You can go rest. That's where it's at. My patriotism is only surpassed by my love of liberty. And my determination to see that the country that I was born into, the country that my family fought for, my family helped create, the ideal that they helped create, that is continued. $250 years ago, give or take a few years, 55 men and a host of individuals who had finally had just too fucking much stood up and said with one voice, "My turn." So I'll ask you this. Do you capitulate to 3,000 tyrants 1 mile away? Or do you stand for one patriot in the mirror? Now, I may be asking you that question, but the reality is that the answer is more important to you than it is to me. I will not go quietly into that good night. The only thing that is certain in life is death. Everything else is just icing on the cake. Way I heard it, and it was actually put best in a Marvel movie of all things, not too long ago. Life is nothing more than a constant shit show. Punctuated by small instances of happiness and joy. If that's the case, I'll take the small punctuation of happiness over the shit show any day of the week. Hi, Andy. Yes, as Andy said, I choose dangerous freedom over peaceful slavery. The lessons that we learn are written on the tombstones of others. And that is why I will only kneel to get a better shot. Or to thank those individuals for their sacrifice. That's absolutely correct. Because there is no such thing as an atheist in a foxhole. When death is all around you, you will pray. Whether that's to God or to whatever higher power you see. There is no non-believer on the field of war. Only those who have not come to the realization yet. Good people don't ask, what's in it for me? They ask for one more. One more reason. One more day. One more second. One more opportunity. They don't take it from others. They ask for it. So some of us will have to be bad people. In order for the good people to continue. If that offends you, just know I'm not sorry. Hey, Kat. You came in a little bit late, brother. That's all good, though. Freedom Forum is open. Link at the top of the chat for anybody who wants to come up on panel. And for all else, have fun. We may not have an opportunity coming up here shortly. We are on is it the fourth or the fifth vote for Speaker of the House? Yeah. Chuck, the difference between a hero and a coward is one step forwards or one step backwards. Literally. When they made the movie Pearl Harbor, and they were depicting the Doolittle raid, that may or may not be actual history, but I want you to understand what the foundation of that is. And that is that when asked to do the hard things, when asked to take the ultimate last journey, they did not say no. They didn't say anything. They just got up and did what was necessary. Because they believed that they were doing something for the betterment of our country. Protecting our country from influences outside of our country willing to destroy it. Now we face a greater threat. And I say a greater threat because while we have faced threats from within before, none have been this great of a threat since the founding of our country. And that threat isn't the people in Congress. It's their greed. And the reason why I say it's their greed is because they're willing to go and do things in order to appease people, regardless of whether or not that's good for the country. It won't be bad for them. With that being said, welcome.
I didn't want to leave you up here by yourself unless you want it that way.
I don't mind. Shit, I'm just churning on.
Yep, I'm the same way. I can't find much to talk about when I'm up there by myself. I get a few things out and I'm like, okay.
Well, I sit there and I chunner. So I appreciate you coming up here because it really does get kind of monotonous hearing my voice all the time.
Yes. I figure a lot of them don't want to hear mine either. That's why I benefit out of having somebody else come up.
I appreciate your views on all that, Chuck, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. Nobody wants to hear the advice of a mad scientist, do they?
Nope. Nobody wants to hear the truth.
Because if you're deaf, you're dumb, and you ain't got to worry about it.
Absolutely true.
That's my oldest boy, Wyatt. Wyatt, that's Blaine.
Nice to meet you, Wyatt.
It's like the old that old picture of the monkey, the deaf, dumb, and mute.
Yeah. Hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil.
Yep.
There's a lot of that shit. I think they should have broke out the croquet mallets last night in Congress when it looked like they were gonna fight, but
Free that stupid.
two men enter, one man leaves.
Thunderdome.
They couldn't have picked more of a spineless slug, I guess, but I wouldn't have liked the other choice, but I guess it's the same. It's just a different jacket.
You know, I wish that just one time that physics could be thrown on its head and we could time travel, go back in time and, get George Washington and the other patriots, bring them back to now. Because I guarantee you this, it would be a fucking slaughter.
Hell, I traced my people back to Revolutionary War. And then I traced a bunch of them that ended up after then got land in Kentucky. Then a buddy of mine traced his family and found my family connection and me through a bunch of them that went with Davy Crockett from Kentucky to the Alamo. I'm like, wow, I didn't know that. I just thought my people was a bunch of dumb hicks from the hills of Tennessee.
Well, being that my dad is the son of a Smith and a Price, I did some of the same research, we'll say, and I found out that one of my ancestors signed the Declaration of Independence.
That's cool.
And when I found that out, I went in that exact moment, believe it or don't, I went from being one of these cucked idiots that didn't know fuck all to being somebody who refused to vote because he knew the vote wasn't worth it.
Well,
That is the moment that happened. I was 18 years old when I found that out. Let me tell you something. It was a kick in the balls. It really was.
yeah, I've never only voted twice, and that was the last two, and only voted then because even though a lot of bad words, he wasn't a politician, and I knew that man could either make or break a company. So,
Well,
and
he definitely did something.
if you step back and look, it's since the early 1900s, it's been nothing but a company right after the Civil War. So.
I used to think that the most painful thing that I could ever feel was the loss of a family member. But I'll put it to you this ways. And I want you to understand that losing my dad hurt a lot, to the point where to this day, I still feel it every day.
Yep.
Losing the right to have a firearm hurt worse. Not because I was an emotional wreck or anything, but simply because I knew at that point in time that if they could take away that,
They can take away the rest.
they can take away anything.
That protects everything else.
Exactly.
You tried expungement?
I went through the expungement process for my felony. And funny enough, you know what the felony was? Possession of a firearm.
Huh.
That's what the felony was possession of a firearm.
In the wrong place with it or something? Or
That's by the by, because the expungement process doesn't cover 5150 holds, the mental health check thing, the red flag law bullshit. It doesn't cover that. California doesn't recognize expungement or even pardon after you've had a 5150 hold.
So I tell everybody that shit's dangerous. Anybody, you got a neighbor that just don't like you because you got a little dog that barks, they can say, well, he's dangerous and I don't know what he's going to do with them guns. And okay, there you go.
Right? That's why nowadays, even though I could probably, like, I don't know, I maybe in a roundabout way get myself a firearm and all that fun stuff, I won't buy them. It's just outright. I won't purchase a firearm, legal or illegal, because the cops show up to my house. I'd rather be able to tell them, hey, look, my dog isn't the problem. I'm not a problem. I have air guns. I don't have firearms. You basically showed up for nothing.
I tell you, you talk to D-Dog, probably can find the loopholes in that for you if you ever want to pursue it. He knows a lot of stuff. So.
I wish that I would have known, I wish I would have known y'all back when I first lost my right to keep and bear arms, or rather lost my right to firearms. Because the only inheritance I was supposed to get from my dad when he died was the only thing that the state took from me.
How long? How long since you had lost your right?
I was 19. Somebody threatened my dad in front of me, and because I was conflicted, I didn't want to go against what my dad told me to do, and I didn't want to just let it lie because look, somebody just threatened my dad's life.
Yep.
So I was so conflicted. I jumped on my bicycle and I rode down to the local Alcoholics Anonymous because I didn't want to get drunk. It would have probably been better if I did get drunk. But I rode down to the local Alcoholics Anonymous and I explained to my sponsor what I was going through and all that. And my sponsor called the police on me.
Yeah, that's candy ass bullshit, and they want you to have faith in them. That whole system is fucked up.
That's what drove me away from Alcoholics Anonymous, honestly. I went back a couple times, but we'll say the shine, the shine of it had worn off.
The luster went away, which my son-in-law goes through that. He's been sober now for a long time, but I'm like, well, how come every first thing you guys do when you get together is talk about what you used to do? And it's been this many days. I've been sober. I'm like, it seems like if you're trying to get past that, you wouldn't keep bringing it up.
Right.
That's like sitting and telling yourself, oh, I got cancer. I've got cancer. I've got cancer. It's like, when do you need to stop dwelling on that? Live your life and go either move on or. Yeah, I think it's a buddy of mine said, but that's here in Louisiana and Texas. After 10 years, I think he said even if it's not a violent felony, which I don't think possession is considered a violent felony, then you should have the right to petition. But I don't know California law either. So.
California law, if you've been under a 5150 hold, even if it wasn't affirmed, basically means the doctor didn't hold you for continuously in perpetuation. You can never have a firearm again, ever, never, ever, ever, ever. And any possession of one is considered to be on the same level as a strong arm robbery.
So a doctor, just because he don't like you, even though you don't have problems, he can stop you from having your rights. That's fucked up.
That's red flag laws.
There's a lot of people in your same boat.
Oh, I know. Most of them are, a good portion of them are my friends that I met after the fact. I went and I petitioned the NRA. I petitioned the GCA. I went to USCCA. I went to every single gun advocacy group. And it was because I wanted to go hunting with my dad. That between the time that I had my firearms taken away from me and the point in time where my dad died was about 10, maybe 12 years. Our favorite pastime was to go duck hunting together. That was literally the most fun we've ever had together, was going duck hunting.
Yeah. In today's America, you can pursue anything your heart desires and beg permission to write piece of paper. Yeah, that's a song. That's why I wholeheartedly believe it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission.
See, hear what Moose says. If a judge didn't adjudicate me mentally ill, then they cannot have my rights removed. Well, I would love for that to be the case. However, a judge adjudicated me as competent. Let that blow your mind. I was adjudicated as competent, mentally and emotionally competent. Yet I can never have a firearm in my life.
Because somebody else said something.
Because a mental health practitioner placed me on a 72-hour hold for a mere accusation
They
that
just
I was
have
mentally ill.
You don't even have to be guilty, just suspicion, and you're fucked.
Yep. Now I went to the courts with it. I tried handling it during another case of mine because it would have negated the possession charge. In fact, it really would have. But the judge ruled that because it was signed off by a mental health practitioner, that particular practitioner had to sign off on me being mentally competent before he could drop that charge. And since that mental health practitioner died because he signed off on somebody else who didn't think it was funny, and so that other person killed him, I can never get that back.
Seems to me that'd be incomplete, but I guess it'd take money or somebody willing to stand for it. But
I don't know if you noticed, brother, but
Did you open that?
I am poor.
yeah,
Dead poor, living in rags poor.
don't feel bad. I got hurt in 2010. Got stuck trying to get into the system for 3 years. Finally got disability and got hammered. And got told the Social Security office that I was the wrong color and I should accept what I get.
Yeah, that's about what I got told too. Although I kind of laughed at them because I'm a red man. I'm not entirely white. I'm a mutt.
Prove it though. I got that.
Yeah.
What is it? Blackfoot Choctaw or whatever it is in Cherokee out of Tennessee. You know, the ones that merged together and became their own brand. I can't remember what you call them now, but they ended up, a lot of them went up into the Appalachians and blended in with the Irish.
Yep.
People come from on my dad's side.
Turkey Creek Cherokee and the Akiwa Cherokee, Wolf Warrior tribe.
Then they had to put them hot-headed whiskey drinking Irish in there with them. Like you can see where my cousins are when we get together if they're drinking.
Sounds like me, shit. But yeah, I pretty much learned the hard way that there is no such thing as a route back from having your rights removed. I literally am having to jump through legal hoops in order to have a sword. I would normally just buy one because this is a lot of work. All right. Instead, I have to build it or I can't own it. Because part of the 5150 BS is that you can never own a long blade again.
You still in California?
Nope. I live in Oregon now. That doesn't mean that California doesn't hold sway over me. I mean, because that's the thing about the whatchamacallit, the Baker Act is that because Congress voted on this bullshit, I don't know why, but nowadays it becomes more obvious why. If you've been accused of a 5150 danger to self or others, or if you have been deemed mentally incompetent for any reason, you may not purchase or possess any firearm or long blade that is not manufactured by your own hand or a curio device.
Oh, you're in that damn boat. If you get pulled over and you got a baseball bat laying in your back seat, you can get shit over that.
I'm in the boat of, because of the fact that I don't purchase firearms, and my swords are literally one of a kind. It's the only reason why I have not been arrested yet. Literally, because of a microscopic loophole. The only firearm I can legally own is the one where if you point it like this, the barrel's pointing back at you. That's literally the only firearm I'm legally allowed to own.
There is a loophole weapons, but they're also going after that now. The ones that aren't classified as firearms, handguns or shotguns or rifles, the ones I'm talking about now, they're coming out with. They use powder charges, that same ammunition, but they're not considered firearms or any categorized thing, so they're basically non-existent.
They're going after curio devices. That's what that connotation is curio device. It means any black powder firearm or antiquity weapon. So, like I said, if I don't make it myself, or it's not an air gun, legally I can't own it. Which is kind of fucked up in my opinion, because this country was built off of firearms ownership and rebellion.
And your mouth.
Well, yeah, but the first thing that you rebel with is your words.
Yep. You're proof why so many guys moved to Alaska. I had a buddy of mine, and he got into shit. He was 20 and the girl was 16, and they were engaged, ring and all that, and staying with her parents, and they were supposed to be married in a month. And he came home from work. The mother come home drunk, made the moves. He called her a disgusting bitch, and she called the cops and said that he's been sleeping with his daughter over there, and she didn't know what to do. And now he's in the same boat as far as firearms and stuff with you, and it isn't even a violent or a mental thing; it's a felon thing.
Yep. My brother can't own a firearm for the rest of his life, and not because of him being a violent felon or anything like that. He didn't become a violent felon until after he lost his ability to have a firearm.
Nope.
And he only became a violent felon because he had to defend himself with his own hands. And like me, he's a martial artist. So, that's a assault with a deadly weapon.
Yep. Hey, Keno.
That's kind of fucked up in my opinion. If I stab somebody, that's not assault with a deadly weapon. But if I hit them with my fist, that's assault with a deadly weapon with intent to do bodily harm unto death. And for those people who say, oh, well, they don't register your hands or shit like that. No, they don't register your hands. They register you.
Yep. You're supposed to report that shit. And if you don't and something happens, then they can get you basically like having an illegal gun.
Yep. It's why I actually have to declare, well, at least in California, I have to declare 3 times. I am a martial artist. I do not wish to do you harm. Please do not attempt to fight me. Literally. That's what I have to say in order to not get thrown under the jail. You know, I shoot the man with a firearm. That's aggravated assault with a firearm, but it's not attempted murder. It's not attempted murder with a deadly weapon. It's just aggravated assault.
They come up and hit you, you hit them, you're in shit.
They come up and hit me, and I retaliate instantaneously without saying,
wait a minute.
Don't do that again. I'm a mixed martial artist. I can kill you with my hands. That's attempted murder.
Buddy, I grew up around it. He's a brother of a friend of mine. He's a bouncer. They call him Big Red. Hell, he's like 7'2", 350. He used to box in high school and a place over here in Shreveport. He was pretty good, but he was just big and slow, and he never went too far with it because he didn't like it. But anyway, he's a bouncer now, and it was a few years back, like a 15-year Marine was in there acting up. He come up, put his arm around him, pat him on his shoulder, and said, "Come on, bud, you need to calm down. We can't have all this." The dude pushed him away, punched him. He said he hit him hard enough it staggered him. He hit him once and collapsed his cheekbone, broke his jaw, and some other shit, and they got him for attempted murder after, even though he was hit first and he was in the right. He didn't declare that he had, basically like you, that he was a boxer.
Yep.
And he goes, "I didn't know that. I thought that was just martial artists." He goes, "Any kind of training you had with your hands."
And boxing is a martial art. All different forms of fighting of any kind. It could be breakdance fighting. It's still considered a martial art. And if you have more than, I believe it's 30 days of training, whether that's explicitly training under a master or training from a book, you're considered a martial artist. Not no 10,000 hours. It's 30 days. If you can say, "I have been doing this for a month,"
Stupid, isn't it?
yeah, because I've been trained in martial arts since I was 8 years old. And I didn't even know about the law that you have to declare that you're a martial artist until I was 21.
You would think that whoever taught you would tell everybody that, but
My mom and dad taught me. My mom learned from Aaron Norris, and my dad learned from a feller in Guam and his dad, who was in the Navy. And so, you know, it was one of those, there's not a whole lot of foundation to be able to say, you know, they're trained martial artists. And this was back before the 30-day rule.
yeah.
So they didn't think to tell me, hey, you know, you need to say this sort of thing. When the 30-day rule came about, I was already 21 years old. It blew my mind. I was like, wait, I thought it was 10,000 hours. Nope, it's only 30 days.
Huh. 30 days basically. So basically, you know enough that you can get your ass in trouble, but that's enough to go to prison because you used it.
Mm-hmm. The people that see here in America, what most people don't understand is they may have gone after firearms owners first, but the people that they attacked most openly and readily were the individuals who only learned in order to defend themselves.
They want sheep.
Yep. I think that Colby Acuff said it best. Or was it Colby Acuff? If I were the devil, that's he's saying. If I were the devil, basically, he said, I'd make the wolves fight each other because when all the wolves are gone, sheep is what I want. Think about that for a second. Like, that's what they want is sheep. They're afraid of the wolves. That's why people who identify as being wolves are attacked. And I'll just put it out there this ways. Where did the sheepdog come from? Because the last time I checked, that was the wolf that came in out of the cold.
Yep. Domesticated wolf.
I've seen a lot in my life that tells me that there is nothing that is more abhorrent than telling somebody that they cannot do something simply because it's not something that I would agree with. I'll put it this way. I don't think that it's okay that you should, go out and change what biology made you to be.
Yep.
Does that mean that, I have the right to tell you that you can't? No. You want to chop off your shit and go and be, something else? That's you. That's all on you. That's not on me.
Where I draw the lines where I have to acknowledge it and accept it.
See, where I draw the line at is somebody telling me that I'm just a girl in a guy's skin, or, I'm gay, but just don't realize it. Excuse me, but I am a heterosexual, straight, white-ish man. I was born this way. I didn't ask to be this way. I was born like this, which means that I don't have the ability or, the wherewithal to say, maybe I should be a woman.
Huh.
No, I'm a guy. That's how I was born. That's pretty much how I was raised, Yeah, I played Barbies with my little sisters because they didn't have anybody to play with. And that makes me gay? Really? I didn't realize that. Yeah. So if I was playing with G.I. Joes, does that make me gay? They're both dolls.
Yep.
I still had a BB gun when I was 8 years old. I still had a deer rifle when I was 8 years old. I still had a shotgun when I was 8 years old. All right? I'm not some snowflake wannabe, different gender something or other. I'm a guy. That's how I was raised. I was born. My mom and dad were happy with me being the mistake child. My dad wanted daughters only. I was the first one. He didn't go and have me have a sex change just because he wanted daughters. Both of my sisters turned out all right, in my opinion. That's the way I look at it. I was not made to be something else. I was made to be me.
I don't grasp it either. And they're telling us, since we don't confide to their insanity, that we're wrong. And I'm like, I know what they're doing. They're trying to make everybody that twisted and messed up that then they can turn around and say, well, you people are so screwed up, you don't deserve to have rights.
Yeah, that's one of those. Who's more screwed up? Because the reality is I know exactly where I stand. You know, I'm the guy that would not have his freaking brownie stolen in the cafeteria in the nut bar. So I stabbed the other guy who was trying to steal my brownie with my fucking fork in hand as he tried to steal my brownie.
Yep.
That's who I am.
Defending your property.
Right. I'm not some pansy ass. I'm a nice guy most of the time. If the guy would have asked me, would have been nice enough to just say, "Hey, bro, can I have your brownie?" I'd have probably given it to him. But instead, he reached for it without saying a damn word. And he ended up with 4 tines of a fork going into the back of his hand.
Huh.
And when they tried to go after me for it and say, you're in the wrong, I said, really? If I'm in the wrong for standing up for myself, then why the fuck aren't you standing up for me? That shut him up real quick. I learned at a young age, before I was 18 years old, you got to stand up for yourself. Nobody else is going to do it for you. And that's one of the reasons why I have such an issue with this bullshit of you can't have a firearm. Honestly, because I can't have some lawyer go and argue my case when that lawyer doesn't have any kind of attachment to it. They don't have any personal investment in it. I'm personally invested in it, you know? And what's worst is that the only reason I wanted a firearm in the first place was so that I could spend time with my dad where we felt most happy. Didn't matter whether we went out and got ducks or, got a goose or did any of that shit, shot anything. The reason why I wanted the firearm was to spend time with my dad. Because it was really difficult to be around the man unless we were drinking or shooting something. That's what the state took away from me. That's why I don't, I've got no love for somebody who tells me what I can and can't do. Somebody tells me to do something, I turn around and tell them, fuck you, man. Watch me.
That's like all I'm asking. Why you need more ammo? Why you need another gun? Because fuck you, that's why.
Because fuck you, watch me. Literally. I made this knife for my little sister back when I was on probation for the aforementioned BS that the state put me through. Believe it or don't, that's an illegal knife. You can't really see it there. Let me see if there you go. It comes past my knuckles. In the state of California, that's an illegal knife. It's just a touch too long.
Hell, they'd shit their pants if they seen that 18-inch Bowie knife I used to carry on my belt.
Brother, if they saw me making this, they're probably sitting there fucking just crying themselves to sleep, honestly, seeing me making this sword. Because it's something that they can't take from me. They legally can't touch it because of that loophole. And see, in a sense, this shows mental competence because I can create the thing that they don't want me to have with my own hands and the knowledge that I have. if I was mentally incompetent, I'm not supposed to be able to comprehend how to do this.
Yeah, task is feeding yourself if you're mentally incompetent.
Yeah. You know, can you wash yourself? Can you feed yourself? Can you groom yourself? Do you understand right from wrong? That's basically what mental competency is. The funniest thing is that when I walked into that courtroom, after basically showing them that their psychiatrist was a drunkard, the judge declared me mentally competent. But that didn't mean shit pickles, because of the fact that the doctor that declared me mentally incompetent is dead. So they couldn't get his take on it, and therefore couldn't change the ruling.
A whole lot of loopholes broken they left in that, but I guess that's okay in California. It does. I've heard that there's a lot of paperwork just through California that isn't even signed, that they're like a lot of them hold office and never really signed in. They had an aide sign in for them, which is illegal. Can't rubber stamp it. You can't abbreviate it. You have to go by your legal name signed.
Yeah, and it has to be your physical signature. It can't be somebody else signing for you.
Yeah, or a rubber stamp.
Oh, here's the crazy thing. Every physical signature is minutely different, and you can never, ever sign your name in a signature exactly the same every time.
Yep.
It's physically impossible without pausing in the signature, which that in itself creates a fraudulent signature. If you pause during a signature, it's fraudulent.
Yep.
Legally speaking, even if you're the one who's sitting there signing it, if you pause during that signature, it's legally fraudulent. That's why most doctors' signatures look like just a mess. Specifically because you're not allowed to pause during a signature, and they have to place their signature on every single prescription. It can't be rubber stamped. And it's the same thing with lawmakers. They have to place their signature on every single law, every single piece of paper that goes through that. They can't do a photocopy of it. No, if it's photocopied, they have to blot out the signature, redo it.
Yeah, I was a floor manager in one place, and I had anywhere from 150, 200 people under me, and I was constantly having to sign stuff, and it looks like doctor script. It all looked the same, but they're all different too.
Exactly. I mean, I could show my driver's license signature up here because there's nobody that can copy my signature because it's subtly different every time. And that's the reason why signatures are so valid. That's why a handwriting expert can tell the difference between a forged signature and a valid signature. And it's little things like pauses or outliers in the script that don't match your writing style, things like that.
If it's exact, they know it's copied or traced.
Yep. And if it's too far outside of parameters, or there's a pause, they know that it was signed either by somebody who didn't know what they were doing or by somebody who knew what they were doing but wasn't the individual whose signature it belonged to.
They are under duress.
Yep.
Yeah, they're going to go to the store. I'm going to jump down. I appreciate you having me up, bud.
All right,
everybody take care, and good seeing you. I may try to drop on later if you want to come by and holler for a while.
All right.
We can talk about something, whether it's eating a sandwich or whatever. Later, y'all.
So, yeah, I mean, there's lots of things in this world that stop us from being who we are. But as my cousin says, and I'll put this up there, a free people not only be armed, ought not only be armed and disciplined, but should have sufficient arms and ammunition to maintain a status of independence from any who might attempt to abuse them, which would include their own government. General George Washington. So, sufficient arms doesn't necessarily mean you have to have the best that there is. It just has to be sufficient to do the job necessary. And that in itself is why I don't think that an air gun is anything less than a firearm. Sure, it's not the same as a firearm. Huh. Yeah, true. I'm not burning powder out of these guns. Well, most of the time. I designed a type of impellant, not a propellant, mind you, but an impellant for air guns explicitly. It runs off of the diesel principle, not off of the impingement principle, which is where a firing pin strikes a priming compound. That priming compound creates an explosion, which then deflagrates the powder held within a cartridge. No, it's a air gun which utilizes high pressure air in order to plasmate a fuel source. All right. And this can also apply to black powder guns, because most black powder guns, especially previous to the 1800s, ran off of simply a spark igniting the powder itself. No compound, no priming compound, no nothing, just a spark igniting the compound, a spark igniting the powder composition, which then created a flame which went down into the barrel through a porthole and created a explosion out the barrel. Same diff. All right. Like I said, it's air gun. There's no cartridges. Those are slugs. Every single slug is there. And you'd be basically doing the same thing with an air gun if you sprayed a little WD-40 down the barrel. Only difference is that it's a compound that's specifically made to only work in an air gun. I don't have firearms, but I have something that could, in theory, be a firearms equivalent. In theory. In practice, sorta. In practice, it's a little bit more iffy. Let me put it this way. I shot a 500-pound pig with this air gun and some of that compound behind one of the slugs. The slug was made of copper. In a firearm, even a black powder rifle, that slug would have expanded and done a lot more damage. But because it was not traveling fast enough The slug did not expand. It did not fragmentate. It simply just cored a hole into the pig. And luckily, I struck it in the heart. So it killed it instantly. Well, near instantly. I mean, as near to instant as can be, done with that. It'd be the same thing as if you stabbed a pig. And so we're clear that's wild pig down in California. Just as simple as just an air gun. All right, just an air gun, nothing special. But I hunted something that would have eaten me with that air gun. I was a young man when I did it, a little more young, dumb, and full of cum, as they say. But the reality is, that air gun right there, the big boy, this 50 caliber air rifle took a giant of a pig. I think it weighed out, what was it? The meat that I got off of the pig alone weighed out to something like 395. And I only got maybe 3/4 of the pig. So it is a big pig. I couldn't carry it all out. Hell, I couldn't drag the thing out. It was that heavy. It is really, really, really heavy. I couldn't move it. I actually had to butcher it on the spot. So that's what I say about that. It doesn't matter the projectile, doesn't matter the weapon. It matters the marksman. It's kind of like with, in the movie Top Gun Maverick. Maverick says it's not the plane. It's the man in the box. And that's what it really comes down to. It's the man in the box. It's the man behind the rifle. It's the, pardon my French, it's the nigger on the trigger. So, as it really goes, they did it again. They don't like the fact that I have something to say that they don't agree with. So I'll put it this way. Off with their heads! I am yoking. By the way, to those of you who see things in a different way, I don't begrudge you your opinion, but I beg that you look at reality. Look at the world around you. Los Angeles is what taught me that it doesn't fucking matter what your feelings are. Physics doesn't give a shit. Reality doesn't care. Criminals are never going to stop. Good people are the only ones who are willing to take a step back and go, you know what? Yeah, go ahead. It's not worth it. Because they have rationality. The ones who are not rational, they're never going to take a step back. And so, with that realization in mind, we have to behave the same way. We have to be irrational. Slightly. Don't lose your concept of logic and reason, because that's literally what's going to keep you alive. I want everybody to live. I want for life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. Like I always say, and I commend every single one of you who is willing to stand up and take that risk. Whether it's, like, the risk that we all know is a step beyond what we really want for, or the simple risk of just standing up and saying, not one more inch, not one step further. There where I stand, it is a line in the sand, drawn black by the blood of my brothers. And where you go, a tale you will sow, the man who stood to the end. That's not just a poem. It's words to live by. We've taken a step back from that line and taken another step back from that line and taken another step back from that line. So many times we could have ourselves a football pitch. Where does it end? When do we charge into battle? I advocate for air guns because they're unregulated. I advocate for black powder guns because they are unregulated. And when I say unregulated, I'm not talking about untrained. I'm talking their definition of unregulated. I am talking their definition, which is stupid as fuck. But the definition's still there. I'll put it to you this way. The scariest thing on this planet to somebody who is in a position of power is an individual who is unwilling to budge. So don't be moved. All right. I got to go and check on something real quick. Y'all hang tough. No sweat. No sweat. No problems. It's all good. But I'm not with you. So, as I was saying, even if you've got a firearm, you've got the right to, or the privilege to have a firearm. Buy an air gun. Buy several air guns. Because I'll put it to you this way. I would rather have 5 guns that my government doesn't know I have than 1 gun that my government does know I have. Yeah. No, not everybody has morals and common sense. But those of us that do, we're not fooled. A couple of days ago, some retard took a fucking BB gun or a plastic toy gun or something into a restaurant in Texas and robbed the place. Oh, by the way, he's dead. You see, criminals, they don't need to have a firearm to commit a crime.
Can I say something real quick?
Sure.
After yesterday, and especially if you remember what happened yesterday about the 6-year-old being able to get their hands on that gun, and then them hollering that there wasn't no accident. I'll tell you what it sounds like we're having a problem with. A problem of not having common sense in this country and no morals and not being able to raise our kids right anymore either.
I agree.
Because a lot of these states anymore is like, oh, even if you just slap your kid, even if it ain't that hard, it's child abuse. Yeah, well, go back and look at yesterday. Maybe you'll see why we need to bring flogging back some.
Well, I've always advocated for corporal punishment because the best thing that ever happened to me was my grandma taking a chokecherry branch and whooping me until I was freaking covered in welts. That's the best damn thing that ever happened to me. You know why?
No.
I never again picked up my granddaddy's pistol to go outside and play with it.
See, exactly my point.
That's my point, is that, a good ass whooping saves lives. Folks get on me about this whole, spare the rod, spoil the child deal that I get on, but I'm not the one who said it. No, that's in the Bible. The thing that they're always sitting there saying, well, Christ said, turn the other cheek and you got to be kind to your children and this and that and the other. And I says, Christ might have said that. His dad, his father in heaven says, spare the rod and spoil the child, or lend the rod and raise children.
Exactly. And
And
I'll
on
even
top,
say this myself.
go ahead.
People may not realize, but what I just said was the one that brought it up to me is from a cousin that's almost 40 years old. Now, he may not have kids his own, where he's done that old. Almost all of his family that's his age has done had kids, and almost everybody he's done went to school with done has had kids. Tell you, see what I'm saying?
Yep. I, that's right there in a nutshell why I'm sitting here saying that, we as a species are based in violence, and we need to have that violence in order to understand why passivity has its place. All
Not
right.
only that, I don't think it's just good to, yeah. Not only do I think it's good to teach our kids right from wrong, you know what else I think it's good for too? To teach them survival too for when they get older.
I'll put it this way: a sword is simply a bar of steel that has not been hammered to perfection.
True.
And to
I'm just
find
sitting in a dip
what,
right now.
to find what a sword can truly be, not only do you have to hammer it into perfection, you have to beat it into being, but then you have to put it through the fires of hell and quench it in something cooling in order for it to show its full potential. Nothing is different between a sword and a human being. We are forged. We are not just all of a sudden pop into existence. I mean, if we all of a sudden
That
popped
brings
into
me up to a
existence,
good point.
I look
Sorry.
at
I don't mean to be even. I don't even mean to be asking you a question about religion or anything, but that just brings up a good point. You know how it says in the end, after the end of the world, that there will be an angel that will have to count every male name that was ever born into existence and record it.
mm-hmm.
Is that basically what's known as like the lost angel that came back and like rejoined into Christianity?
um
But as part of its testament,
that well,
when I,
you're
but I'm
asking
getting
me
at the
something I
rebel
haven't
angel.
studied in for freaking ever. Just because I
They
walked away
wouldn't
from the
talk.
Catholic faith a long time ago.
No,
The
I didn't know that either.
the the last angel before the book is closed shall last angel before the book is closed shall attribute to them the martyrs and the makers, and for every child that was born, so too shall a pillar in heaven be raised and recorded upon the of hearts of men for all time. Yes. So I think to kind of translate that one, it's not the lost
I get the
angel,
idea. It's probably
it's the last angel in the Battle of Armageddon, the angel that doesn't fall in the Battle of Armageddon, that goes and then records all of the individuals who were either martyred or were made to be whole again. And it doesn't say anything about male individuals. It just says these individuals. At least that's
Oh, so I'm thinking about the. Okay, so I get what you're saying. I'm thinking of the Reaper angels,
yeah. No,
probably.
I'm not talking about the Seraphim. I'm talking about the last Seraphim, the last of the archangels.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about. I was talking about done after everything is sounded and all the time has been ran out.
Yeah, it's supposed to happen in heaven, but the recording that's done is the recording of all individuals who have ever lived, and this and that and the other. That angel then records them on pillars in heaven, basically. That's what the book says. Like I said, it's been a
So will the
long time.
judgment?
Huh?
So where will the judgment be then? In the sky or in heaven or where?
The judgment is supposed to happen. Um, okay, it says of all in heaven, in hell, and upon the earth. So basically, it means that wherever you are, whatever you are, all of your deeds are laid bare and you're judged, and the ones that are the truly heinous will be cast into the lake of fire for all eternity, back into hell. And the ones that were not truly heinous, but their guilt was what kept them in hell, will be granted a new life. Anyways,
So
like I said,
is,
I have been out of the Catholic faith for a very long time simply because I have this thing where, I paid really close attention to the Bible. And one of the most important passages in the Bible, in my opinion, is when Christ said to John of Patmos, "Go therefore and declare my revelations to the people, for not one jot nor tittle of my word shall be changed until the end of days."
so let me guess, you probably been to a Church of Christ then.
No, yeah, I've been to the Church of Christ, both of them.
I mean, when I meant Church of Christ, I don't mean the Mormons. I mean like the Church of Christ that came around during whatever they called it back in the 1800s.
Yeah, I've also been to the temple of New Judaism, which, if you don't know, that's where you go if you're a Messianic Jew.
So let me guess, those that was originally in hell, when it comes down to the point of the lake of fire, the new hell will be the new earth then.
Maybe. Supposedly the new
And great, and my phone freezes up.
There we go. And I'm back. As I were saying, I think the new Jerusalem will come down and reign over earth. It'll be the new city of Jerusalem. And the kingdom of heaven will be here on earth. The kingdom of hell will be basically destroyed unto itself. It says torn asunder. So, but first, all of the wrongful souls are thrown into the lake of fire, and then hell is destroyed as the new Yahushua comes to earth. And by the way, if you were wondering, that's actually how you say Jerusalem. And I have that straight from a Jew, not from someone who's, and honest to God, a real Jew, not
One of these people. I ain't being rude or anything, but there's some of these people that act like they're Jews when in reality, no, they're not Jews. Or
right.
they're these New Age Jews.
They're not even Christians, really. And honestly, I'm not even sure they're Messianic Jews, because most Messianic Jews hold to the traditional, they're not Orthodox, but they're still traditional. The laws of Leviticus, the teachings of the Old Testament as well as the New Testament, and all of the lost books, which is another thing that's not the same between like the Catholic or the Protestant or any of that versus the Messianic Jew.
Now, I went to school with a girl that was a Jew, and she actually believed in Jesus Christ.
That means that she was a Messianic Jew. That's the definition of a Messianic Jew, a person who is by their birth standard or by their faith Jewish, but who also believes that Jesus is Christ, and that he did come to earth those 2,000 years ago, and that he will return. It's basically a Christian, but a Christian who leans very, very, very heavily on the Old Testament.
Well, I'm very confused then.
In fact, there's a word for them in the Talmud. That's the Jewish Book of Laws. I believe they were called they're not the Goyim. They are the blasphemers of the apostate.
That doesn't even sound good, the last part. That doesn't even sound good, the last part.
No. It's not supposed to be good. The blasphemers of the it's not supposed to sound good, because they're actually considered outcasts of the Jewish religion.
Now, I'll tell you this: when my grandpa, if he's still alive, would be 100 years old, I have even heard him tell me once, like people that are backstabbers and all that, they cause you trouble. He said you're supposed to mark them in front of people in society.
Yep.
I'm sure you've heard old Southerners say that too, ain't you?
Oh, I've done more than that. I've outright freaking I've cast the devil out before. That being said, I'm what they would call a lost soul. An individual who walked away from Christianity, not necessarily from God per se, but from Christianity itself.
Yeah.
Because not because of the church, but because of the people.
That's
And so
very
that
true.
it's clear, the church is the people. However, the people I'm talking about didn't know the Bible like I do. That in fact, they didn't even know the Bible half as well as they professed to have. I used to sit there and school people on the Bible because, like most folks who come up through the Catholic religion, Catholic faith, and whatnot, I was raised in catechism. I went through the entirety of it, Sunday school, from the time I was 4 till the time I was 18. From the moment that I was old enough to comprehend to the moment that I was confirmed in the Catholic faith.
True.
So I learned the Bible really, really, really well. That does not mean that I believe like most of these Christians do, because when you look at it, just for instance, the main reason I walked away from the Catholic faith is the break from tradition, the changing of traditions. When Pope Gregory, freaking, when that dude went and he ain't a freaking pope. He's not the he's not the holy representative on earth. I'm sorry, but that man is the fucking Antichrist. When he went and he changed tradition because he was interested in keeping up with the times, that said to me that he was changing too much. And when I started seeing the new Bibles being printed, and I saw certain passages missing, and I saw certain translations that were wrong, and then I started learning about the fact that those translations were incorrect, not only to the English side of it and the Greek side of it, but also incorrect to the Judaic side of it, the Hebrew the side of it. I learned really quick that that was not where I wanted to be.
So you know more about the Apocrypha too of the Bible.
I know so much about the Bible, brother. If you say something about the Bible, I could probably tell you about it. And
What
mind
about the
you,
Apocrypha?
that's mostly because my mom was a catechist. She was one of the teachers in Sunday school.
What is the Apocrypha? What's the Apocrypha?
The Apocrypha is the books in between the Old Testament and the New. Basically from Malachi to Enoch.
And is that where it talks about a lot of evil in the Bible too that was left out of most translations?
No, the Apocrypha is about two different things. There's the prophetic and the historic. Maccabees is about the war of the Maccabees, or the wars of the Maccabees. And the other books are the prophetic. So basically, let's see here. The prophetic states that, like, you know, in the book of Enoch, like what Kino says right here, in the book of Enoch, and I will transform the earth and make it a blessing, and I will cause my elect ones to dwell upon it, but the sinners and evildoers shall not set foot therein. That's prophecy of the coming of the new Jerusalem.
Then that leads me to a point that I told you last time. Why would somebody be in GameStop? Why would they keep on sending them verses out of the book of Eden? Yeah, out of the apocryphy, and quoting scripture out of that.
Well, because I'll put it this way: the devil has, and this is said in the Bible, the devil will quote scripture unto you, and shall teach you what your itching ears wish to hear. Yeah, Cat's right. Maccabeus means hammer.
So what I might not realize at that point in time, that person might have been a church jumper then.
What?
See, that person could that person been a church jumper, and that's why they was quoting scripture from the book of the apocryphy at her, or no?
Maybe not. Jeez, that's a pretty loaded. I don't presume to try and understand what other people do just because I learned a long time ago. Don't try to understand the insanity of others. Just make peace with your own.
True.
Yeah. That, in a nutshell, actually comes from my time as being a Christian Catholic. So, yeah. I try not to understand what, whether or not they were a part of the church or not a part of the church. I just try to figure on if what they're saying actually has foundation or not. Because in the reality of things, if Satan is going to speak to you, he's going to use honeyed words that are spoken through the lips of poison. It's another piece of scripture. They will, it's a matter of don't lose your faith, even if you lose your shepherd sort of thing. Don't lose the faith, even though you lose the flock.
True.
So, honestly, I've never really lost my faith. I still talk about God all the time. I still believe in a greater power, a higher power. However, I also hold to a different path, really, because to put it into terms that's probably better for this, I have 1 foot in hell and 1 foot in heaven, and I am straddling life on earth. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah.
So I do the freaking ghost dance, and I do the war dance and the rain dance, and I speak to my ancestors. But that doesn't mean that I don't speak to God. That doesn't mean that I don't hold faith with the Holy Spirit and with Christ. It just means that I include my ancestors. And I include my family who has gone before me. You know, a lot of people, they think that I'm like just somebody who believes a certain way. I've actually talked to folks who think that I believe in a certain way and therefore I'm definable. The problem is that I cannot even define my own faith. So to tell me what my religion is, or tell me that I have wandered away from God or done this or that, it's utter bullshit. It's somebody lying to themselves, thinking they have a better measure on me than I have on myself.
What does this mean, angel numbers?
What? Angel
What does
numbers?
it mean when somebody... Yeah.
And the angels in heaven were numbered according to their position and their place. And the number of the archangels was 9. And the number of the cherubim and the Acelbius was 8. And the number of the legions was infinite. Huh. It just something that popped into my mind. The story of Acelbius, basically the angels. Yes, there's more than one God. I looked and I saw many gods, but none as great as I. There you go, Kat. That's right. That's right. And just so you know, the word Yahweh means I am. Just simply means I exist. That's what really gets me. Like, some people say that, you know, that's his real name and this and that. No, you don't understand. God's real name is Matthias. God's real name is Blaine. God's real name is Kentucky Dipman. It's Cat Without the Hat. It's NC Debs. It's Finding Kino. It's Samoan Watchman. It's you. And once you realize that, because you exist, you realize I am. Someday, I hope people actually get that. That's one of those, you can't say it any other way. It's got to be in a fucking riddle. Let me put it to you another way. And Ramses' son went out in order to capture back the Israelites, and he was struck down by the hand of God. They dug up Ramses' son, and they found what looked to be a pommel strike from a sword in the back of his head, which obviously means he was killed by a man. But in the Bible, it says he was killed by the hand of God.
True.
You see where I'm getting at with this?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. He was killed by the hand of God. The hand of God was the hand of a man. Well, in that sense, wouldn't that man be God? In which case, wouldn't all men be God? Huh. Yes. We're all God. Because God is. It's that simple. It's very, very simple. It's just that it's a concept that most people aren't willing to accept because they think of God as being this omnipresent, omnipotent entity that, can take care of all of their problems and make everything nice and happy and, pat ass happy free. But they don't realize that God works through them. Which in a sense means that they are God. You have to recognize that you, being the temple of God, are where God resides, are God for that matter, in which sense you are God. You're all gods. We are all gods. At the same time, we are all God.
Exactly.
Now, some days I wonder. Like, so there's a lot of folks that will sit there and they'll preach out of a book and entirely forget how God came about. Moses, for fuck's sake, people, Moses used the term God in order to inspire a people. Does that mean that God was some hand behind the mirror? No. It means that because Moses saw that all people need something to gravitate to inspire them, he simply removed God from the individual and made him an entity unto himself. That's all that is. A burning bush in the middle of the desert that says, I am. I mean, when you really think about it, if you see a burning bush in the middle of the desert, you think you're going insane. You think you're losing your mind because it doesn't burn up and it's talking to you.
True.
Yeah. It's simply God talking to you. That voice in your head that sounds like you, that's God. So, in a nutshell, now you know.
Yeah.
So, any Hoosiers, Magic, welcome to the Freedom Forum. Yeah, he wants you to smoke some ganja. Hey, by all freaking means, man, one love, yeah? One love, one life, let's get together and feel alright. Magic's over there. Yeah, but dabba do, mother cluckers. How you doing, cuz? Glad you came back. So yeah. I need to go get me some 90 weight. I'm getting a headache. You know, that's a quacker on the top of your head. A headache.
Yeah.
Oh. Quackers. Real quick. Hey, everybody, say hi to Hoodoo. Never mind who? Yeah. Hey, my boy. Good boy. You want out? Is that it? I love my who, yeah? Hey, my boy. You want out? That's what you're asking for? Okay. I'll let you out, buddy. Oh, just a second, folks. I'm letting my Honda out. He needs to go pee. Oh. Go ahead. Go to the potty, Honda. It's there. I'll be right out. Need some coffee. Java, 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 Java. Oh.
Sure.
Yeah, he wanted to go out there just so he could bark. You know how it goes. What's a dog's favorite part of a tree? I'm sorry. My dog just answered that for you. If you all heard. He told you it was the bark. That's some pretty funny shit right there, in my opinion. A dog with a sense of humor.
Yeah.
That's how you know that a dog is really fucking smart. They got a sense of humor. If a dog will play a prank on you or tell a joke, they're incredibly fucking smart. I've seen a couple of huskies that do it. And today's society judge things in black and white. If it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's a fucking duck, not a damn giraffe. Ain't that right, cuz? That one actually sits better on the side. Yeah. Love butter. Yummy. Oh. Java.
I'm telling you right now, there's so many laws they're trying to get passed and so many things they have passed. It does seem like we're in communism or getting close to it. No.
A glowing orb. Huh. A giant ball of light.
When was the last time you bought any dip or cigarettes?
My baggie of cigarettes is sitting outside in the where I'm gonna go next. It was a week ago. Oh, I wish I was in the land of cotton. Old times there ain't they forgotten. Look away, look away, look away for Dixieland. Well, I wish I was in Dixie, hooray, hooray. Because in Dixie's land I'd make my stand, live and die in Dixie. Away, away, away down south in Dixie. Away, away, away back south in Dixie's land. Oh, way back yonder in the land of... Hey. Oh, shit. Don't spill. Some 90 weight. Are you done? Okay. I'll put it back up if you're done. Oh. Ah, crap. Did not want to spill. So, a ball of light. That's, don't eat that. They'll give you a heart attack. Dog out. Go on. Go on. You don't need caffeine. Go on. Yeah, them assholes is on them hard drugs. You know, I used to say that if everybody in freaking Congress would just smoke some pot and kick back, we wouldn't be in so many damn wars across the continents and whatnot. Now, I think they smoked a little too much.
Exactly.
Hell, even my chickens thought that was funny. Yeah, they're on something. I'm not quite sure what it is, but it definitely is not. Well, let me put it this way. It ain't shine, it ain't tobacco, and it ain't weed. Last time I checked, it was a power trip, but hey, what do I know? All righty then. Well, so I normally advocate air guns and whatnot, but I don't shoot them very often, especially not on the live streams. However, I feel compelled to showcase what y'all's missing out by sitting there and saying, well, it ain't a firearm, I'm not interested. Dog out. One. So, fair warning to all of those anti-gunners that I don't think would ever watch my videos, but whatever. I'm about to shoot my air gun at a tree. So any of you who are triggered by individuals pulling triggers, now's the time to get the fuck out. All right, let me see here. Somewhere it's not going to get covered in water, please. You still can see the yard and the tree I'm going to shoot at. Just so we're clear, this is an air gun, YouTube. All right. And I'm going to put this full screen here if I could actually see the damn cursor. Where is it? There it is. There we go. Right quick. So you can see showcased the full capabilities of an air gun. Just on my head. Yep. That right there, full capabilities of an air gun. I love this thing. God bless dangerous freedom. Mm-hmm. A Cologne bottle, pew pew. That's funny. Yeah, they took me down when I unboxed this air gun, man. Well, they didn't take me down. They just handed me a strike and said, "Here you go." And I says to them, "You dumb motherfuckers, you violated your own policies." Literally. So, yeah, go ahead and walk out here real quick. First off, I go. Ah, there it is. There you go. Accurate. 3 rounds. 1, 2, 3. Pretty damn close together. And let me just showcase to you the potential of an air gun. You see that big ass hole right there? That's from a 25 caliber.
Dang.
That's why I says the person who discounts an air gun just simply because it's not a firearm isn't going to like physics. Because, yeah, I didn't put that in there. Y'all saw me shoot it. Oh, and so we're clear. That's what it looks like after you've shot it. That mushed lead. So, yeah. Air guns. Get you one. That's why I have one. Because I was sick and tired of being told, you can't do this and you can't do that and you can't have. I'm like, you know what, motherfucker? Yes, I can. I just got to do it a different way. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Coil guns, rail guns. That's actually what the number one reason I want to get myself a 3D printer is so that I can start working on an attachment for this air rifle that I can then utilize as a railgun. And then I can start working on projectiles that will work in that railgun. I want to see if I could actually punch through a tree with it. Because we all know that, you know, rail guns are way more powerful than any firearm ever could be. And the foundation of a railgun is an air gun. Of course, the reason why I can't get a 3D printer is because our lowburly gooberment they don't want me to have the ability to 3D print a firearm. They don't give a shite about me making rail guns. They really don't care. That's what's funny about it. Like, you know, a firearm, that'll bounce off an APC. But a rail gun, that'd turn an APC into a freaking solid shooter, Hannibal Lecter style. Go figure, right? But they don't want me having any of
I'll
that.
talk to you later.
Huh?
I'll talk to you later.
All right. It seems I may have offended some folks with that. I'm sorry your butt hurt. I'm joking, of course. I'm not sorry at all. If I have offended somebody's sensitivities, well, maybe don't be so damn sensitive. Because that's just who I am. I'm an offensive ass prick. I'm rather impressed with my air gun, so I'll put it that a ways. And yeah, I already know I probably got a freaking strike for fucking shooting my air guns. But you know what? That just shows me that I'm stronger than they are. And it bothers them. Because I'm not running around handing out strikes to folks for going and putting up that bullshit about how they want to kill babies. Excuse the fuck out of me, but that's kind of fucked up. I don't hate on anyone else for their choices. Hating on me for mine, well, that just shows me that I got something that, well, maybe someone envies. See, I don't need a firearm. I'm over it. You know, I used to be butthurt about how I could not have a firearm. Now, whatever. It's not like you can bring my dad back. The only reason I wanted a firearm was so that I could go hunting with my dad. That's the only reason I wanted a firearm at all. I could do just fine without. As is quite obvious by me sitting there and shooting a tree with an air gun. So, really, I wish that, you know, we weren't so much a nation of well, I won't even put it that way. I wish people would realize that we are not a nation of laws, but a nation of individuals who govern themselves according to a set of moral standards. See, that's the thing. Everybody thinks that, we need to make more laws. We don't need more laws. We need to have more enlightenment, more education, in my opinion. That's where it really comes down to. You could write all the laws in the world, but if somebody doesn't, if somebody wants to really do something, they're not going to give a shit. They're going to find a way to do it. I mean, let me put it this way. I am perfectly capable of going and hunting deer. I am perfectly capable of going and hunting ducks. I am perfectly capable of going and shooting squirrels. My dad isn't here to enjoy that with me, so it's lost some of its je ne sais quoi. It's panache for me. I'm not so much into hunting anymore as I am just into enjoying what time I have left on this earth. Because honestly, what I got left on this earth ain't really much. I look forward to a time when I'm going to be long since dead. And folks are going to turn around and say, these people had it right. They may not have, been the prettiest or the nicest or, the most open individuals on the planet, but they had something right. And that is that every individual has the capacity, at the very least, to defend their own lives. As I've said before, rights are not something that is given or granted to you by a government. They are something that you take for yourself. They are something that you defend. Something that you keep. Oh, thank you. I like it when people like my beard. Just simply because I don't. All that this is just, keeping me, this is me not cutting it off. And by the way, thank you for coming by, Alice. Shucks, I don't know whatever stars blessed me with having somebody who's just so smart want to even have anything to do with me. I mean, what can I say? It's already been said. I'll put it that way. I mean, I'll put it to you a different way. I'm a freaking idiot. All right. I am the village idiot. The smartest thing I ever did was the smartest thing I ever did was think. You know, think for myself, not let somebody else think for me. I guess that's why I call myself independent, because I decided to think for myself rather than having somebody's narrative define my life. I mean, that's, I showcase that in my foraging. I showcase that in my riflery, my marksmanship, you know, the fact that I have an air gun and I still think of it as just as capable. I showcase that in the fact that, you know, I drive a Suburban. I don't drive a Tesla, or for that matter, I don't have a private plane. I don't fly. I'll drive. And there again, when Congress says something, I question it, because the reality is the individual who does not question everything is the individual who is led like a bull from the ring in their nose. So I question everything. Everything. There may be things that, you know, some folks would be like, well, why do you question that? And it's as simple as, well, if it turns out to be right, then great. That means that, you know, I can reaffirm that what I'm placing my stock in is worthy. You know, like I says, I used to be one of these liberal fucktards. Then I grew up. And nowadays, you know, yeah, I do a lot of stuff on Reddit just because it's an outlet, you know, it's somewhere where I can go and just, you know, pour some of my time and some of my frustrations into. That don't mean that I believe a damn word that comes out of them motherfuckers. You know that anything that does not follow the mainstream narrative is blocked outright. I mean, if you don't believe me, just go ahead and look through my video history here on the YouTube. So you'll see I've documented them doing this. You know, I use logic and reason to be able to stand against things that folks who question nothing and follow blindly literally sit there and tout. I've had enough of it. You know what? Alice, here's the thing, huh? I know you're a smart individual. I know you're intelligent. In fact, I know you are beyond intelligent. So don't let it get you down. Let me put it this way. When it comes down to folks on the YouTubes or anywheres for that matter, and this is all of y'all are included in this, all right? I will not waste my time if I think that you do not have the intelligence to, you know, basically think on my level. I won't waste my time. Oh, somebody's out there enjoying their freedom. Cheers. Awesome. That's again, like I said, you are an amazing individual. You know, I mean, I'm trying not to be vulgar here, but that's just who as I am. Smart and pretty. That's a combination. You know, that's getting awful close. Yeah, that is true, cuz goddamn chunk of steel in my eye. How can I say this? That's getting awful fucking close. Hey, Alice.
Hey, I beat the machine last night. Look, I'm gonna tell you how to do it. Okay, you know how I shared something from 2020, 2021, right? And they tried to get me for medical misinformation, right? Well, that video I put up is from the public health in Canada, right?
Oh.
So they tried to, somebody flagged it because it had 2 views on it, right? It wasn't the computer. It was somebody actually flagging it. So this is what you do if somebody flags you for misinformation. Like if you're showing something from another, like from one of these mainstream sites and it's old material, right? You have to say, what are you trying to say? And you put the website you got it from. Are you trying to say these people that are funded by the WHO are spreading medical misinformation? Please explain. It was the quickest appeal I have ever got on YouTube. Within an hour and a half, they erased the strike and the thing I put to them, They deleted it. And they said, you won your appeal. Okay, it's about how we approach this. So if you do that, okay, if you share some old content, you have to say this is historical documentation. This is how I got the ass. I said, this is not medical misinformation. This is historical documentation of how far we've come. See, it's all about how we present it.
Yeah.
But that's how I beat the medical misinformation. So if you get it, it's all in how we present it when we appeal it, okay? So if you get a medical misinformation, remember what site you got it from, put the site on it, and if it's old, just say it's historical documentation, because if it is old, that's all it is history.
I wish that would work for, when I'm sitting here shooting my air guns or something like that, because that'd be nice.
Well, if they come at you about that, I did some research on that. You have to say it's for educational and commentary purposes only.
Like what it says down at the bottom of my...
Yeah, so if they try to come at you again, you just say, I'm doing a review. YouTube allows reviews of products because it says it on their community standards. You throw their own shit back at them, and then they have to put your shit back up.
Well, that's the thing, though. I appealed it, and I did all that fun stuff, and they made it so that it's, how would I put this? They gave me a firearm strike, and even though they put the video back up, they never took the strike away. Even though, one, it's not a firearm, and two, it was a review video.
So they never did. How long? It only stays on your YouTube for I think 3 or 4 months.
Yeah, no, not with this one. It's still there. I did that.
You can reappeal it and say, look, when's it ever going to come off? Because it's not a firearm. You can try that.
I sent them an email pretty much that day. And then I sent them another one sometime around Thanksgiving. And that strike's still there. I mean, I'm at the point where I just stopped fighting it. I said, screw it,
Yeah, there's some things I still have something when I reshared the ad for the 2000 Mules. I still have a strike for that. I'm like, they got me for spams and misleading. I'm like, this is an actual movie. What the hell are y'all doing? And the Ansel Huckleberry, how old does it have to be in order to be considered old? Well, what I shared was from 2 years ago. So the data has changed, but it's still historical documentation. So they can't say it's medical misinformation. It's just me representing data that had already been collected. It may have changed, but it was to show what was collected in 2021. So that's why I put another disclaimer on my damn channel. I told them I am not a medical professional. I am just sharing medical documentation. And do not take my advice, because you're getting advice from somebody that is short, so it's not on your level, eye level. But every time they fucking do something, I add something else to my channel thing, disclaimers. And I made sure I put rambling American. I'm just rambling.
Ramble on.
Yeah.
Got the time, and the time is now to sing my song. I guess I'll just keep on rambling.
Don't be talking down on yourself. You're fucking amazing, man. I don't give a shit what the world thinks about you. You're cool, man. You're my friend. and your beard game's fucking amazing, man. Before you know, you're gonna be like ZZ Top in this jank.
Oh, you know how it is. They're just jealous because
Yeah.
I got this beard and I
Yeah.
got this voice
Oh
and I got
yeah,
all this talent
they
and
want that camo, man.
huh?
They want your camo.
Yeah, they want that ghost suit.
They want that country boy swag.
You see, the thing is I'm not willing to go and sell anything on my here on the YouTubes. The way I look at it is you know I'll sit there and I'll tell folks about things here on YouTube, but I'm not selling you shit. It's up to you to go and find it. That's why
The truth is out there. It's up to you to find it.
right.
Like we can lead them to the water, but it's up to them to drink.
Right. And that's precisely why, you know, I went out and I bought the air guns I did. And I says, well, now, if you can't have a firearm, go buy them. Here's all the different stuff for it. You know, you can go and find it here. And that's when they gave me the strike for firearms. Mind you, I did all that because I'm one of those prohibited individuals, which is kind of stupid in my opinion.
Well, listen.
A prohibited individual can get a black powder pistol.
Well, I look at it like this: the Constitution ain't got no limitations.
Oh no, it certainly does. But it doesn't limit-
sometimes you don't have to say. You just do and leave it at that. Some things is best left unknown. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that's why I says that it does have limitations, but those limitations are not on the people.
No, it's on it. See, that's like it's crazy when you know I was looking at the difference between constitutional republic and democracy, right? The difference is a constitutional republic enhances individual rights. It keeps them intact, right? But when we talk about democracy, it gives the politician more power over us. And that's why they were able to push that bullshit they have for the last couple of years. Because when we kept feeding into the idea of democracy, we gave them more power over us. See, that's why they don't want us to realize we're in a constitutional republic. Because then they have to go by the guidelines the same way we do. Okay? Because they're individuals, but they've been voted in to protect our individual rights and to always do policies that will what is it called when you compliment us, okay? Not make us go broke. See, the more they keep spending, the more I'm just like, Americans just need to stop paying taxes. Because if we don't pay taxes, the government doesn't get funded. The government doesn't get funded, then they have no choice but to listen. And that is why the Boston Tea Party happened. Okay?
Well,
But
here's the thing, though.
together,
A tyrant ain't going to listen. Yeah, a tyrant ain't going to listen. They're going to just do. And so what do you do in that regards, especially once they've taken away the Second Amendment and taken away, you know,
regardless of what they think they
in
take
their
away.
eyes, they've taken it away. I'll put that at that
Yeah.
particular regard because
That's
it's
when-
always in their eyes.
Guardian, that's when you get your American flag and tell them to kiss your American ass. Live the way you want to fucking live because they live the way they want to live.
There you go. I guess I need to go and get myself some dynamite, some C4.
Disclaimer. We're not planning anything. This is pure imagination.
Yeah. See, I don't advocate violence. I just like things that go boom.
Right? Oh, we're just gonna make our own canyon. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna make our own Grand Canyon. That's what we're working on here in our imagination. YouTube,
Yeah,
of course.
I'm trying to figure out a way to take down a tree without, having a chainsaw or using my axe or dropping a tree on top of my house. So there you go. I'd
Isn't
rather
it?
have splinters.
So like being on Reddit, right? It's like what is that? These platforms are kind of weird. Okay, it's like we do get like they branched off. Like I remember when Parlor came out, it was like it just became another echo chamber. I haven't been checking out my True Social, but from what I gather, it's just like Facebook, man.
Yeah, all the social networking platforms are, and the branch off platforms are, is just an ideal of separation. I say, stand on the foundation that you built, stand on the ground that you have. Don't try going to find somebody else's dirt. That's where it is for me. That's why I'm still here on the YouTube. That's why, I went to Reddit and started posting my book there, because it was like, I'm already kind of, invested in that. I'm not going to go, well, I am going to go and sell my book once I've gotten it all written. But in the meantime, it's an experiment in who would actually read this,
Well, you can always look up like the revenue, where the revenue is going based by the product. You know what I'm saying? It'll show you. There's graphs and stuff on where your product will be best sold. It's all about learning the traffic. What will be trafficked to it? It's kind of like when you do certain content on YouTube, certain traffic comes your way.
Yeah.
Okay? Once you once you voice your political opinion, it's going to cut back on your views. That's why it's always good to have multiple channels. That way, if you want to do your political thing, you can have your one political channel, and then if you wanted to do like when you're rebuilding up stuff, like making stuff, you have a channel just for that where you keep politics out. I've been learning a lot since I started actually speaking on YouTube. And the reason I started speaking up was because I seen me not saying anything wasn't solving anything. Okay.
Right.
So, but as soon as I came out and started talking about my beliefs and everything, here comes the leftists. No, you can't think that way. You can't promote that. I didn't realize how crazy people are when you actually speak your mind.
I
started doing it.
almost lost myself when I first started the Guardsman channel, because at the time I was allowing others to influence who I am and how I am, and I realized back then that this was kind of contra to what you're saying. If I go and I do all of this extra, sure, one of my channels may take off and be extra special, but it's not the message I'm trying to put out there. And that's the big deal for me, is that I'm trying to put a message out there. It's not necessarily my political side of everything or this or that. It's information, plain and simple. I want to tell folks, little tidbits of info that may help them in the future. And on that note, I'd like to welcome my cousin in.
Oh, songs of the South. Yeehaw. Yeehaw.
Yeehaw!
Hey, cuz.
I'm ready for the Confederacy again.
Did you get rid of them squirrels?
I ate it with a bowl of cabbage last night.
Oh, did you?
No, I'm just kidding.
Hopefully he didn't mess with your antenna again. You know
That's correct.
they come like in packs and stuff, man. When you think you got one, here comes the cousin.
And see, that right there is why I says, and folks don't understand it, but that's why I says the South will rise again.
Oh yes, we will. Hey, we never went nowhere. They just think they did something. They ain't did nothing.
Save,
We
save,
took
your,
them
save
further
your
down.
Confederate, save your Confederate money, boys.
That
Mhm.
gold. Did you ever look at when they were looking for the Confederate gold? This guy tried to say he found it in a train up north where they hid the Confederate gold and it's supposed to be in some lake. You ever looked into that?
Alice, I honestly believe that it was an inside job when it
Well-
disappeared.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you a story. There's a true story. There's a little town that's not right far down the road from me. It's called Cross Keys. Well, in April of 1865, this is right after Richmond fell. Jefferson Davis left Richmond to head to Georgia. Well, he stopped at the town called Cross Keys. Well, within 20 days of that, William Tecumseh Sherman passed him within 30 days. The two armies almost crashed into each other.
Yeah, because I was going down the rabbit hole, you know, because I'm Alice and I like to go down the rabbit hole.
Alice, I'll put it to you this ways. Did you know that one of the individuals who helped raise the Hunley, where they supposedly hid some of that Confederate gold, is sitting here on the panel with us?
I was there when they pulled the Hunley out of the ocean.
I can believe it.
Honest to God truth.
They kept it at the naval base of Charleston after they pulled it out, but I was there the day they pulled it out.
Well, did you know that the reason we can't touch the Grand Canyon is because that's where all the actual gold is?
Yep.
That's why they protecting it.
Yeah, leave it to the federal government.
Canyons. That's what's in them canyons. It is nothing but a whole valley of gold. Because during the gold rush, everybody went to California. But really where all the gold is, there's still gold in Georgia in the mountains.
Well, Alice, what I was getting to about what I was telling you, when Jefferson Davis came through South Carolina, he stopped at a little town Cross Keys. And there was a woman that he stopped there with 5 brigades of soldiers. Now, why would he need 5,000 soldiers to escort him to South Carolina if he's trying to hide from the federal army? So I believe that he had that gold with him then when he stopped in South Carolina in April of 1865.
I'll let y'all out a little secret about gold. Not necessarily the Confederate gold, but gold in general. And this is why the South was so rich at the time. As a matter of fact, gold tends to find it tends to find whatever iron is in a particular region, and it gravitates to the iron. And Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia and West Virginia and Tennessee all have a huge deposit of iron.
That's why we so strong, brother.
So if you ever wonder how to find gold, if you found iron in the soil, you're pretty damn close.
Yeah, north of me, you could pretty well pick the gold out of the creek beds.
Yep.
Well, if you're ever in South Carolina, there's a place called the Healing Springs. Have you ever heard of it? It's called God's Healing Springs. Like the water comes out of the ground naturally. The land is protected. It's like in Blackville, South Carolina. You can go get as much fresh water as you want.
I think they call it hot
Healing.
springs or
Yeah, there is a hot springs, but it's called. Let me look it up because I went there and it's so pretty, man. Like it's like all the churches go down there and get water.
it isn't Blacksburg up there close to the state line?
No, it's like you know where Jackson and all that is.
Mhm.
Yeah, I know where Jackson is. Yeah.
Okay, it's God's Acre Healing Springs. That's what it's called. Blackville. Basically, it's a little place that has an interest in history. Native American legend says that these waters can heal the ill and afflicted. Basically, the natives would take the soldiers to it when during the war, and they'd heal up. But I'm gonna go there not in probably about a week. I'm gonna go there and get me some water.
Hey, y'all. Say hi to Debs.
Lou?
There I am. I kicked myself off. Hi, how's
Oh,
everybody
it's a
doing?
beautiful sunflower. Look at there. Or is that a daisy?
I have no idea.
Well, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Southern girl.
Hey,
There's
Deb.
a yellow rose in Texas that
Hey,
I am gonna see. No other soldier knows her, no other one but me.
Oh
Oh,
my!
he's singing.
I
He's
got serenaded. Oh my God! How you doing, song?
I'm doing
How,
just fine. I'm staying inside where it's warm.
no kidding. My God! And this full moon was just awful, man. I was up for 3 nights till like 5 a.m.
Oh, I know why people couldn't drive yesterday now. It was a full moon.
Yep.
Yep, they're just a bunch of lunatics.
Yeah,
That's
being
why
on
I was
Uh,
the street.
Alice, I don't know how true it is, but what I understand on a full moon, there's more babies born on a full moon than there is any other time.
Yeah, because that people got to do their crazy dance. You know the monkey dance. Ooh, ooh, ah.
all I know is I'm 2,000 feet up, and it's a lot different than when I was way lower. I can feel things a lot different.
That is actually what I was going to say was it's the gravitational pull of the moon that causes
Emotions in
not
motion.
just emotions. It causes certain biological processes to speed up.
Yeah.
And barometric pressure messes with all your joints in your body.
Yep.
Yeah, my knees feel like they're going to explode because it just started raining today again. We had 2 days since Christmas with a sun. 2 days.
Well, if you got bad joints, you need to get you some chicken cartilage.
Chicken?
Cartilage.
Really?
Yeah, or
Because
some rooster comb.
it puts the cartilage back in your bones.
Yep.
Is it
That's the same
be
thing that
chicken?
rooster comb does.
What about if I just take collagen?
Well, you can get like chicken cartilage in like pill form, but
Oh, okay.
it's always good just to like. You remember that the old folks used to cook the bone soup and stuff like that. There was a reason behind that.
Well, the bone broth, I have a friend who drinks the bone broth.
Yeah, because it's got the cartilage in it.
Yeah.
Man, I miss
If
bone broth.
all else fails, drink some moonshine.
Yeah, if you want to go run, what is it? They say tequila makes clothes off, but moonshine makes you lose your clothes.
I think mine would make me fall off my deck and break my hip, actually.
I don't miss that moonshine. You fine until you stand up.
I know.
Real quick, by the way, I want to say hi to Keno and Carl. Thank you all for coming by. And Huck.
Moonshine will make you wake up. You wake up in somebody's backyard.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up in Georgia, so I had pink panty pull downs and hunch punch and Everclear and moonshine and bootlegger stuff and oh yeah, and fireworks, lots of fireworks.
Yeah,
And when you
and
and
bonfires.
when you wake up in somebody's backyard, you hope to God their dog is not named Satan.
Oh man, I was thinking we went to my mother-in-law's for Christmas and my ex-husband dressed up as Santa Claus. Well, she had a big old Newfoundland, right? So I can't be seen. I have to go around the side of the house. He goes in, knocks at the door as Santa Claus, and I get bit by the dog.
Oh
Cuz
Lord.
he thought I was a thief.
Hey, there's a something as I was going to say, and I can't remember now.
Well, it's called getting old.
Oh God,
It's
it's
just a wandering brain cell, man. It'll come back.
it's a Joe Biden moment.
Yeah.
It's that thought that flew in one ear and went out the other.
It's a
'Cause there's
boomerang
nothing in
thought.
between.
It's a boomerang thought. It might come back.
Well, my stoner friend has this theory that we don't lose our brain cells. They just wander around in our brain, and when we need them, they come back home. They find their way back home.
I don't
It's a
know.
Joe Biden
according to
moment.
Some people I've met personally, like they just like tripped one too many times or something.
I only tripped like I think it was 2 or 3 times.
7 times for me, and every one I can remember exactly where I was, exactly what happened, exactly, and that was it. I was done. I was done by 19 years old.
I don't need to trip because I'm a whole vacation. Now, I accidentally tripped one time, okay, and it was an accident. Okay, my Batman.
I told you not to go kicking pennies now.
No. My friend Batman, he made some shroom Kool-Aid, that blue Kool-Aid. And I went in his refrigerator, and ever since then, I don't go in people's refrigerators no more. Okay, because I was thirsty as hell. It was hot that day. I was like, ooh, blue Kool-Aid. He didn't label it. Okay. And he said, you ain't going nowhere. I said, no, I'm going somewhere. Right now, okay.
Take a trip and never leave the farm.
Take a trip, never leave the farm.
I don't think I ever was right after that.
No,
Because
it opens up the right side of your brain. It actually opens up a creative, and people that have never done it ever can actually be less creative. So don't look at it like that.
no, I mean,
Anyways, I've done shrooms 4 times, and I've done dextromethorphan once.
What is that?
And I will do shrooms any day of the week, but I will never do dextromethorphan ever again.
What the hell is that?
I've never done shrooms. I've only done not mechanical, the whatever chemical stuff.
Oh well,
if you want to find the shrooms, go out to the cow pasture.
No.
Dextromethorphan, you can find that in Delsum, the cough syrup.
You mean that triple C's?
No, I mean Delsum. Spelled DELYSM.
So you drank cough medicine to trip. What the hell's wrong with you?
A lot of folks call it scissor now.
I did locker room, but that was it.
Anyways, the thing about Delsum is that most folks don't know this, but dextromethorphan was one of the original MDMAs alongside LSD.
Oh, well, maybe I did do it then.
Hell, us other Southern people, we watch the Bug Zapper for entertainment, damn it.
Yeah, or the Fireflies.
You see, I never really understood that until I took mushrooms. And then sat back one night and watched the bug zapper, and I thought I was in Star Wars. It was funnier than hell.
I have fun just watching my chickens, man. It reminds me of some of the people on YouTube.
Yeah.
I'm
It
serious.
reminds you of Congress.
Oh God, yes. Jesus. No, they're more like pigs rolling around in the mud. Okay, that's what they kind of remind me of.
Don't they remind you of a bunch of little third graders in a classroom and they're just getting rowdy as hell?
I think we finally got a speaker on the Republican side, but I'm not sure. They tripping, man.
Well,
I
here's the thing.
think he's a rhino.
It's McCarthy, and he got it on the 14th damn vote, and we're screwed.
Is he not a rhino?
Hell yeah, he's a rhino. He's like one of the worst, oldest crony bastards there are.
Yeah, he's one of the worst offenders. That is correct.
I mean, we don't have a lot of hope right now. We don't have a lot of hope, except locally is the only way I can see that we're going to be able to fight this. Is fight it locally, and then fuck DC.
I got a good idea. We just run up there and sprinkle holy water all over the place.
Well, I think there's supposed to be this portal that opened up above, and people have taken pictures of it, and they were messing around with CERN and stuff. Well, I just wish they'd all get sucked up right above the White House into that frickin' hole.
Well, I look at it like this. Regardless of what they do, I still got shit to do. So when the good Lord says it's time, I just hope I get to ride the ride.
Yeah, I know.
Because I sure ain't been perfect, right?
Well, I'll look at it this ways.
I got a broken Halo too, Alice.
I can't fix stupid, so I'm gonna do my best to educate. And
but duct tape can silence it.
Yes, but at the same time, I'm still on this level of I can't fix the stupid that they're doing. So all I can do is try to get people to understand that
the stupid that they're doing. We really just need to get them to understand the stupid that they're doing. Honestly, you just said it.
Well, I feel that the best recourse for folks like us is to take our own sovereignty back.
Yeah.
In a nutshell, that means.
But I don't know how to love myself.
You don't have to stop paying taxes. You don't have to stop doing all this other fun shit. All you got to do is when they say something, you say, yeah, whatever. My individual right trumps that. You have a nice day.
I say we should follow their lead. They don't listen to us, so damn, we should give them the same respect, not listen to them at all.
Right. It all goes back to survival. Even an animal's got to have a place to eat and a place, something to eat, and a warm place to sleep. And it'll protect its home if somebody tries to take it from it.
I think it's the year of forgiving ourselves. I think it's a year of reflecting on what we've been through, because it's been a hell of a 3 years, and that we have to learn to accept ourselves. And I think that's why part of the reason we were all kind of separated.
I'm sure.
To be honest with you, we're easy. Go ahead, Sal.
Go ahead, Alice.
Now you go ahead.
My phone is delayed on yours, and it's kind of like in between it or whatever.
Yeah, so go ahead. I'll wait.
Go ahead, Alice. Ladies first.
No, you go first, gentlemen.
Both y'all are going to forget what the hell you were going to say. Watch.
That's already happened. They're just arguing over who should go first because they can't remember what they was going to talk about.
Well, okay. When we look at the last couple of years, right, it's been a test on our faith, our strength, our
loss, accepting loss, a lot of accepting loss.
Yeah, because I had to walk away from the medical field.
Oh,
Right.
damn.
Look, it's like this, you know, every time a door closes, another one opens. Because because of what they did, I was able to go and start being a homeschool parent, which I find is more important than a career
Right
because
now? Oh, yeah.
education is real.
Yep.
Okay. So as that door closed, another one opened, and then it brought me home with my dad, and I'm closer with my family and everything else. So everything, it's all about our perspective. We got to look at things as it's not a bad thing, but maybe an opportunity.
Yeah, I'm picking
Get us
up and
back
I'm
into
picking
the
up and leaving. I'm leaving the state. I'm picking up and I'm going back to where I came from. And I never thought I would do it, but I need to be near the people that I love. I just need to be near them.
I've come to the conclusion that our federal government is real righteous. They're so worried about us with our guns, we're going to shoot somebody, but yet they can kill 65 million babies.
Well, the next
Yeah.
one that tells us that they want to come for us guns, we need to tell them you go first.
I'll
Give it
put it
to
Lead
them.
the way, government. Lead the way, right? You want to show us how it's done? Y'all give yours up first.
I'll put
Ladies
it this
first.
way. I'll give up my guns when the world gives up nuclear weapons. Tain't
I
gonna
say
happen.
I ain't doing none of that.
It ain't gonna happen. That's my point.
Right. This is what do they call it? A kinetic and an info war. This is what this is.
Yeah, we're in an info war. That's why they don't want us critically thinking. That's why I started talking about critical thinking, because there is a lot of people that have been subjected to just following orders, okay? But even and critical thinking it has to be taught. So even if you're an adult, you can still learn things. And they trying to tell us that old dogs can't learn new tricks, but that's a lie.
We
All
all have the capability of critical thinking. We need to take the time to do it.
I'm with
yeah, that's
I'm
the
with
problem. People don't want to make time.
Yep.
I'm with dangerous freedom. I'm like Clint Eastwood. Get the hell off my lawn.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that impression right now.
Okay.
I used to stack slant fucks like you 6 foot high and use you for sandbags. Now, get off my lawn. Sorry.
Hey, that was pretty close.
Good job.
I don't bother nobody, but when they start stepping on my blue suede shoes, we got a problem.
Song, you never figured out how far away from me we are, did you? Are we like 5 hours?
Yeah, something like that.
How close are you to the coast?
To where?
To the coast at all? Are you close at all to the coast?
I'm in the very top western corner of South Carolina.
I'm in the top southwestern corner of North Carolina.
Do you
And
know?
I'm a big old river rat.
Do you know where Clemson University, Walhalla?
As a matter of fact, a friend of mine said it's about 2.5, 3 hours from here.
Clemson University is about 80 miles from me.
Oh, okay. Wow. It's been so long since I've been to South Carolina.
I'm not far from the Georgia line.
Oh, okay.
I could go to. If I leave out of the house, I could go to North Carolina, Tennessee, and Georgia at the same time.
Oh, you right at the corner.
Me too. I've got 20 minutes to Georgia and I got 10 minutes to Tennessee.
Well, South Carolina ain't but a hot skip jump around just over the river for me.
Are you Alabama?
No, I'm right in Georgia.
Oh, you're in Georgia. I lived in Douglasville for 16 years.
I'm on the other side of the Chattooga.
Well, that's all nice, well, and good, but I'm 6 days away from y'all.
Yeah, I know.
Where I'm at, you have to listen real close, and you can hear the banjos.
Wow.
Really?
the Deliverance movie. I hear banjos playing.
Yeah, you know why? Let's see. I was looking at like the music. The reason bluegrass wasn't mainstream is because people were playing it at their house.
And the spoons too.
Yeah, the spoons and then that laundry thing. The thing that they used to use to
I like
wash
steel
clothes.
drums. I like steel drums, man.
Yeah.
Well, down here in the South, we use our sisters' earrings for alternative fishing lures.
Yeah, I bet you do. Shit, I make earrings, so I got a bunch for you.
I make earrings. My son, he made his teacher when he was in regular school, made her some fisher lure earrings. He put fishing lures on some earrings, and she got upset. She's like, you can't get me stuff like that. I said, he's being nice. Like the way
Yeah.
these teachers are these days. I was like, what, you think my boy likes you? He likes you as his teacher, nothing else. Like, you're talking about a 5-year-old. Okay, if he wants to do something nice for you, it's not because he's crushing on you. Why would you even think about that with a little kid? You know what I'm saying? So it was kind of weird.
Yeah, I'd be taking his butt out of school.
Yeah, they're weird.
And our living room couch came out of a Chevrolet.
Hey, Patrick.
Mine came out of a box from someplace, I forgot, but I got a bed. Have you ever got a bed in a box? If you ever get a bed in a box, be careful, because when you open that box, that bed just starts growing and growing, and then it ends up a queen size mattress that you can't move around.
Oh, Lord.
Deb, my bed is 122 years old.
Oh my God, is it a bale of hay? My mom had a mission. My mom had a mission bed, and it had the those poles, the whatever. It was just a pole kind of bed, and her mattress was actually straw.
Do you know what a rice plantation bed is?
No.
The posts on them are about 6 foot tall on the ends of it. They go almost touch the ceiling.
Oh, okay. So it's like a bed that they put canopies over and stuff.
Yeah, it's like a canopy bed, except it doesn't have the canopy on it.
Yeah, that's what they call a 4-poster.
But how do you clean a 120-year-old mattress? What the hell?
No, my mattress is not 120 years old. My God.
Oh, I was like, what the hell?
Shit kicker. Is that a Harley?
I was talking about the bed frame.
Okay, well that's better. I was like, I ain't come to see you, man, because there's gonna be bugs crawling out of that thing.
Hey, Shiv.
You ain't got to worry about that. I hate bugs. I hate bugs in my house.
It carries spirits. It carries stories, man. All this old stuff carries stories.
Yeah, Deb, I'm a redneck, but I'm a clean redneck.
Redneck. You know where the term redneck came from? And it kills me, because I was on TikTok, right? They was like, you redneck. I said, you act like that's an insult. Rednecks were the ones that actually worked on the farm, crazy ass. That's how they got the redneck. Okay?
Yeah. That's why they started wearing bandanas around their neck to keep the sun from burning the back of their neck.
And it was also from the ones that worked in the mines and stuff, because they from walking to work, their neck would get burnt. But the rednecks ain't nothing but the blue collar, the ones that work and shit.
Deb, I live in a cabin up in the woods.
Yeah, I live in a mobile home up in the woods, but I did have had a cabin. I had a little Amish cabin up in New York, in my yard. So I had, talking about spirits and stuff. My boyfriend had rented the cabin for storage because he's a collector and he's got all the old tools and furniture and all that. So when he left, took all that stuff out of that cabin, there was this energy that left my house. It was like a dark energy that was in there. So something that he had, some of his weird knives or Indian stuff or whatever, had like some mojos attached.
Mojos.
Yeah,
Yeah.
mojo is what I call it. Just something that's not, it just doesn't make you feel right. It's got energy with it that's not good.
Ghostesses.
So
No,
you know
these
why?
are the people that owned it, really.
Shit, I'm pale as hell. I'm like a ghost.
So you know why they wanted to get rid of swords in particular?
Why?
Well, this is a part of
They-
the
they-
occult,
They
mind you.
quit,
So
they quit eating sushi.
no, this is part of the occult, so don't take it too literal. But swords are made of iron, and
Oh.
iron is the only thing that can strike down a benevolent spirit.
Oh, like Highlander. There can only be one.
No, like Supernatural. You know, where they go and they pour the salt around, and then they burn the bones, and then they kill the spirit with an iron bullet.
Oh, wow.
Really?
Yep. So same but different. It's only benevolent spirits that can be killed by iron.
What about garlic, man? What about garlic?
That's for them vampires, and there's lots of those around here.
We
Oh,
have.
yeah, there's a lot of
man,
bird
I don't want
suckers.
to. I don't want to know about skinwalkers. I almost watched a special on it, and I said,
You
no,
mean
no, I
the
can't do it.
meat suit people.
I can't deal. No, I'm not doing it. Not watching
There's
that.
some meat suit. You know what? I come to the conclusion when the devil can't get you, he sends a succubus narcissist after you
Oh yeah, I've had a few of them.
to
I've
drive
had a few
your
of
ass crazy.
Yeah, chase your
The,
ass.
the devil already went down to Georgia. His name is Warnock.
Yeah, and his
I
ass
know.
got to go. I was so pissed. I got blocked by all the Democrats because I told them, they was like, "Oh, Warnock's for what is it? For women's choice and freedom of reproduction." I said, last time I checked, everybody's screwing everybody. So what are you talking about? Reproduction rights. I said, you mean the right to murder? And then they hung up on me and said that I got a message. You had been took off the call-in list. But they don't like when we use the right language, is what the problem is.
So what? It's no great loss, is it?
But I see that as an accomplishment, actually. I said, I don't want to bother with your ass anyway.
So, Deb, when you move, you're going to change your little thing where it says NC Deb to NY Deb?
I guess I'll probably have to because I can't lie, you know?
Well, I think what happened is you just happened to move to a bad spot. The whole South is not like that.
No. It's not where I am is perfect. Where I am in 2019 and 2020 in the beginning was perfect. What happened to the world has changed the fact that I am isolated, the fact that I got sick this year and people kind of shied away because I wasn't coming out as much. And I realized where the people are that love me and that will be there for me and help me. And it's where I spent 36 years of my life.
Well,
So
all I got is
isolation. Yeah.
all I got is cows and horses for neighbors, so I just have to give them a big sloppy kiss.
Well,
Oh,
I think
Lord.
it's easier for a guy to do that, go off and be in the woods, but I just can't. This is my 8th house since 1984, and I just cannot take care of a house anymore all by myself. I can't do it. So I fixed everything I could fix, and I'm getting out, and I'm just gonna I have not rented an apartment since 1983, so this is gonna be my first time renting since 1983.
Rent's high.
No, not where I'm going. I'm
I'm going to say it this ways. Even if your rent is low, get ready to break out the bottle of Vaseline, because even though your rent may be low, if your rent is low, every other price is extremely high. And I know this because I lived in Blythe.
But I found listen, upstate New York, believe it or not, so many people have moved out of there that they have, like, there's one apartment that I can get. Yes, I have to be a certain age to get in there, and I am, but it has everything, including power in it. And it's
Oh, okay.
670 a month. 670 a month. That's Wi-Fi, that's water, that's power, that's laundry, that's everything you need except probably a landline if you want to get one.
Well, then that's straight. So
Yeah.
you just want to be a part of some community.
Yeah, I just want to get back to where if I have a neighbor that needs me or I need the neighbor, and all these neighbors have turned into little self-centered assholes because of what's gone on in the world. So it's really not my fault. It was a good idea. It's just in 2023, it's not a good idea anymore.
Oh, so you're just gonna go for a change then?
I'm gonna pay all the debt off, pay the car off. I'm gonna just have my Social Security check, and I'm gonna rent. I've got 4 or 5 choices of where to go, and I'm just going to let someone else handle the crap. And I'm tired of fixing houses. I'm done.
Deb,
Yeah,
I've been
location. Just make sure that's the main thing when you move.
What were you saying, Song?
I've been social distancing for 50 years.
Well, I know. That's what I'm saying. I think it's easier for a guy than a girl.
I'll put it to you this way.
After,
When I lived down there in Blythe, the rent in the state of California, the average rent was $1,300 for a studio apartment. The rent for a house in Blythe was $640 a month. That's including all the different fun shit except for your trash price. Trash was $100 a week.
Oh my God, I heard about that.
And then on top of that, all right, food prices where most folks were paying like, I don't know, $1.50, $2 for butter. In Blythe, I was paying $5.99 for butter.
Well, my friend takes me shopping, and in Sacramento, she'll take me shopping and she'll put her stuff and tell me what she's getting in the cart. And she'll estimate it. Like last night, she estimated it at about $85. And we're only talking 2 or 3 bags now for like $100, right? So she ends up spending $160. And she goes, this is why I don't go grocery shopping, and I haven't been in 3 weeks.
That's crazy. Because everything is gone up. That's why it's best to have a place where you can grow your own food, because eventually it's going to get you're going to have to give your arm, leg, toenail, big toe, pinky toe, your eyebrow.
Growing your own food is fine if you're not being chemtrailed the shit out of, and that's what I'm being. I've tried to plant 3 years in a row. The stuff is in my soil. It's in my damn water. It's just everywhere. And
Did
so
you try to do a greenhouse off ground?
Yep. Oh, I did it all. I got a green thumb, and in this state, it turned into no thumb at all.
Yeah, I actually found out that it doesn't matter whether you're being chemtrailed or not, because I'm right here on the coast. All right, I mean, I'm on the West Coast.
Yep.
Literally, I drive for 20 minutes and I'm in Astoria. So in all reality of things, it doesn't matter where you are. Plants are dying.
Yeah, and so are animals. Yep.
Well, I just pray on mine, and they've been doing fine. I play on music and shit like that. I play music for my plants, and they dance and grow.
I lost 4 chickens and most of my garden this year.
Shit.
When I says most of my garden, I mean all my kale plants, all my cabbage, all my radishes died. None of my watermelons come up. Matter of fact, all my gooseberries got ate by the freaking deer.
What kind of seeds did you use?
Heritage. I'm kind of adamant on them not being the GMO shit. I'm big on heritage seeds.
Yeah.
So yeah, I planted heritage seed. I planted nursery plants,
Yeah, because
and they all died.
my friend Layton, she tried to grow tomatoes in California, right? And none of her tomato plants produced anything.
They won't produce for about 3 years
No, I
normally,
mean
unless
like
you get nursery plant.
I planted mine from seeds, and mine went crazy. I got more tomatoes than anything.
You can usually throw a rotten tomato on the ground and it'll come up the next year.
Yeah, but that's the whole thing. Does it produce the next year? And if
Yeah.
it produces right away, that's not a heritage tomato.
Oh,
A
okay.
lot of the commercial plants are sterile.
Yep.
Yeah, and
And
they
the
don't
ones that ain't,
reproduce when you put the seeds up either.
yeah, the ones that ain't sterile, those plants, if they produce right away and they're not sterile, depending on the type, all right, like I had Roma tomatoes growing. They died. All right. Those are a heritage breed of tomato. All right. They produce immediately. But if you don't, if you don't use like special shit and whatnot and have a special environment for certain types of heritage plants, they'll die anyways. What I didn't know is that you cannot put white liquor on a plant, especially heritage plants, and have them grow from it. It just so happens the rainwater out here is profuse with white liquor.
Well, the only problem I had this year was the commie ass tomato worms. Okay, and I had to send them to their death sentence and let the chickens eat them. You know the chickens love tomato hornworms. Okay,
Oh yeah.
I sentenced them to death by chicken because the commies were bad this year. I was out there with my helmet talking about I'm taking the commies out. My daddy said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm at war, Daddy. I'm at war with tomato hornworms."
But when it boils all down to it, eventually, if we don't put our overalls on, Walmart's going to shut its doors.
Well, if they keep robbing them, did you see what they did in New York when the blizzard happened?
Oh my God, Buffalo was getting looted all over the place, man.
See that, and then they wonder why there's food deserts. Okay, these people, like some people, be complaining about food deserts. They don't realize when you loot your own town, them businesses are not going to stick around. You don't respect the small businesses, they gonna leave and find somewhere where they're respected. And in Chicago right now, it's going to be the purge because that law went into place where basically all law and bailout, the bailout reform thing.
Oh
Where
no, are you saying they won't catch and release? Are they going catch and release? Because my town where I'm from, up in upstate New York, Rochester, it's a sanctuary city and a catch and release. But if you're like 50 miles away or whatever, you're okay.
Yeah, that's what they're doing in Chicago. It's going to be like the official purge because all crime basically is just ticketed, or they don't even do anything. Like in
They don't
Washington
take, yeah,
State,
they don't take you in, they don't hold you, they don't bond you, they don't do anything. They catch
no,
you, say you got to come to court, and then you go bye-bye, and you can go do it again that night if you want.
Well,
yeah, like
that,
in Washington State, my friend stays up there. He said that there was a guy kidnapping a girl. He told the cops not to follow him, and the cops stopped and let him take her. That's how bad it is. There's no cops or anything in Washington.
down here in the South, if they rob somebody, they're going to have a meet Jesus moment.
Did you see where they arrested the Family Dollar? I think it was Dollar General guy. He shot the robber, and now he's looking at manslaughter charges.
Yeah, I think I did see that, Alice.
What the hell? They say because it was a fake gun. Like, I'm gonna know it's fake.
I'll put it this ways. This is not a firearm. This gun will kill a deer with 1 round.
Yeah, but if you show up at my house like that, with that, I'm going to go ahead and think it's a threat.
Exactly.
Don't cross the fence line.
That's what I'm saying. All right. You're always going to have these idiots. They go and they pull freaking they pull out play toys because they know that people are afraid of something that looks real.
I ain't
All right?
afraid. I just ain't
That's
done
the
it.
whole thing. You're scared of something that looks real. I've had people point freaking. I've had a dozen ARs pointed directly at my chest. You know what I did? I'll tell you right now. I says,
Well, we know you
gentlemen,
survived.
No.
I says, gentlemen, we're on the same side. Don't shoot. You know?
No, I ain't even gonna say that. Shit, I'm quick draw McGraw, man. Just like that. Let me tell you something. You point something at me like that, I'm gonna be like Huckleberry.
Yeah, but it wasn't a dozen cops though.
With cops. Oh,
Yep.
if it's
Yeah, it was
cops,
a dozen cops that was pointing their guns at me.
Hey,
well,
Camel.
damn. That's
I've
a whole
been there a couple times, Blaine, and it makes a guy think.
Yep.
It's not, no, if it's some random person, right, and they show up with something that looks like a gun, you have to automatically, in your mind, you're going to think it's a threat, okay? So,
Hey, Cambo, how you doing?
playing,
I'm doing great, Song. It's good to see you.
they shouldn't be playing cowboy.
Yeah. See,
You don't take a knife to a gunfight, basically.
I look at it
We
this
gotta let
way.
the badasses Camo and Song talk for a little while, because we got some badasses up here now besides Blaine. Got some guys that know their shit, man. Guys that know their stuff.
Alice don't know who I am. I've been subbed to her for a long time. She said she's going to go check out the old Guidestone location. I've been waiting for her to do that.
I haven't been up there because I had a whole bunch of stuff I was doing. Like I'm adding on to my daddy's house. I went back. They won't even let you go up there, man. Because I had my friend go up there. They
Even
won't let
now?
you come to the area at all. It's blocked off.
Wow. Even after it's been
Till
taken
now.
out.
And I have a video where I took pictures of where it said there was a time capsule, and it said it was buried 6 feet under. And you know where the the news said that the time capsule was a myth, and they tried to find it and everything. Like they said it was a myth. Well, why the hell did they put it on the block?
Well, see, that's it, Alice. Is I do know a little something about that because I was at the Guidestones in I don't know, around 85, I think 85, 86. But that plaque was not originally at the site. They put the plaque over that slab a little later. Now that has all been dug up. There's been people up in there trying to find that time capsule for years. There was news stories you can find by searching it up where it had been disturbed. And people have metal detected it and searched that whole area. That's why they say that there is no time capsule there. It's because nobody can find it.
Well, the time capsule is the Guidestones. I've been trying to tell people.
I heard that theory too. Whereas there was block removed. The guy went up there and removed this little cube out of the corner. And
Yeah, I
it had
got
all these.
pictures of that.
Yeah, see, you're tuned in. You're right up close by it too, aren't you?
Yeah, it take me about an hour to get there. It's at the highest point in Georgia. That's why they put it there, and it's also right where Indian burial ground is. Okay,
And right on the ley lines.
yeah, that's why they put it there, because it's the highest point. Okay, but they're supposed to be rebuilding them. Pfizer wants to rebuild them.
I heard that said.
So I've been waiting to see if they're going to do construction. I'll probably go up there once I have my surgery, because I got to have surgery. And once I get healed up,
the next person won't blow it up. They'll bring a tank.
Hi. Hey, Angel.
Hello.
Welcome to the Locked and Loaded Wrench crew.
Well, hi. I'm on Tanya's stream, so this is different.
Nice to meet you, Angel.
Nice to meet you.
Freedom.
How you doing, Angel?
Because we were telling priest jokes.
The what?
Nice to meet you.
The one I explained, all we were doing was telling priest jokes.
Yeah, I met Angel over on Tanya's. Just so as y'all know, this is not like Tanya's stream. You're welcome to get drunk. You're welcome to tell jokes like such, but just beware that everybody here is a patriot. Everybody.
You're good. I completely get it. I understand.
We love America because America's
I'm not gonna lie. I'm
I love it,
stoned.
We're not terrorists. We just love our country, man.
Oh shit! Okay.
The redcoats are coming. The redcoats are coming.
Duck and cover.
By land, the redcoats are coming. The British are coming.
And we're not talking about a
arms. Grab your arms. The British are coming.
We're not talking about an animal.
What's up, Eric?
Oh.
Hi, Eric.
Still in tree.
Hey there, Eric.
Hi.
You know, the more about it.
Hey, Lisa Anderson and everybody else that I missed.
I can't even see the
You're
chat.
missing people. You just got to aim better, MC.
Well, Camo Carl, have you been on any operations? Operation Freedoms?
Camo, are you the one that tore down the Georgia Guidestones?
Oh,
You know, I'll tell you what, I've got an alibi song, but I did a bunch of posts for years about that place. When they were tearing down all the Southern statues, I was telling everybody the only monument that needs to come down was that, and I got my wish.
Oh, see, you spoke it into existence. You're a good man. That is the most evilest guidestones I've ever seen. They ain't guiding nothing.
Have you?
Well, to be honest, Alice, I was a
Have
little
any
fool
of
at the
y'all
beginning.
heard about the UN doctrine called the Iron Mountain Project?
Mm-mm.
No, I haven't heard of that.
If you'll read the Iron Mountain Project, it's what the UN documentary that the UN came up with in the early 60s. And it almost damn near describes what's going on in our society today.
I mean, yeah, you're not wrong.
I'll say it this ways.
Look up the Iron Mountain Project.
I know y'all did the same thing, but I swear to God, I stood up and danced me a jig when I saw them that Guidestone get blown all to hell.
Oh, that's the only thing I've been able to celebrate for a long time.
That's the only statue that needed to come down.
Like 3 damn years, Camo.
I know who it was. I saw Bubba in a pickup truck with a 6-pack.
It was a black car, man. I bet you anything you know what I think, honestly.
Actually, it was a silver Intrepid.
I think when they did 2020, 2021, they completed their test, and that's why they're trying to cover their ass.
I'll put it to y'all this ways. The only time I've ever seen proof of God is when I watched a lightning bolt hit the Georgia Guidestone.
Oh, I think I seen a video of that one.
Well, I seen God hit the BLM statue thing, that memorial thing. That you didn't see where that man painted that memorial?
They blew his face right off the mural, and it was only his face, and it was a beautiful thing.
I think it actually took the outer brick facing right off that wall.
Yeah, but it was just perfect. Only the face. The rest of it was untouched. That was what was so wild.
Okay, y'all. Y'all realize that our little group right here is called an insurrectionist.
Well, no.
Going to jail.
Chuck Schumer said it's an erection. insurrection.
Erection. Erection.
Yeah.
It might be a
We're
little
erecting-
biased up here on this panel.
We're erectals.
Oh,
We're dysfunction too.
we got erection dysfunction up in here.
I do not.
I've never had that problem. All right?
Well, I
I'm
don't
gonna
have
put that on
one,
record.
so I do got
Need
erectile
Viagra.
dysfunction.
We are just dysfunctional people. It doesn't have anything to do with your unit. It's just we're dysfunctional people.
Look, you don't have a unit. I don't have a unit. So we are erectile dysfunctional, okay? Because we don't have
Oh.
erection.
Hey,
We're just
these
plain
days,
old
some gals got more
dysfunctional.
units than we got.
Hey, we all need to be defunct.
We don't have any makeshift, okay? Man-made makeshift.
All right,
Hey.
we start to sound Neanderthal now.
hey, Blaine.
See-
Should I tell them my priest joke? The one I told you first?
Oh yeah, go ahead. Go
Hey
ahead.
guys. What? Fuck, I'm already stuttering. Okay. Why do priests do
Well, I
baptism?
like her.
No idea.
Because they gotta clean their sex toys.
Oh shit! Lord forgive her. She has sinned.
Oh yeah! Wow.
So, why do priests make the altar boys wear white robes?
Oh no.
Oh, it's gonna be bad.
So they can't see the skeet.
Oh my God.
Let me behave.
You better watch out. There's a lightning bolt coming down somewhere.
The
I
Lord
already got hit in the leg
down.
in the leg once.
Lord gonna say, Alice, put your little ass back in the box.
Somebody's going in the basement. That's it.
Hey,
long as it ain't in Joe Biden's basement.
hey, I'm just fine with getting stuck in a basement, just so long as every now and then, you know, like a good knife, somebody takes me out and strokes me a little bit.
Oh,
Stroke me, stroke me.
that's
Whew.
actually a very good song.
He be stroking.
No, I saw Billy
Stroke
Squire.
and stroke it.
Stroke it
I
to the left.
saw Billy
Stroke it
Squire,
to the
man.
right. Stroke
He
it
was
to the
awesome.
one that I like the best.
Oh yeah.
I want what everybody's smoking.
I just had something from California, actually.
Oh,
Matter
I
of
Hey.
fact, Camo knows what I'm
high
talking
on
about.
life.
Camo.
You know, I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm sitting here with that right now.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
This is a perfectly balanced panel. I love it.
So do I.
Oh, and
I feel pretty much at home already.
We got the age, we got the beauty, we got the sex, and we got the guns.
see,
All right,
I
everybody
gotta
in
say
the
this to-
chat,
I
though, I
gotta say
think
this to
y'all
Hut
might be
real
just
quick.
a little bit too civilized for me.
Hut,
Civilized.
I ain't nervous, son.
We gotta tone it
I got
down.
3 women on my panel. That actually makes me happy.
Hey guys.
Get down with your bad self. Have a sandwich or a manwich.
Hey
Have
guys.
you seen Alice's little picture of herself in the shorts and the little heels? I want to see that bigger picture.
You just like want to look up
What are
Marilyn
you talking
Monroe's
about? What you
dress.
talking about? My modeling pic.
Is that what
I
that
thought-
is?
I
See,
thought
it
he
looks
was
like a
talking
pinup
about-
girl to me.
All
Now,
right,
thought you
y'all.
were
you a model, man.
Angel
thought
got
you were
something to
talking-
say.
Angel,
thought you were
go
talk-
ahead.
I thought you were talking
that
about.
one?
Okay, what I was gonna say was, why are priests called father? Because it is too suspicious to call them daddy.
Oh.
Oh no.
It was the mailman.
Oh no.
We're going down a path, y'all. Just to let you know it's gonna get
Guys.
bumpy.
Camo, I used to be a model back in the day before I had kids.
Well, check out some of the art that I do on my channel. I've been drawing girls when I was 7 years old, and that was a long time ago.
Speaking of you was talking about the father. Do y'all realize that the Vatican is the old Rome, where they're the ones that actually crucified Christ. The Vatican.
Yeah.
Bruh, I am so obsessed with that shit. Like, it's not even funny because I watched the Angels and Demons movie with Tom Hanks because it was like a continuum of Da Vinci Code. And let me tell you, it taught so much about the Vatican.
It's predictive programming.
Yeah, and you better stay away from Hanks, man.
Oh, okay, I understand that, but like that movie was good.
He's got his hand in the honey pot, Mr. Hanks does.
He's in another country.
He's in that black book of Epstein.
He's in that other country.
I'll put it to y'all this a ways.
Probably an alien.
I'm already going to hell, so I might as well enjoy myself on the way there.
Why aren't we? What if we're in hell right now?
That's what I was fixing to say. What if we're already going through it now?
Yeah.
Well, then it can't get any worse.
Amen, brother.
It can always get worse.
Then we're not in hell.
Blaine, I'm gonna have to disagree with that.
The only thing I'm gonna do is raise
say anything evil. So I don't believe it. You're gonna be up there with us.
I think Guardsman's gonna be up there with us, and we're gonna be up there whittling wood and playing banjos and fishing, and there's a big ass pond up there, and y'all don't get mad when I catch that big bass, okay? Because it's gonna be bigger than me. I'm gonna be actually tall up there.
Alice said she's gonna set up on the outskirts of heaven.
Yeah, what a fishing pole.
Thomas. I was just casually kind of like fucking dying over here.
Yeah, we have that effect on people.
No. It's the chat. Somebody I know.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Hi, Tyler.
Yep, that one. That one.
So, Camo, how's life been treating you?
I'm surviving it. That's a good thing. Thank you. Hope you're doing good.
I'm watching Rome burn.
Me too.
I need to see Babylon fall soon, like right away. Snap, snap.
Angel, private chat.
Oh no!
Breathe, honey, breathe.
I can't even find my.
I was texting one of my friends.
I can't even find my chat on my phone.
Private chat. There's nothing. Oh.
All you gotta do, all you gotta do is just push your screen up. In other words, put your finger on like towards the bottom in the gray spot and push it up, and then you'll be able to see the chat button down below.
Yeah, I saw it. You don't have to.
South, you're just gonna have to tell that squirrel to get out of your view now.
Okay.
You know that bush tail. He's in the way.
He's a bad squirrel.
Yeah, he's bad.
Yeah, his name is Cluster Nuts.
I think I'm gonna go over that mockingbird operation.
You know, I went to a squirrel bar once. It was nuts.
You know why squirrels run around fast?
Why?
Cause they can't realize they got nuts hanging on them.
But my internet is so bad I have to run a squirrel up a tree with a antenna stuck up his butt to get reception around here.
Well, that's how you get it really going, don't you?
I got to find a big tall pine tree, you know. I mean, a big tall, one of them 60 footers, you know.
Yeah. You know, if the satellites worked, right? If they really did work, we should be able to get a signal anywhere, right?
That's what I'm laughing about. The federal government can watch me scratch my ass at the mailbox, but I can't get internet.
Oh no, it gets worse. It gets worse.
It gets worse.
Just make
Yes,
sure
it
that
gets
the drawers
worse.
are clean, okay?
They can hear you fapping in your freaking bathroom if your cell phone is sitting out in your truck.
Well, they
It
all
turns the
right.
microphones into a super sensitive parabolic microphone.
well, they listen to us because I was talking to my friend about making a steel for making gas. And next thing you know, I got a text message talking about are you worried about saving gas? Click this link and we'll give you some coupons. Like, how the hell do you know?
That's funny as hell.
Oh, you really think it's that? You think it's that easy? Let me point something out to you. I had put my cell phone and my computer in my truck and left them there, and I was sitting inside the house, and I was talking to my dog, and I said something to Houdini about pig ears. I get this freaking. I go outside and I grab my phone and all that, and I bring it in, and I look down at my phone. I got an email for Petco.
Oh my god.
This is what that's what I mean when I says they can hear you fapping in your bathroom.
Honest, if
Well, next time they need to send you some free toilet paper. Good.
honest, I'll be talking about something and I'll see it on Facebook and I'm like, what the fuck?
It happens all the time. Even if you're talking in personal messenger, you'll all of a sudden start seeing those ads. They done a lot. I got on Facebook in like 2009, and I remember the privacy statement that they gave me. They have broken that agreement long ago.
Well, I got off Facebook because I got tired of only being able to use my damn Facebook but one day a month. Okay?
Yeah, I know. I don't use the Facebook part of it. I use the messenger part of it because they gave me strikes for things. You know how you can set things for only me and only you can see it on your page? They gave me a strike for an Epstein meme that I put only I could see.
Well,
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. I gotta put this up there. I really do. Look at what it says on Ask Reddit. I was just talking about that with Kentucky.
Fuck.
What is that?
You know what? Let me answer him because I've probably been on a list since I started doing gun shows in Detroit back in the 80s.
Oh no, I lost my pipe. Okay, sorry. I'm kind of busy.
Well, if they put me on a list, I just hope it comes with dinner.
Right.
You know what?
I don't get shit for it. I don't even know
I look at it this way. I'm all for getting fucked, but I would appreciate having a little bit of lube and a reach around.
Yeah, not even a reach around.
That's just wishful thinking, Guardsman.
You better get a 55-gallon drum of Vaseline.
You better lube it yourself and hope for the best.
Okay, but now I'm just gonna have to put this out there. It's exit only, and it always has been, always will be.
Oh no!
I second that emotion.
Bend over and spread them. I'm coming in dry.
Say the federal government just gave us 5G. Well, they got 15G.
Well, if they're gonna give us 5G, I like it in 20s, please.
Well, look, you know what? The funniest shit is if they got 15G, I'm not surprised that they all got a bunch of melted brain cells.
Mood.
That's why they don't talk right anymore. They think we in a democracy. They fried their brain.
I wonder how Commander in Grief done in El Paso yet. He's supposed to go tomorrow, right? Maybe they'll kidnap him.
Fuck.
I haven't looked at the news all day long.
I mean,
that's rare.
I always
I
feel
haven't seen
like
jack shit
somebody's
today.
watching me.
I just took a day off, man. I couldn't watch
Yeah,
anything.
I'm watching you.
I just took a bowl hit, so I'm good. I'm not gonna lie. I've been smoking off and on Snapchat with that person in the chat, and yeah.
Hey,
Yeah,
just
now
like
that's
you
it. I gotta
all
roll another
wondering.
one.
just in
What's
case
that?
y'all are wondering, the way that the Freedom Forum works, you are more than welcome to smoke on panel.
Tell St. Peter
I
the Golden
definitely
Gate,
am.
you just hate to make them wait. But
You don't want me smoking guardsman. I'll be in the tree line somewhere talking about where the town is at.
Puff, puff, pass. Puff, puff, pass. Puff, puff, pass.
Yeah, I'll be puff in the clouds somewhere.
Take a trip, never leave the farm.
Hell yeah.
Of the
I
wild
won't even leave the couch. What you talking about? I'll be stuck like Chuck. Hey, let me tell y'all about my aunt, right? She gets them gummies, right? And she called me. She's in Florida. She's like, Alice, I need you to come over my house. I said, you in Key West? What the hell you mean come to your house? I need you to get in my refrigerator because I can't reach it. I said, well, get your ass off the couch. She says, I can't move.
Me.
She ate a piece of one, not a whole one, just a piece, and she was high as Cooter Brown. I said, I don't want none of that shit.
Do you want to hear? Do y'all want to hear a funny story?
Somebody wants to say hi, y'all.
Oh hi! You're so precious.
You mind who? You're my boy. Yeah.
Guys, do y'all want to hear a story?
Oh yeah.
My last birthday cake was a whole ass edible.
Edible.
We had like $300 worth in weed, and my brother woke me up because like I said, I live with him because I take care of his dogs, and I woke up on my birthday and half of my jar was gone, and I said, "What the fuck?" Found out he used it in my birthday cake, and let me tell you, that was the best party ever.
Do you remember?
Somewhat I don't.
I can't deal with okay, I have an imagination. Okay, so if you give me something that takes me past Wonderland, I might not come back. Okay?
My first edible, I threw up on. Because
some of them are strong. The hell is that?
What are those?
Imagination.
That's what we got in or get a gun for edibles.
Gimme.
They say it's like isn't it like convenience stores, like regular stores y'all got up there?
No, you still got to have your ID. It's kind of like the state liquor store.
Yeah.
But all you got to have is an ID that says you're over 18.
Oh, okay. So it's like the sex shop.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would know.
No, like they have them in Atlanta. Okay, like the sex shops. The only reason I know about that is because my aunt. I was like, I'm never coming back here. There's too many strange doohickeys in here. She's like, Alice, you're 18. I'm gonna show you the town. She showed me the town, all right, and I took my little ass back to the country. I don't need none of that. What the hell was that? They got all kind of special doohickeys.
Honestly, the one that I had was a Wonka bar, and I only took one fucking square of it, and after that, I was faded. It was a Wonka chocolate bar, and it was made with weed. And I took one tiny square from it, and I was high the next day. I was like, "Holy shit!"
Well, Georgia's supposed to be getting some of them places, but you know, down here we're slow with the weed and that. You know, you know what I was looking at, Guardsman? I was looking at that constitutional carry, right?
Yeah.
And they lied to us because it's still the same damn laws. It just has a new name.
Yep.
So how in the hell is it constitutional carry in Georgia when we still got all these red flag laws attached to it? It's not.
I was about to say it ain't. And for those of
that
us,
pisses me off.
Yeah, for those of us who do like what I'm doing right now, it don't matter if you've got constitutional carry or not, or if you adhere to the Second Amendment, because apparently it's still illegal to do that.
As somebody who smoked for well over 50 years now, I find it really, really odd to be able to go into a store and buy my weed.
I feel like it's a trap. You know what I mean? Like I feel
Yeah,
like
I
they're
do.
setting us up for the okie doke if we don't use it.
I heard in upstate. I heard
I'll
upstate
trust
New York,
that.
their wall, like their malls and stuff, have the smoke shop sign, and it's just wafting out, but you can't smoke cigarettes. Can't smoke cigarettes, but you can smoke that in a mall.
It's
Yep.
kind of like if you think about bars, right? They set you up, have a cop sitting out there waiting for you to wobble your ass out of there. Like they just put you in a certain place where they can round you up. That's why it's not drink in public.
So
Officer,
y'all
you're
can
not
see I'm not
you're not as
bullshitting
drunk as
either.
you think I am.
And then I got high, and then I got high, and then I got high.
I forgot
Gonna
Joe
clean
Biden was
room.
president
Gonna get
because I got high.
I could have cheated and I could have passed, but then I got high. And I'm taking the next semester, and I know why. Why, man?
Are you gonna be out there?
Because I got high. Because
If he starts smoking, we know why. If he starts levitating, we know what happened.
Wow.
I'm sorry, I was answering a text.
Nice.
That's one I grew.
No, they
damn, there's a Grinch
They
finger.
tricked us in Georgia. They tried to say that it was constitutional carry. There's some like that's why people need to stop looking at party and look at policy.
We have
The only
open
reason I voted
carry.
for
I gotta ask Garden something.
Camo, if I tried to grow weed around here, a SWAT team would drop in my backyard.
It's legal. Nobody gives a shit. I got the stuff in buckets all over. Nobody even looks at it, Song. It's just weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, around me that the SWAT team would drop in with the damn Apache helicopters and shit.
Yeah, they more worried about the weed than they is worried about the human trafficking.
I got a question for guys. In my state, I came from upstate, which, I had all of my permit and all that stuff. I came down here, I handed $5 in and a little application and my old permit. And by Monday, I had my new permit and it's open carry. What is the difference between that and constitutional? You don't have a piece of paper at all?
Yeah.
Okay, constitutional carry. Basically, the Second Amendment is your permit.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you don't need to have a permit to carry concealed. You don't have to have a permit to carry openly. You don't have to have a permit to buy a gun.
I had a cross state line. I had a cross state lines one. It took me a year and a half and 4 character references from Georgia and New York before I could get my pew pew back. They took it from me. I said, I just moved here. I just moved here from Georgia. And they're like, where are you? And I told them my address. They go, we'll be right there. And I go, why?
What the fuck?
And they said, because we're going to come get it. And I go, why are you coming to get it? He goes, because if you use it, he goes, no matter what, he goes, it's a felony on you. And I go, what? And it took 8 months to get the documentation. And it took another 3 for the judge to sign it. And I got my pew pew back with rust on it a year and a half later.
Oh, you want to talk about that? Let me go ahead and real quick, I'm going to showcase this for y'all. Let me see if I can get some better lighting on the subject. Oh, come on, you pain in the arse. Yeah, I'm fighting.
It should be like a dog, but he'll do tricks and everything for you till you want to.
I want him in front of me in a war. I want him in front of me.
This air rifle was confiscated by the state of California, and this was during the trial, mind you. I want to show y'all something as to why I do not fucking care about their bullshit ass communist laws, because this is the way they treat your equipment. Wrong one.
But
I know, but I was so mad. I was so mad. It was right on the barrel, and oh my god, it was like a 4 serial number one. And you know how old that was? You know how old that one was? Ugh.
well, that's another thing is you don't have to have a permit for anything that's over 100 years old because it's an antique.
You see this though? You see
I'm
that?
an antique.
Look at all this rust
It's
on
all
my
scratched
gun.
up.
Yeah. Scratched up,
It's all
beat up,
scratched up.
rusted all the fuck. Motherfuckers left it in a fucking pile of water, fully charged and cocked.
Ugh.
These are police officers.
I think you can replace the O-rings on that though.
Those are
That's not the
idiots,
only
not
thing I was able to replace was the O-rings, because let me point something out to y'all. That barrel costs as much as that gun. That's
Yeah, I would
$800 they
send
threw
them a
away.
bill. Send them a bill. You know how my daddy got the roads fixed in Georgia? He
You
hit a
know that-
pothole, blew out his tire, and sent him a bill. And next thing you know, there's out here fixing it.
Hey,
here's the thing,
can
though.
we get him to do that up here in Michigan?
Here's the
That's
thing,
what
though.
you do. Okay, if you got streets that are messed up and you
I
hit a
complained
pothole,
about this to the judge during the freaking trial. You know what the judge said? It's not their responsibility to take care of your equipment. I says,
Yes, it is.
my equipment is in their possession. How is it not their responsibility to take care of it? Judge didn't have anything to say to it, but he still wouldn't freaking sign off on them replacing it.
could have just sent him a bill, man.
It doesn't
Send a
work.
bill.
like that.
Okay, the thing is, okay, about the roads. All right, my dad said that we pay taxes on them roads. It is up to them to maintain them. Okay, so if they don't maintain them and you get your car gets messed up, you go get the car fixed, send them the bill.
Let me show you guys how easy it was.
I know get money, but they'll come fix the damn thing because they don't want to pay you.
Well,
I
here
gave
in
them this
Michigan, it's a
bag.
little different because in Michigan, they'll start working on a highway down here that goes all the way up north, and they'll work on it for 3, 4, 5 years. And by the time they get up north, they got to come back down here and start over.
I want to point out to you something. I gave them this bag and told them that they needed to put the air rifle in this bag. This is how long it takes.
Not long.
There you go. I'm done.
Yeah,
Literally.
No,
That's how
they
long
did
it
that.
takes.
They do that stuff too on purpose.
Yeah, no, they did it on purpose, and I know it.
Well, it's kind of like when they go in your car.
Pissed that this is an air gun, so they couldn't steal it from me.
Hey, Jen.
I ought to send them a bill for it to be reblued. The only problem is that at the time, I was under investigation for something that I didn't do. So they're legally not obligated by California law to do a damn thing.
Well, I tell them they're legally obligated to kiss my ass. Yes, you are.
I just tell everybody right now, everybody calm down. Everybody calm down.
I'm chill.
Calm down. No, I just told a story. He just told a story. Now we got to calm down.
Oh, I see how it is. It's okay when the women say it, but if a guy tells a gal to calm down,
No,
I got there
deserve
calm.
to be calm down. You can tell me calm down anytime you want, and you'll be right.
Yeah, but here's the difference. Native American, Irish, and Italian. I got to calm down right here.
Ukrainian and
American,
French,
Italian,
Canadian, Americans. What is
well,
what?
that's why we're all getting along. I'm half Cherokee and half Scottish. That's why.
I'm
Damn,
sure.
Right there.
The Irish
an
by
Irish bastard.
injection. I'm Irish by injection only.
You're
So
Irish by injection?
Yeah. And then Ukrainian and French Canadian, but I'm an American number one. I'm from America.
I'm
I was-
American.
I was born in Torrance, California. I am not a Californian. I'm an
Well,
American.
check this out.
Yes,
I
you
am
are.
directly
Check
descendant.
this out, because you guys are right down there where I've traced it back this far. But my great 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 grandfather Zebedee is buried. Still, his stone stands in the southwest corner of North Carolina. He was born in 1706 and died in 1786 in North
What was
Carolina.
what
And
was
that's
the
that old
name?
Carl.
people
What was the
lived
name?
long back then.
What was
I'm
his
only
name?
going to say his first name because I loved his
Okay.
first name was Zebedee.
Okay. Wow.
So,
Well,
Carl, trip out on this, brother.
He's
I am a
probably in my
direct
yard.
descendant. I'm a direct descendant of Bonnie Prince Charlie.
well,
It's
that's
some
Why
kind
is
of
that?
code. I have no idea.
well, I traced mine back, and the weirdest, like the best name relative, I think that just takes the cake. His name is Tomahawk Dick. I said, dude,
No, but
what?
You go
just
to the grocery store and you buy yourself a can of spotted dick. And if you think I'm kidding,
A spotted dick. What the hell is
no,
that?
It's a
no.
kind
go
of
to the
food.
grocery store, you'll find it. It's called spotted dick. It's an English dessert and it's in a can and it's around like the, Carnation instant milk or whatever the
Isn't
heck.
Deb, don't be a dork, all right? You know what a
is
dork is?
Yeah,
Yes,
that's a
I
whale's
do.
dick.
It's like a
isn't
doof. It's like a
isn't spotted
doofus.
dick like a isn't spotted dick like a pudding with raisins? And
Yes.
I don't.
Yes.
I was
Yes.
thinking it was.
It's definitely, but one of my friends found it and somebody told her about it. She went to the damn store and she found it. She put it online. She goes, there really is spotted dick in
Hey,
a can.
but for reals
I
though,
like mine
giggle on
fine
this
without the
shit.
spots.
Giggle on this shit. I'm a Scottish princeling.
Prince?
Oh,
What the hell's a princeling? Because I'm a bitchling then.
Now, a Scottish princeling is a prince that cannot take throne.
Well, I should hope not. Game of Thrones, maybe.
I mean,
dang, we
I
might be
literally
related.
I can't go and claim the Stuart Baronet because according to the monarchy of England, the Stuart line, the Stuart clan is defunct. But one of his many mistresses had children, and I'm a direct descendant of that on my mama's side.
My real name is so Scottish, it's ridiculous.
My name is Irish as Irish can be, but it's by injection.
Oh, this is freaking hilarious. The
She
only
likes to say that.
nationality that I can honestly say I really don't hail from is also where my first name comes from. It's French.
See, that's what's kind of strange about my ancestors is they were both of a Scottish Cherokee mix. So I got it from both sides of the family. It was both Scottish and Cherokee. So I don't. It's weird, man, because I'm like a hairless breed. I got no hair on my chest, like an Indian, but I'm bald and got a big fuzzy beard like a Scottish.
Oh, trip out on this then, Carl. My dad's side of the family is Cherokee, Choctaw, and Kiowa, as well as being Polish, Scottish, and Irish.
Oh, you got it. That's got to be some good names in that one.
Don't feel bad.
Funniest shit is my dad had a full chest of hair. All right. And I am personally 4th generation Cherokee. Let that blow your mind.
Well,
That's the thing is I had 2 older sisters, and they got my sisters, all from the same parents. My sisters look like full-blooded Indian. They're dark complected, long dark hair. I got pictures of them back in the 70s and then in like the 2000 or so, and they're on horses. And doggone, I didn't look anything like them. I look like my dad.
Yeah,
it's just different.
I look like my dad did. I've got his same complexion, the extremely tan red man. But I've got the beard of the Italian in the Scot. It's kind of funny. I mean, people, they come to me and they're like, "You're not Native American." I'm like, well, I the last time I checked my watch, it still said America.
Right.
Well, don't feel bad, Gordon, because you see how pale I am, right? You see how pale I am?
Hey, Georgia girl, calm down. I miss our buddy that you just quoted.
What?
God, what's his name? Snow.
Polar bears.
Polar bears. That's right. Polar bears. I miss polar bears.
Yeah,
He could turn up a bottle in one gulp.
According to Tanya, polar bears got locked up. I didn't even hear about it until Tanya told me.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I had no idea.
Oh wow. There's so many missing people from our original 3-year group 3 years ago. Oh my God, there's probably 500 people missing.
Yeah,
And we loved them all. And Dangerous got them up on panel, got us talking in chat. I miss that man so bad. Damn it, I just got to say it.
There's a reason right there why when he told people, "Oh, nobody will name their gun after me." I was like, "The fuck they won't." Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce you to.
You remember what he used to say though, too, right, Blaine? About how when if he was to drop his weapon, that somebody else was to pick it up
and keep running.
Well, I gotta go, y'all. It was nice talking with you.
It was nice meeting you.
Alice.
It's nice meeting y'all, ladies.
Camo,
I'll try to get up to the Guidestones if they have it open, man. They haven't had it open. So hopefully I'll keep an eye on it for you.
Get on the ninja suit.
You be careful when you're building stuff, all right? You be careful.
All right. Y'all have a good night. Thanks, Guardsman. It's always a pleasure, man.
You're always welcome up here, huh?
You have a good night.
All right. So, anyways, names for the sword. That's the new one on the list. What do we name the sword?
Excalibur.
I like
Oh, Choppa.
Excalibur from Arthur.
Get to the chopper.
Okay, that's a good one too.
No,
that is a pretty good one.
I like Excalibur though. That's really nice.
What kind of sword is it?
From the King Arthur times.
Well, it's what would be called a footman saber or a Swedish saber or a compass sabar.
I want a
Hold it still
lightsaber.
so I can look at it.
All right.
All
Disregard
right.
from here back because that's going to all be a different part, a different handle and whatnot. This is the tang right here, and that's the blade.
That looks like one hell of a envelope opener.
It's still just a bar of steel at this point. It ain't even sharp yet.
Come on, Papa.
I don't even have a sword no more, but I got me a Blackie Collins U.S. military issue machete that I'm real fond of.
I've got a machete I'm real fond of too. Doesn't leave my side. That right there.
Right next to you.
Yep. That right there was my daddy's old.
We're gonna share pictures here. Okay.
My daddy's
It's
old.
hard to show these things on the camera.
Oh, brother, it's all welcome here.
This is what makes this one rare because it's an actual Army issue one. But as you can see, it's got the pommel, a full hand grip pommel.
Mm-hmm.
But it's Army issue. It's without the saw blade. I don't like the saw blade on them, but I've got the Army issue hard case for it. And you know, I tested the beaters out of these things, and I I used to use them to trim pine trees and stuff. And the ones with the saw blades on the backs, leave them alone, man. I broke a couple of those things. And when they break, when you're chopping something and they break, they go right by your head when they go.
That is precisely why I cut this one to be a cane knife. I took it and clipped the tip of it because this tip used to be like, about yay much longer and up here. So yeah, I clipped the tip on this and I ground it down and made it real nice and happy. Put a new handle on there, something that no matter what, it ain't slipping off. Because what happened was I was chopping through some river cane with this thing when it still had the plastic handle on it, and I swung it, and it flew off out into the river, and I had to go dive for the blade. That's actually why it's so rusty.
Hey, like I said, up north here in Michigan, I used to live up north here for about 25 years. And I got a couple of those Army machetes. And if you hit a pine tree close to the trunk on the branch, you can go right through it. If you go out on that branch at all, it's like a springboard. You'd be lucky to be able to break it. It'd have to be dead branch. But if you get in close and you nail them, and I've been doing this for probably 3 years straight with that same machete, but it was one with the saw blade on the back. And I must have just pushed it too far because I hit one and it went, I could hear it like 3/4 of an inch from my ear as it flew by my head, about 6 inches of the tip of that machete.
Yeah, that is precisely why when I got this one from my daddy, I made that clip point because all of the stress, if you look, it goes right through. Come on. Yeah, there we go. It goes right through that little right there. So every time that I hit a branch, instead of it going and collapsing down or getting knocked off, it's got that stress riser there. And that actually, in a nutshell, is why it won't break.
Sorry, I was.
Yep.
I
can see that.
Hey, I always love it when chicks get high around me.
Nice kniffy. That's a real nice kniffy.
Yeah. I got a couple of kniffies.
Did y'all not hear that blowtorch going?
Angel, it's puff puff pastime, Angel.
See,
let's go. Your turn.
All right, here we go.
I made that one, Carl, for my little sister.
I got X out of the chat again. Hold on. All right. Oh yeah, I seen you showing that one on Bonnie's.
Yeah. That's a nice little knife right there. I'm real proud of it. And
I'm in the market for a new boot knife for straight full tang, something small, lightweight. I want an olive drab.
I got a question. I would like to interrupt for a question. Who had the full moon mess with them? Who had like ear ringing or like weird things happen in the last 3 days?
Not this time.
I'm not elaborating, but yes.
Not sleeping. That's one of them. Big time. Not sleeping.
Oh, yeah. Fucking sleep none of it.
My ears is still ringing, but I think that might be more to do with the fact that I just ate some edibles than.
Oh, the blood pressure went up.
It kind of kind of like witchy shit, and I am a Taurus, so it actually does affect me.
Yeah, I'm a freaking Pisces and an empath, and oh my god, I'm dying here by myself.
Now I know why we are just like so fucking compatible, because I'm a Cancer on the cusp of Leo.
Oh my god!
I need to tell you what I am, because every time I tell somebody what I am, they go, "Oh."
Come on, tell us. Come on, Camel.
Scorpio. I don't know why, man, but they get the bad rap.
My first bang was a Scorpio.
Oh my god! Let me just put it this way.
Now I gotta wonder. Do you remember his name?
John.
What?
Cool.
Dear
Okay,
John.
No, my mama's a Scorpio. My ex-girlfriend is a Scorpio.
My brother's a Scorpio.
My damn
Scorpios are
father
fun.
was a Leo. My mother
My
was a
brother is
Leo.
such an
My best friend
asshole,
was a
though, but I
Leo. My
love him.
ex-husband was a Leo. I've had nothing but Leos in my life, Blaine. Nothing but
Mine
Leos.
is cancers. I fucking love cancers.
I got an
I
Aquarius
think they call
now.
that a pride.
I got an Aquarius waiting in New York for me. I got an Aquarius. So when the moon comes in the 7th house and Jupiter aligns with Mars, then peace will guide the planets and love will guide the stars.
Do you want to know what my
Oh, well,
sign?
now, speaking generally, I know them Aquarius girls are kind of freaky.
No, not a
So
girl.
are
A guy.
Tauruses. So are Tauruses. I
Yes.
can promise that.
Very much so.
One time I was at work and I was bored and I was looking at my manager because she was friends with my aunt. And I saw someone really cute and I said, I want them to choke me. And my manager, who is like my friend, looked at me and went, "What?" I was like, She told my aunt. Oh fuck. I was so fucking embarrassed because she said, "Did you really say that you wanted somebody to choke you at work?" I went, "Yeah."
Oh my God.
Hey,
Oh boy.
This planet has some of the strangest mating rituals, I swear.
supposedly, according to the whole zodiac thing, cancers work best with Scorpio, Pisces, and Capricorn.
Yep.
And Leo, funny enough, works best with Taurus. They're both hard-headed.
Well, then why
So-
have I had my whole life of Leos?
I'm a Cancer on the cusp of Leo, which means that I have the best of both worlds in my life.
Oh, you're lucky then. Plus, you're strong and domineering and all that stuff because I know all the Leo traits.
Oh.
That's why you get so passionate about your air guns and stuff, is because you are like a strong man, and so is Camo. Scorpios are strong as shit too.
Scorpios are cunning. That's what's scary for me. I'm like,
y'all want to know what I just checked my birth chart for? So, my sun sign, which is, the day I'm born, that is Taurus. My moon sign is a fucking Cancer, and my rising is a Scorpio.
Now, I just want to know something.
wait a minute. So you're a Taurus, but you're like in like the freaking dead end of Taurus.
I'm April 30th.
Oh wow! So what one ends on the 30th? I thought they were all on like the 21st.
No. It's all on the 21st or 22nd.
Yeah.
But here's the fucked up funny part of it is she's on one of either side, and the reason why I know that is because your moon sign is who you're most compatible with.
I didn't even know there was a moon sign. I have no idea. Tell me what my moon sign is. How do I know?
Okay, well, hold on a second.
Yeah, hold on just one more second, because I got to say this before I lose it. Jen, I see that. Hey, how you doing?
Anyways,
You got a sun sign and a moon sign.
Yeah, a Taurus is either most compatible with a Leo or a Cancer, depending on what part of the month they are born into.
Oh,
I think he's trying to pick your ass up, Angel.
No, if I was trying to pick up Angel, I'd be like, all right, hey,
let's go. Yeah, let's go.
But honestly, already I've told the joke that my sister taught me and is absolutely hilarious in my mind.
Go ahead.
Angel sat there and she let one rip.
It was a burp, okay?
Oh my God.
But-
Since when do burps and fartski sound the same?
No, but really, okay, she let a burp rip, and I come out freaking left field with that one because it just popped into mind, and it was date me.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Now somebody tell me what my moon sign is besides me shining it through my window bent over.
All right. So
What
let me get
what
this.
what happens is you're born under the astrological sun sign, and then it has to do with the phase of the moon, has to do with your second part of it happens to be your personality.
Well, it'd
And
be
then
Your
the
19.
first.
third
If
part of
I
it.
was born in 1962, where the hell was the moon?
Okay.
So for me, my Scorpio rising depicts how I look: pale skin, dark hair, blue eyes.
Do you have a channel, Angel? Like, do you do this stuff? I mean, I'm not
No,
into
I'm actually very shy about it. I just hop on panels.
this is what I want to say about astrology. I do not believe that my future can be predicted or blah, 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 blah. But I'm very open to what has been condemned by, because I'm very curious now after the last 3 years, what has been condemned and why. And one of the most
Okay.
interesting things that I found out is back in the Egyptian days, they wore the rhinestone, or they actually wore a magnet in the middle
Yep.
of their forehead, and they were to protect their pineal gland. Okay,
Mhm.
is that the right gland? Yeah, I got that one.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so anyway, they decided since it was ugly, or whatever, the next generations decide to put the stone on top, the rhinestone on top, and then eventually lost the magnet. So I just learned that literally, if you put a magnet right there, like on your forehead, that it actually is good stuff.
Okay. Real quick, what I learned about astrology was specifically for compatibilities. I never learned all this extra stuff as to how it affects how you look and this and that.
No, I did. Yeah, I just was. As far as it goes, is I believe in God. Obviously, I believe in the universe and that everything in it has to do with each other. And I believe that God created it all. So I'm spiritual. I'm not religious.
All right.
That,
Well,
Me,
that's how I
me,
describe myself.
it looks like
That's very
me and
close to the
Camo are
way
in the
I see
peanut section.
I
so
mean, I'm sure
anyways,
the time of when we were born and stuff. But tell me about the moon sign. We're gonna get
all
this
right.
answer. Yeah.
What's your birth date and astro sign?
I don't know what. Astro sign is Pisces.
Okay,
Wait, I got
okay,
you.
damn.
You said
It's like
Pisces?
it's like I'm a Gemini, but I got a Sagittarius moon.
Okay, well, all right. So it was like, I'm not gonna give the exact day. I'm gonna give it kind of close. Okay,
Hey, will you
three,
type it in private chat
three.
and I'll do it?
Okay, yeah, that's a good
Yeah,
idea. 'Cause I
that's
don't want
better
to. Yeah.
because without the exact date, you can't tell.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I will be able to check it. Do you know what time you were born?
I believe I
That's
know.
the
Yeah.
thing is, I'd love to tell you all the exact moment I was born because something happened. Right, the exact moment I was
Mine,
born. But
my
you
dad
can't.
saw Haley's
I
card.
can't. I just can't get. I got hacked like 14 years ago because they had my personal information. So ever since I've been on here, I've been hiding my actual age.
Well,
Hiding
there
my
you
real.
go.
A lot of people know because of my business, but
We
it's
still
just.
said happy birthday to you. So there. Ha 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 ha.
I know. Uh,
Gotcha. Anyway.
that shit. She took that liberty on herself to let that out of the bag.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, I gave Angel my thing here because I never knew anything about a moon sign. Because I like gravitate to the moon is my life. Okay, the
Hey,
moon is my life.
would you mind telling me like the city you were born? Because that's gonna also affect it.
Okay, it's do you want Rochester, New York?
Okay, that works.
I I'll put it up. I'll put mine in there too,
This is cool. Thank you, Angel.
You're
just
welcome.
because I'm sure Angel's going to flip her mind when she sees this.
I think my life path number is 3, and that I understand. I understand synchronicity. I understand biblical numbers. How when you see 1111, 222, 333, that's
I got it.
biblical. Okay,
Your
go ahead.
moon sign is a Taurus.
What?
And your rising sign is a Capricorn.
Oh, does this make sense? Oh, wow.
You need. Wait.
I need counseling after the last couple years.
You need to get the Nebula app because it also shows what houses you're in.
Okay, it's called Nebula.
Oh yeah, it's my favorite thing. It tells me like predictions for the day, and I kind of try to follow them.
Well, I don't believe in predictions, but I believe in getting, as some people will call camo. I think this is it. Back me up on this one. Our higher source, our higher power, our God, our whatever downloads information, and this is the coolest thing, is I can go to bed with a question in my mind and I can wake up with the answer to it.
Okay, I got you.
Well, I don't know if I can back all that up because you touched on so much stuff, but I'm very similar in what you said about the spiritual end of things. You know, and I'm very respectful for what other people want to believe. I'm not going to like push my thoughts on anybody or anything like that. I believe in God a lot. I pray a lot. I pray
Me
for
too.
other people daily.
All the time.
You know,
yeah, but you know how Pappy Two
but when
Bears.
I think of the celestial bodies in the signs in the skies. I watch them more than most people. You know, I'm been outside most of my life,
Well,
and I pay attention to it.
What do
And
you think as far as Pappy Two Bears? He does the most beautiful explanation because he's Indian and everything else. I think he
He's
calls
right.
it.
That man is very spiritually rooted in the Native American
But what does he
beliefs. You
call
know,
it? What does he call it? Creator? Is that what he calls it?
yeah,
Creator?
the creator.
Okay, that's a good word. That is a good word.
Amatuti basically means mother turtle.
You know what else is really cool? Like your Chinese or your Indian animal. That we did a thing with Pappy Two Bears on that, and he was telling us who our spirit animals were, and that was cool. Mine was either a possum or a raccoon.
Mine was a squirrel.
Really?
All right. So I got Blaine's now too.
Yeah.
Okay.
His is a Leo.
Oh.
Taurus is his moon sign, and his ascending is Gemini.
Oh wow! I could see Gemini in him.
See it.
Oh yeah.
I'm a Gemini. I'm a Gemini.
Are you really? Yep. I could see that in you too because there's kind of like two sides of song.
So, anyways, my compatibility signs, according to what other people have told me, are Taurus,
Pisces,
Scorpio, and of course Cancer. But that I normally leave that out.
Could you help a Pisces keep her shit together? Because I need somebody to help me. A Pisces, the best description I ever saw of myself was a boat, a rowboat with a little girl in it, and she was spinning around in a circle and didn't know where to paddle. That's me.
That's
yeah, literally a rowboat with one oar in the water.
So I just jump out of the fucking boat and just start swimming. That's what I usually do.
You got a bunch of the other signs too. You got Virgo, Sagittarius.
I hate to say it, I do not like Virgos. They cause me a lot of trauma.
Oh man, I've had Virgo bitches. I'm sorry, I gotta say it. A Virgo bitch. Oh man, she messed my life up.
My ex-girlfriend was a Virgo, and let me tell you the trauma.
Yeah, talk about narcissistic. Holy crap.
Oh yeah.
Man, they'll schmooze you when they want something and they'll stick you when they don't.
This motherfucker used me for 7 years.
Oh, mine used me for 4.5 just to get to a guy that she didn't get to talk to. Yeah, because they got into a fight over Rolling Stones tickets, so I was a go-between for 4.5 years between these two people.
Such petty bullshit.
Yeah.
Sorry. That was my
No,
Leo.
it just is because I don't do drama, but drama somehow finds me, and I hate it.
Fucking Same.
Camo, we're in the peanut gallery.
Yeah, you are.
I'm going over everything they said and comparing it to things that I've experienced and sitting here nodding my head. Yep.
Oh, that's cool. Because Camo, I look at you as a very wise man
I,
with an old
I,
soul.
I was,
I don't know why people are getting that impression at all, man. I have a very different way of growing up than all y'all. All right,
Yeah, I know your
I
history.
didn't.
I know your history. Yep.
So, little funny segue to the side. I wanted to point out that
We
my
got a good
spirit
panel.
animals, because you can actually be attached to more than one.
Yes, that's what I think. I've got two. Because
My
I see
spirit
them.
animals are the falcon,
Wow.
the crow,
Wow.
and the wolf.
Damn.
That was a wolf
Every
moon. That
time-
was a wolf moon last night. It was a micro wolf moon. Did you feel it?
Let me put it
Every
this way.
time, NC, every time that Pappy ever talked about this stuff, it reminds me of connections I've actually had with these animals in nature.
Yes.
That I've
Yes.
all my life I have made it. I've gone. I've taken those extra few hundred steps to go and touch an animal,
Me
to
too.
know an
And you
animal,
know, they used to
to
call me
study an
Debbie
animal.
Doolittle. Debbie Doolittle was my name because I would rescue a turtle. I'd rescue a possum. I would rescue a duck. I would rescue a
Well, that
pigeon.
depends if I was hungry or not.
No,
Mine is
That's
no,
different. I mean, if I was hungry,
no
my
hunting
spirit.
talk.
My spirit animal, I hate to say it, is kind of a dog, because whenever I was little, my
Yeah.
dad took
So,
me
a wolf.
to go raccoon hunting, and well, I asked to go pet it when I was like 4 years old. And let me tell you, that son of a bitch did not go hunting. He came right back to me, and I was like, yeah.
Yeah, I had a
Yeah.
Brittany
So,
Spaniel that my
if
dad went pheasant hunting with, and he brought in one day, I'll never forget, he brought in two of the biggest, you don't even see pheasants anymore. He brought in two pheasants that were the size of damn turkeys, and my dog had gotten sprayed by a skunk.
Oh
And
no.
and he took that dog and he like threw it like into a pond, like just picked him up by the collar and the ass and just chunked him in. And I was like, what?
well, now see, here's the thing about pheasant. That's fast food of the woods. I could take a pheasant, lay it on its back, put my thumbs together on its breast, push down and apart, and pop that breast meat right out into my hand without a knife or
Well,
nothing.
this is not something we wanted to get into, Camo, but I'm just saying, when's the last time you seen a pheasant? I've seen one in 10 years.
Well, I see my share of pheasants around here.
real
Do ya?
quick,
Wow.
as far as spirit animals are concerned, if you find identification with dogs very well,
Are you
Yeah.
talking?
yes, I'm talking to you, Angel.
Okay.
If you find identification with dogs very closely, your spirit animal is most likely a wolf.
Oh,
Oh
okay.
my God, that's why my shepherd that I just lost has taken me 6 months to mourn, and why I've been into saving dogs my whole life.
There you go.
Wow.
That's honestly, obviously, why me and Houdini get along so well, but
And the
also why
moon, and the moon. The moon makes sense too, because if our spirit animal's a wolf, the moon's going to have an effect on us big time.
yeah.
Not bad.
I
Not
had
bad.
a massive migraine last night, and the day before, I
Aaron.
had this weird feeling like I just wanted to kill something.
Wow. See, you got the bad wolf part.
Well, I look at it as there's two wolves fighting in every man, and I have done a lot of feeding the black wolf.
Do you know what I had when I was 12 years old? I had a dream that I'll never forget. I dreamed that there were 2 moons, okay, across the field from where I lived. It was just a bunch of farmland. And on the one side was a moon, and that moon was red and angry, and the grass was just whipping side to side, and the trees. And the other one was completely still in a beautiful sky with just a beautiful light over a calm field. And I never, ever forgot that dream.
Well,
Question: Is anybody
did you see what I told Angel about the circumstances I was born under?
No, but Angel just tried to say something and she roboted. I had to let her know.
no?
You're
Still,
cutting out.
Yeah, I know because I was cooking. But can you hear me now?
yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Question: Is anybody good with like elaborating on dreams?
Yes.
Sorta.
Okay.
Depends on whether or not you have vivid dreams that come true
Very
or
vivid,
vivid
but-
dreams that end up
Premonition.
not
Oh, this
coming
is
I
true,
have
good.
but
premonitions.
being
I
really
will say
scary.
that. I do have premonitions, but not this one. This one, I've had it since I was little, and it's just this one fucking house that is out in the middle of nowhere, and I'm getting fucking hunted by some kind of fucking monster, and it's a recurring dream I have every year,
Is it what time of year does it happen?
like fall.
Okay.
I know it's a fear. It's definitely based on a fear, but you got to figure out where the fear, like what age did you start having it? What was your life
11.
like?
Can you describe the animal, one, and
It's not an
two?
animal, it's like a humanoid figure.
All right. There again, if it's a humanoid figure, can you tell me the feeling that you get when
Fucking anxiety.
okay, but no,
Panic attack.
when you wake up out of the dream, what does it feel like?
It feels like, okay, it feels like I woke up and I'm part of it, you know?
Okay, that's a big fucking deal because every time that I have personally ever had a premonitory dream, as soon as I wake up, I have literally thought for a few minutes that I am in that instance.
Yeah.
Okay, like
Yeah.
when I saw my uncle get married when I was 13, all right? And then I woke up, and when I turned 18, my uncle got married, and it was exact to the dream.
Whoa.
And when I
Does
say
anybody-
exact to the dream, I mean the music was the same, the light show was the same, the amount of time we spent at the freaking whale watch center down there on Palo Verde in California, all of that was exact.
I just want to ask you something though. Has anybody ever had, when they close their eyes, it looks like a tiny TV set almost where you can barely make out figures and like scenery?
Yes, I know what that is too. And I'm gonna let all you guys tell your stories about dreams, and I like this subject. I got a couple myself.
Okay, well, I was just wondering, like, does anybody else have that happen? Where it looks
Yes,
like you're
you know what
watching
that is.
what?
Multiple times.
Okay.
All right, look, there's 2 things involved there. All right, and the first one is if you're sitting in a room with one light on. All right, and I want you to try this. Sit in a room with one light on, and close your eyes. You can see that light still and where it's coming from. All right.
Yes.
What
Yeah.
happens if your eyes are they are a memory of the image of light that you last looked at, and once that you notice that light, you hone in on it. You ever notice how it moves away from you as you try to focus on it?
Yeah.
Does that happen to you?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that's literally
You can master
eye staining.
if you can master control of that light and control it to where you can center it, focus on it, watch it fade
I
or
just
morph
did.
into
I
different
just
things.
did that. I did it about a month ago.
This is
Screaming?
this is an inner eye exercise, which you're talking about the pineal gland within your brain. You know,
Oh, so
thing I'm gonna crystallize.
spiritually, I'm waking up. It's a spiritual awakening symptom, right?
It can be used for that. That is the physical exercise of getting
Okay.
to where you can go with that.
It was right after I was listening to frequencies of the Schumann resonance, and I was listening to the heart frequency, and my dog and I were listening to healing frequencies for 6 months. And I just started seeing these little like miniature movies. It was like a tiny TV set and it was pitch black in the room. And I would watch this, and it would be like watching a 1950s black and white movie. Then it would be like an alien type looking thing. Then it would be like a flower in a frame. I mean, it was wicked.
Keep doing it. You've got other places you can go from there.
No, I can't astral project, can I?
Sure.
You can if you keep it up.
Yes.
What you're talking about, I've been practicing since I was a child.
I've had the out of body. I've had the where I was paralyzed and I couldn't. What is it? Kundalini? Is that what it's called?
Kundalini.
Is that where you freeze up in your body? Like you can't do anything. You can't lift your hands or lift your legs or anything.
Sleep paralysis.
Yes.
I've had that.
I've had it about 3 times, and it was in the stressful times of my life too.
Dreams are free entertainment for me. I actually look forward to them greatly because I'm in 100% full control of my dreams.
But I
If
can't.
I've
I
had
can't dream, Camo.
I've had reoccurring dreams since I was a child, whereas I'll have a dream, the same dream I had 10 years ago.
But the
And
only
it'll,
thing
you
is,
know,
I can't dream, Camo. I've only dreamed of 2 people that have passed. I dreamed about my dog. I dreamed about my brother-in-law who passed about 10 years ago. And that's all I've had as dreams for 3 years. So what's
See,
wrong with me?
there's nothing wrong with you. That's your mind trying to make sense of things that your conscious mind can't
Handle. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's about what's going on in the world.
That's what those dreams are for. There's other dreams like premonitory dreams, and then there's nightmares. To be able to tell the difference between all of these it's a big deal. And that's why I was saying, you know, some dreams are premonitory. Like, for instance, the dream that I had of my uncle getting married. Like the dream that I had of warfare on American soil. What is happening around us right now? The prelude to war. I mean, come on.
The magnetic fuck ups in the atmosphere, the damn 5 grand and all that. Yes, I do smoke bud.
See, this is what I'm talking about. Dreams have
I love this subject.
They have a particular they have a way of making our lives, you know, they can make our lives easier or they can make them more difficult, and it's all about how we handle them.
I know that I dream because I'll wake up and my heart will be beating out of my chest, or I'll have like sweat or something like that, but I don't remember anything. But I have lucid dreams. When I'm about to fall asleep, I'll have a blip dream, and that's all I have.
Yeah, I'm not talking about blips. I'm talking about these are dreams where it feels so real.
Vivid.
And there's no other defining factors of the dream. It's not like you're running through the streets naked and nobody can see that you're naked. Okay.
It's like it's happened, or it's in your memories even from there, because if you can recall your memories, that can be a powerful experience. I can remember, Blaine, waking up after having a dream about having all kinds of cash in my pocket and weed and everything's great. And then I wake up and I realize I don't have none of that. It was a dream.
Here I got dream wannabe dream.
All right, but honestly, I had a dream of my dad, of our last moment, of really hanging out and having fun. Yeah. It was a premonitory dream, and when it came to pass, I was astonished by it. It hit me like a ton of bricks. That's what this moment was.
Deja vu.
Not deja vu. No.
Of a dream. No, of a dream. Deja
No.
vu in a different way.
No, like reverse deja vu.
Oh,
Like I saw it all happen in my dream, and then it all happened in real life.
okay,
And
reverse. I get
then
it. Yeah.
when I told my dad about it, he said I was crazy.
Oh, of course. Of course. Our dads were meant to tell us we're crazy our entire lives.
Fucking same.
Or stupid. Or stupid. Remember Red? Dumbass.
On
My
the flip
mom-
side of all that, I had a nightmare that was a recurring nightmare when I was growing up. It completely went away, by the way, but it was a nightmare that used to actually cause me to fall out of my bunk bed.
Oh, geez.
And that was being chased by a pit bull.
Well,
Now, the reason why I know it was a nightmare is because every time that the pit bull would grab a hold of me and pull me out of the bed,
you'd wake up.
No.
No?
I would beat the pit bull to death.
Oh, no. Okay, Camo, you got a couple of good ones to tell us. You're
It
next.
would wake me up because I would never do that to a dog.
Okay, so that was like an evil side sort of coming out, or some kind of anger or something.
What
Maybe
it
you're
was is my
uploading.
mind trying to rationalize.
I told you, he both of the rules.
I didn't know this until I was a little bit older, and I'd actually asked a professional about this. It was my mind trying to rationalize my aggression. And like I said, I didn't know it at the time. It was one of those things that just kind of.
We all have mental, I'm going to call them gifts, curses. We all have those mental things attached to us that society has attached to us. But I believe that these things that we experience mean we are more awake than most of the population.
I just like my dreams because I remember almost all of them.
Well, tell us
I understand from other people that most people apparently don't remember their dreams. Apparently, from what I've seen, I've talked to a lot of people about dreams, and it seems like I have a better ability to remember them. The problem is getting to sleep. If I can it takes me an hour to fall asleep. I'm one of them guys. And if a cat walks in on the carpeting, I'm going to be awake.
Well, this is what you were saying. You were going 48 hours on and then sleeping, right? Is that what your normal is?
Sometimes I stay up a couple days in a row just so I can get tired enough to sleep.
Right.
But the thing is I can remember these dreams since I was a child. And I told you my history, the way I grew up. It was age 9 to 15 was unlike a childhood. And, I lost my dad when I was 3, and most of my family died when I was a kid. I never had no grandmothers. They were gone before I had very, very small family. But I was never raised religiously. No one ever took me to church when I was a kid. In fact, the first time I ever went to a church was out of curiosity. I go to on my own, and check. And I went to a Catholic church the first time. It looked like a cult to me when I was a kid. I was like,
that's a bad idea. Blast
all right, well, let me get to this, because this is the thing is I remember my dreams, and I'm in full control of my dreams. If like in a dream, and this is just because this doesn't happen. This isn't, for instance, if I was to fall off a cliff, I'm growing some wings. I'll be good. That's how my dreams work. I'm in control, and nothing bad ever happens. So I don't have nightmares except for one. All right. And I was 15 years old when this happened to me. And I'm convinced now, looking back, that this one nightmare altered my life forever. All right. Because, again, I'd never even read the Bible at this point. We had a Bible, which I just never read. I never was religious or spiritual in any way. I was out in the woods all the time as a kid. But I had this dream, it's a nightmare, because I woke up in a sweat worse than any sickness I've ever had, and contemplating my entire life. All right. So in this nightmare that I got, I'm with hundreds of people, and it was like when you go to a fireworks show and you're all standing outside with people, there's gathering, blankets on the ground, everybody's hundreds of people, and we're all kind of watching the sky. And I can see all the stars are clear as a bell. There's no clouds or nothing in the sky. And everybody is looking up. When I thought I saw the stars move. You know? Yeah, right. So I'm like focused on them now. And when I realized that they were moving, the crowd, just like you would when you see something exciting at a fireworks, they go, oh, you know, it's like you could hear the entire crowd just gasping at what they're seeing. And the moment I noticed it, it rapidly happened from that point. So this was like all of a sudden it speeds up. And those stars formed the shape of a V and got closer fast. And when they fell on the earth, I fell to my knees in tears and could remember every dirty deed I'd ever done all at once. All at once. It all hit me like a flood of guilt. And those stars, they were angels with swords, and they were pissed off. I could see the anger in their eyes. And that's about when I woke up.
Wow.
And I haven't had that since. And I haven't, you know, I've told lots of people about this, you know, because I was a juvenile delinquent, locked up a lot, on the run a lot, all those things I did. I haven't had so much as a traffic ticket since I was 15. I have tried to be a better person ever since that happened.
Well, you are a good person, and we all love you, Carl. Wow, that is wicked.
So, I'm gonna blow your minds real quick.
Hey!
I didn't know.
Fuck?
Oh, the dogs. Who let the dogs out?
My fucking dogs went ballistic.
Uh-oh. Blaine got him going. He said, I'm going to blow your shit away. And then all of a sudden they went, roar.
No, I said
did
I'm gonna
not
blow
know
your
you
minds
could
real
fucking
quick.
hear that.
I said I'm gonna blow your minds real quick. I didn't say.
Oh, well, sorry, I swore.
I didn't say I'm gonna blow your shit away. I said I'm gonna blow your minds real quick.
Okay.
So,
I'll let you know if my shit blows too.
no, when I was about 15 years old, I had a dream that I was marching down Pacific Coast Highway in Los Angeles, California, with about a half a dozen other motherfuckers, all of us strapped and loaded out with full military kit. And it was to try and fight back some invasion. All right. Now, crazy shit. I had, in this dream, I had an RPG blow up directly under my feet. If any of you have actually read my book thus far, you'll realize that that's not just a dream, that's also a memory.
You got to plug your book to anybody who doesn't know about it.
Okay, so I am the writer of the Sky Knight series of books. You can find them on Reddit right now under Militia Isn't Service, Dedicated Minuteman, and Archangel.
Yeah. I kind of want to read them. Or, well, you know.
Well,
I'll read them. I just didn't know about them.
It's fair warning. They are NSFW entirely. Definitely not safe for work. And probably should not be read around kids. Just so you know. But other than that, they're it's a sci-fi fantasy-ish book.
Dude, I love sci-fi. I didn't know you did that. Can you? I'm all right. is there a link on your page? Because I can't do crap when I'm on a panel. I can't touch nothing.
All right.
But
no, I don't have the link to my Reddit on my YouTube.
what do I
But-
got here? Let me grab a pen. Hold on.
All right.
Damn, now I can't get Camo's number. I wanted to grab his number up on panel, but I can't do it because he can't type in.
All right, I'm ready, Blaine. What do I look up?
I'll actually share it with you right here, right now. I'll bring up my yeah, here we go. So let me put myself on full screen so you can see. And this is my profile.
Oh, and that's on a thing on a side. I've never been on Reddit, so undead. I can't barely see
Give
that, man.
him,
What's it
give
say?
him a website address. We can only see.
Users, it's u/death before dessert.
Death before dessert.
Before it's spelled out. Okay, before with the letter.
And what
Yeah.
is that icon? Is that little hearts or something? What's after that? Hearts? A heart?
No, that's just a shield. It basically states that I'm a Reddit user and a Reddit
writer.
I'm one of the approved Redditors or whatever.
Official.
Right on, man. I will check this out.
So what you do is you go to where it says my profile on this thing. You can find it. All right. It will say posts, posts, comments, and community. If you go on to posts, that's where my book is. And if you go to community, Valorian Cheese is my community where we talk about the book.
Right on, right on. Now, so give me a little rundown on what Reddit is. Is this a place where people go to write?
Yes and no. It's kind of like Twitter, only the difference is there's a lot of different stuff. Okay, like for instance, here, let me go full screen again. All right, so as you can see, this is on my profile. HFY or Humanity Fuck Yeah is where I post my books. They've also got jokes. There's
Yes.
other stuff here, mod support, all that fun stuff. And it's just, memes and all sorts of different, posts of different things. So, that's how you could basically define it, is kind of like Twitter, only better.
That's awesome because I never knew
I've
about
heard
Reddit.
of Reddit.
Yeah,
I've heard about them for a long time. I just never knew really what it was about.
Me neither.
So yeah, Reddit is basically it's the MySpace that never was. So yeah, this is how I do things. I put my book up on Reddit, and what am I missing? What I just okay. Anyways, yeah, I put my books up on Reddit, and I would advise you that
is it an app? Do you download an app for it?
On your phone, yes. If it's on your computer, you don't have to. You just Google Reddit and log on.
Okay.
You might have to create a profile, but that's neither here nor there.
Well, that sounds like a cool platform that I've never used. And are they pretty free with what you say?
Not really.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they are like actually the opposite end of the spectrum on censorship, but the reality of it is that I'm not trying to sit here and boost Reddit itself. I'm sitting here trying to point out to you, you can read my book, and some of my book is actually based in real history. Some of it, but it's still got a twist of fantasy to it.
So it's fiction, nonfiction combined.
It's mostly fiction. In fact, for that matter, every single name except for mine, and most instances except for 2 are entirely changed. 2 instances in that book are somewhat semi-factual. And I won't tell you which ones because that could get me in trouble.
Oh.
So if you mix fiction and fact together, does it make it faction?
Actually, that is what it's called.
So it's science faction?
Yeah, in a way.
Yeah.
Wow.
I like
But,
to read whenever I'm bored, so that I'm gonna definitely check it out.
All of the physics involved in the book are sound. Just so you know, I studied astrophysics since I was about 5 years old.
Damn.
Oh, we got a real rocket scientist here.
No, for reals.
I know.
Rocket science is like that. Yeah, it is rocket science to me. No, I'm probably one of the only people that I know of that could build C4 from its constituent parts.
Well, I don't know. I have a full set of improvised munitions, incendiaries, and booby traps modules, and both, field manuals and technical manuals. I have a full collection, man.
Yeah, no, I mean, I have the knowledge, and I never had to have those field manuals or any of that.
Well, I'll tell you the same thing I tell everybody else: be really careful.
Yeah, real careful, because crazy enough, some of the stuff that I know could get me branded as a terrorist, but I'm not. That's the funny thing. I've actually never made explosives or munitions.
So, in other words, you've never written a cookbook, right?
In all honesty, I didn't have to read the Anarchy Cookbook to know what's in it. Yeah. I studied chemistry since I was about 4.
You know what was cool is that I had somebody when I was really young buy me 20-year subscriptions to Field and Stream, Popular Mechanics, Popular Science, and Outdoor Life.
Oh,
and
man.
I had 20 years.
That's awesome.
That is awesome.
All 4 of those publications throughout my whole life.
Well, it's better than reading highlights magazines.
Oh,
hey, Dick, I like those.
I did too, but it was like, where are they now? I don't even know if they exist anymore.
They don't, it seems.
That sucks. We need to be kids. We needed to be kids, and they wanted us to grow up too damn fast.
No, it's not in there anymore. Where'd I stick that?
Where did you stick that, Blaine?
That's a very good question, because it's not something I want to lose.
Oh, shit. Oh, okay.
It's kind of exciting stuff.
Do tell.
Basically, it is a bottle of the stuff that if you put it into a air gun, it acts like the air gun is a firearm.
Well, you don't want to lose that.
No, I don't. It's not like
have you ever seen those guns?
It's just kind of funny.
What'd you say,
Blaine?
Campbell?
Did you ever see those guns that have the rocket-propelled shells that they made?
Freaking gyrojets! Those things are awesome, man.
You have seen them. Those are awesome.
Because I actually an astrophysicist. I'm actually a cosmologist. That was part of my studies. So, the gyrojet, it was built for the CIA in order to be able to have something that was compatible with space, basically fighting in space, so that it wouldn't cause the individual who is firing the weapon to be thrown in the opposite direction, and instead it utilizes the principle of a rocket to negate the action reaction law of physics.
If I should have known if anybody was going to know about those space guns, it was you.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, I have the munchies.
That's very okay. Considering that the munchies is a sign that you are happy.
Word. Oh fuck.
You don't need to have an account to access Reddit, but you do have to have a profile, just so you know.
Oh, you comments.
And I will I'll put that in the chat so that folks can go and check it out if you want. Open chat, because obviously I'm all for anybody coming by and saying hi and stuff like that. All right.
Or just getting high.
Or just getting high, yeah, that too.
Yeah, that too.
You know how the old Indians used to say, it's like, hi, how are you? Hi, how are you? How?
No, they said it was Loyola, which is congratulations to the great one.
I was making a joke, and I used to make that joke a lot. I'd say, hey, how are you? I say, hi, how are you? Hi, how are you? How high are you? You know, and then they'd be like, oh, isn't that like a little politically incorrect? I say, yeah, well, if I wasn't an engine myself, it probably would be.
But here's the funny part of it. Hawa means brother. A lot of people don't know that, but Hawa means brother. And hi is the actual greeting.
That's great.
That's funny shit, but it's true. Hi, Hawa.
Oh, damn.
And by the way, powwow is not the way it's really said. It's pawawi, and it means we talk.
Didn't know that one.
Little bit of Cherokee for you. I studied.
You know how many days we'd need at a campsite if we were around a campfire right now?
Yeah, I studied.
I wish I was, Carl.
I studied ancient Cherokee, as in the language of Cahokia. Nowadays,
Cahokia was a massive community that is just ignored. That's hidden history.
Yeah. The language has changed subtly over time, but most of it's very, very close. So
all I know is I'm related to the Chippewa tribe.
Chippewa.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think Cahokia was a band of many.
Cahokia is the name of the city that was at the center of the Cherokee Nation.
In Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's in Ohio now.
Yeah, it's in Ohio. It was where the Mississippians hail from. The Cahokia Nation, or the Cherokee Nation, really, is it goes all the way back to the Mississippian culture and beforehand. So
I studied all those sites that they just dug the mounds out and used it for fill. It just pisses me off. All over this country, they've destroyed that history.
Yeah, no, they destroyed that history because they don't want people to know what they found in the mounds. And that's because
you are. Yeah, we can get along good, fine. Patagonia was
I'm
named
kidding.
for a reason.
No, I'll put it to you this way. They found steel, like modernized type steel, in some of these burial mounds. and it would.
It is absolutely ludicrous for people to believe that there were not seafaring races that covered this planet when there's evidence of it all over the place.
There's that too.
This would,
But I'm saying that I'm talking about before the Spaniards, before Leif Erikson. The Cherokee people had steel. And
I've actually seen some of the chiefs' ancient battle weapons they used.
Yeah, it would change the way that history is taught, and history was taught for that matter. It would show that history itself is a lie, because
it is.
The Native American peoples had steel back in the times of the Bronze Age.
Well, considering that they say that the Aztecs built over the Olmecs and the Mayans built bullcrap, all of them found something much older, and they all built on a previously existing civilization.
There's that. And just so you know, I don't believe that Atlantis was in Africa. I think we're in Atlantis right now.
Could be. It could very well be.
Because
it would seem like such a distant world to them.
Look, just for reference, they found steel in burial mounds that date back to the early Bronze Age of the Old World. Okay. They found particular like there's artwork and depictions of individuals that, if you look back into the old Grecian texts about things like Atlantis and whatnot, they are mirror images of each other. And quite literally, America is Atlantis.
Have you ever heard of a guy named Brian Forrester?
Brian Forrester, not the feller that's
He's
like
uncovered
America or something like that.
Well, he's more worldwide. He's the one that exposed the brass skulls of Peru to the world, and got that out there and stuff. He started off doing like Tiahuanaco and the Lake Titicaca area and all that stuff. But now he goes to Egypt, and he goes all over the place. And it's more about ancient monoliths. All right, where we're talking things that are so large that it defies explanation.
That's
well, even beyond that, like did you know that South America used to be called Patagonia?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what Patagonia means?
First world?
Land of the giants.
Oh, fuck.
And there's reports that go all through our history.
They found one.
Yeah, see, there's something there, there's some people that have linked all this together to a history that would fit, but it's ignored by, the experts.
Yeah, well,
it keeps on getting older and older. They keep finding things older and older, and that's what's being hidden.
You know what really kicks my balls is the
Göbekli Tepe in Turkey. Some of the oldest sites. It's defying what history has said all along. Hey, Chuck.
Well, I'll put it this way: you know what really kicks me in the balls is that they say that Atlantis was a city that was surrounded by water and was built in rings, right?
One guy has one description of Atlantis. He was a philosopher. He said this,
Plato.
thousands of years.
Yeah.
Plato, I think it was, that said the singular circles encompassing each other into a port and all that. And that's all there really is about it, other than maybe some reference to it in Egyptian hieroglyphs in some of their story.
If you look at not Teotihuacan, but the area where Teotihuacan was built on Chicxulub itself. You know, the Chicxulub
Tens of
crater.
thousands of miles of road and path, and then they ignore it.
There's concentric rings that the Chicxulub crater is made up of. All right.
You talking about that one in Africa?
No, I'm talking about the one here in America, right in the Gulf of Mexico.
Hey, Chuck.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all. You seen the one in Africa?
Sure,
Did you?
yeah.
Talking about where the
Yeah,
other-
the one in Africa that I hate to say it like this because it just it's so easy to get lost in this. I mean, people will tell you, no, it's here, no, it's there, no, it's here, no, it's there. It's all about time frames. And
Yep.
the place in Africa is the wrong time frame. It doesn't have water when it needs to have water. That's the big deal. That's why I looked at that one and was like,
That one in Africa, though, they're time dating that, and the salt and stuff they pulled out, what, like 10,000 so years ago?
No, their dates on it are too close to now to be Atlantis. Atlantis was supposedly a city that was around 10 to 15,000 years ago and was a society right up until about 3,000 years ago.
Yeah,
So the problem
maybe
with Africa is though the salt is still there from 10,000 years ago, 3,000
That
years
looks a
ago,
little like
Africa
impact.
was dry.
To me, it looks like an ancient impact that was buried and unburied probably by the sands of time.
Right. That's literally what it is. It's an impact crater. But and that's the way that Atlantis is supposedly built. It's built on top of an impact crater, which is why I was looking at Chicxulub, because Chicxulub, for the past 30,000 years, even more, you go back to since 65 million years ago, has supposedly has had water there that covers over that area. And Atlantis being built over the top of water in concentric rings, and in one day and night's misfortune, the city of Atlantis was regained by the ocean, by the sea. And being that it was supposedly beyond the gates of Heracles, these are the things that I've used to put together that it wasn't in Africa. By using Plato's description, if we go beyond the gates of Heracles in a direct path, just a straight freaking line from Greece through the gates of Heracles, which is now the gates of Gibraltar.
Well, Herculaneum and Alexandria sunk right there too. So
yes, but hear me out. Those are in different spots. Those are in places where they are still within the Mediterranean escarpment. If we go past the gates of Heracles, which are nowadays known as the gates of Gibraltar, and go directly across the Atlantic, you end up in one place: Chicxulub crater and the Gulf of Mexico.
Jesus.
Yeah, I did some reading. I heard by what I
go because my phone is fucking dying. But I'll try to come back.
All right. Well, if we're not here, feel free to text me. You got my number.
I already put it in my phone.
All right.
Nice to meet you, Angel.
Nice to meet y'all, but I'll talk to y'all soon. All right, bye.
All right. So, yeah, that's all from Plato's account, and Plato's account is based off of the Book of Thoth.
What were you going to say, Chuck, about your knowledge? Chuck left.
No, he's sitting back there fuming because I sat there and I actually explained out how that works, and he's like, "Wait a minute, this guy made sense."
Actually, he had a lot of trouble with that microphone. He might have muted himself.
I'm fucking with y'all.
I'm sitting here thinking about a response to part of it. Part of it, yeah. a lot of what I read on it, what I gathered out of it, they were like an angelic alien type race people, and they forecasted with some of their technology that the ignorance and the stupidity of the way man was getting, and they learned through technology how to move the island, and they left.
Huh.
I don't know if you ever read that deep into some of that weird shit, but
Yeah, that's
I
a
can't
rabbit
really
hole
blame
that
him.
once I ran through that thing, I was like, I better get out of here before the Queen of Hearts hears me, you know? Because yeah, that went a little too far for me. Mind you, I'm a cosmologist. I understand that life in our cosmos, including sentient, intelligent life, is not only not impossible or probable, but is a necessity. If by the numbers alone, okay, the fact that there are other habitable planets within a general vicinity of Earth, and the fact that those distances between Earth and that planet would mean that either they came here to colonize, which means we're the aliens, or the distance is
No,
increasing because of entropy, means that they
I like
used
to
to
put it
actually
this
come
way,
back and
Blaine.
forth.
I like to say it like this because I find its reality here is that there's not a lot of people that can actually understand the true meaning of the word infinite. So once you clue them into that, you're going to get all kinds of religious friction, all right? Because, oh, so you don't believe in God? Yes, I believe in God. And I believe that he created an infinite universe. We're not talking a galaxy. We're not talking, little planetary groups here and there. I'm talking.
that's like saying there's life in Ohio. No, there's life all over the fucking planet.
Right.
Yeah.
It's far more than their mind can conceive.
Okay, I threw my stuff together now. You ready, Blaine?
All right.
10, 15,000 years ago, the plate shifted, did a lot of shifting, and all the different places split up. At one time, part of Africa, if you look at some of the old maps, parts of Africa was parts of the Gulf before the plate shifted. So that could actually be part of it, because some of it drifted and turned northwest or to north-south to east-west, the way some of the old maps explain it, but it also just could have been stuff picked up out of the sea.
Pangea.
Okay.
Remember that too. That you got to think too geographically on maps and stuff. Everything changed over the last 15,000 years.
The way that the geology states it yes, the geological what we see as maps now has changed in the past 15,000 years, but not that drastically.
I mean, land masses after the splits, but
yeah, every time we have that 12,000 year micronova, all right, it causes the planet to do shifty stuff, and it shifts around, and you get major earthquakes and stuff like that. But the flip side of that coin is that the largest land masses don't move as much as the smaller ones do.
yeah.
So if you look, the bridge between North America and South America completed itself 15,000 years ago.
I've seen that before too, Magic.
And because that's how that, because of the way that our planet is spinning and what happens, and the fact that when we get those geomagnetic jerks from that situation with our star, it causes the crust to slip, and it's what's called a crustal slip, where the crust on the planet continues to spin in one direction, and the mantle and the rest of the planet underneath spin in the opposite direction for a period of time before coming back. And what that does, that geomagnetic jerk does, is it will cause the crust to speed up slightly and experience certain Earth movements. Now, the smaller pieces of land, the smaller pieces of continental crust and whatnot that are moving around move faster in that instance than the larger pieces, specifically due to the way that the magnetics of our star works. It's really fucking complicated to do without pointing it out with, mathematics and shit that you wouldn't understand. Anyways,
And some things too, when they say they just moved, it's like, no, they quite possibly could have turned east and west, could now be north and south, or
that's the magnetic. Our magnetosphere is actually less to do with our axial, what is considered the axial crustal slip.
Did you hear, Blaine? I got to ask you in the middle of this. Did you hear that and I don't know if I'm saying this right, the northernmost point on the globe has shifted 86 miles, which has caused air traffic control, GPS, Google, and everything to have to recalibrate?
Magnetically speaking, yes.
Yeah. Just
axially speaking, the way that our planet spins, no, it hasn't changed at all. In fact, if anything, the change in our axial tilt has changed from 23 degrees to 22.9 degrees. It's such a microscopic amount of difference that it doesn't even affect our days.
And that can be over 1,000 years doing that.
Yeah. So,
but if it hit it all at once, it'd shake the shit out of everything. But
yeah, it's magnetic north that has changed, and magnetic north is going towards the other side of Siberia. And,
that's where it was. It shifted 86 miles, and the guy really knew his stuff. I was watching a YouTube video, and he was saying that it's messing up us and the planet's magnetic field, plus the solar stuff that's going on, because we're in 130 year or 160 year weather cycle right now.
On top of that, we're also in the 6,000 year cycle and the 12,000 year cycle.
Wow.
Yes, and where I'm drawing most of this information from, most of it, not all of it, mind you, because like I said, I have a long history in astrophysics. Where I'm drawing most of the newest information from is from Dr. Ben Davidson and the Solar Observatory in New Mexico. And the rest of it comes from my knowledge of the fact that, yes, the magnetic north has been changing, but that happens according to geological record every 12,000 years. In fact, it actually happens every 6,000 years that our magnetic poles flip to the side of the planet and back again. So what happens?
They discovered that in the way that the pyramids were laid out like Orion's belt, and they lined up to the stars perfectly 12,000 years ago.
Well, here's what I'm saying though: the way that the magnetosphere flips, it will flip side on, and that's when we have the weakest magnetosphere, and because each time that the Earth has the magnetospheres, like the North or the South Pole faces the sun directly, it gets more interference from the sun, and that charges up our core and causes it to spin faster, which then flips our magnetosphere back straight. And this happens over the period of about a year maximum when it comes down to, how long it stays in that position. We will be having our magnetosphere face the sun every morning and every night, twice a day, as we go through our revolutions around the sun. Twice a day, we will have that interference from the sun for 1 year.
Yeah, all this sun trauma we just went through too is going to cause a lot of weird shit. Then you add CERN on top of it and all the multiple colliders they got going. Then you crank up HARP on top of it with all this stuff.
Yeah, they know this because they've looked at the geological record through different volcanic eruptions, and they've tested the magnetic shifts. You know, because when a volcano erupts, all right, the lava cools in a particular crystalline structure in a direction which is relative to the magnetosphere at the time. So what will happen is that you'll get these crystalline structures that look like they're going one direction, and then a layer or two down, or a dozen layers down, or whatever, depending on the volcano, it'll be in the exact perpendicular direction to that. So
Blaine, you screwed up, man.
Going through the geological record, it shifts back and forth.
Yeah.
We screwed up bad, Blaine. I think we messed up bad. We should have been building a space ark for like the last several decades.
Yeah, about that. They did. They just didn't build it for us.
Well, we should have been hijacking that space ark.
Wouldn't have made a bit of difference, brother, because honestly, human beings have survived the last 16 instances of magnetic tilt and crustal shift, and they've all the last 8 micronova from our star. So, like I said, it doesn't matter. It's not going to destroy the human race. In fact, more than likely, it's going to empower us with further technologies.
I think combination of both.
Don't take us off until it has enough. Whoops, sorry, Chuck.
I was just saying, I think Pompeii and the eruption and the pyroclastic flow that come through Pompeii was the cause of all that, what he's talking about.
Well, that was in 70 AD. That's at about the 3,000 year mark, or the 2,000 year mark. Sorry. It's not quite far enough back to be the 6,000 year mark for the crustal tilt and crustal shift and the magnetic tilt.
I'm thinking an earthquake shifted something and opened up a tube long enough for it to release suddenly, and then the earthquake shifted everything back and closed it back.
Vesuvius is...
Y'all know about the Younger Dryas?
Yeah. Real quick, though, Vesuvius is one of the most active volcanoes in Italy, other than Stromboli and Etna. So, in all reality, that's not what caused it. What really caused it is just the fact that they were sitting on an active volcano and thought it was extinct.
Yeah, like living in Hawaii, those people just asking for something.
Yeah. So, anyways, Carl, you said
there's been a couple catastrophes on the planet that have been rewritten in the wrong way, and especially misinterpreted in this time. I think a lot of things are a lot older than they say they are, and some things, whereas a catastrophe happened and we survived it, we just didn't all survive it.
Well, yeah, that's the thing, though. The human race has something that, and this is also something I detailed in my books. It's not just the human race, by the way. It's also animals too. But we exist in 2 realities at the same time. And before you go, oh, come on, you're going into quantum physics. No, really.
Not just since recently, though. Not since just recently, right? When the veil got thin?
Yeah, not just since recently. This goes back several millions of years. This goes back to the creation of our planet. This goes back beyond that to the creation of the universe, all of that, okay?
And like magic,
our souls,
is Mandela stuff.
Well, this is what I'm trying to break, is the Mandela effect. Our souls are... They're existent in the quantum realm, okay? And that is why when people say, oh, your spirit, your soul is energy. Well, it is energy, but it's also a wave. And it's also a self-perpetuating particle or group of particles, really. It gets really deep in this shit, and I could walk you through it for hours, but suffice to say that the reason why I personally believe in reincarnation into a body or into the same body or into a new just being, another human being in the future, kind of like the Atlas effect, or what was that called?
I didn't choose to be
Cloud
here,
Atlas.
though. I really don't think I chose to be here. That's the part I'm having trouble swallowing.
That's why I keep on trying to tout the eternal question. The eternal question isn't, are you ready to die?
And that's another
Ready
thing.
to us.
And see, maybe this was your first or second time. Maybe you ain't been here enough.
No,
That's what I'm thinking.
I am well over 10,000 years. Okay. But at the same time, my conscious memory is only 35 years.
Right.
So this is where I'm getting into. We are reincarnated and that whatnot. And it's because of quantum physics that we are reincarnated.
I think a lot of our
the
Go ahead, Chuck.
eternal question, being the eternal question is, are you ready? It's not, are you ready to die? Or are you ready to cross over? Or are you ready to ascend? It's, are you ready to do this again?
Okay,
Yeah,
go ahead.
are
Chuck.
you done?
Go ahead, Chuck.
I think a lot of our epitomes and our deja vu type shit and like that has a lot to do with genetic DNA memory.
Yeah.
Stuff drew from
Yeah.
that.
We're trying to get the
Yeah,
lineage that
and
curses.
nothing's ever simple. It's probably all of this stuff and more.
Right.
Like I said, quantum.
Because my lineage, I'm like blowing my family lineage away with my health wise, but I'm also discovering things that I never thought like I was possible to actually have as a condition. You know what I mean? It's like weird. My dad was on like 16 pills by the time he was 60 years old. I take 2, you know?
I am old, Deb. I know you got maybe a little time on me, but I have never used medication, or I haven't been to a doctor since 1984, and that was to get a needle out of the arch of my foot.
We've had this conversation. I'm a sickly girl and always have been.
Do you think that could partly be your mindset?
Absolutely, because of who I've been with, where I've been with, my bringing up. I needed to forgive all them, and now I'm trying to forgive myself for all my fuck ups.
Because I'm asking that question because I've known some people that are always sick. They're always miserable.
No, I'm just saying that they come up with like they when I got disabled, right? I really was disabled. I like keep on.
No, I'm not knocking. I'm asking actually just kind of understanding everybody because I've had that where people, I think they bring it on themselves by worry and fear or something sometimes. Not you.
Yeah. Well,
Not
no,
you.
yeah. But what I'm saying is I was like a car and I thought in the beginning, you're disabled. Here's the 2 reasons you're disabled. Well, they found 32 reasons, but I'm walking, talking, not using a cane. I've had 19 surgeries in my life. I've been to a lot of doctors, but I do have, now I know the knowledge how to keep myself healthy for the rest of my life, which is such a gift.
I see. You were explaining the journey.
Yes. I know more about health than I can even share because I would get in trouble and probably, in a lot of trouble if I shared what I know. But do I plan on doing it to people that I care about? Hell yeah.
You need to introduce frequencies into your sleep. That way, a lot of times frequencies, when I sleep under different sounds, it heals, it makes you feel better.
I've been doing that for 8 months, Carl, with my dog. And if it wasn't for frequency healing, man, I don't think you'd be talking to me right now.
Well, I'll put it this way. You always got to be careful about frequencies. Okay.
Yes.
Some frequencies are dangerous.
Yeah. I've got my own Rife generator so I can make my own frequencies.
Just so we're clear, the frequency that your computers, your phones,
I know.
everything that runs in your house runs off of is
It's not
60
real.
hertz.
I know.
60 hertz is 4 hertz underneath the human heart frequency. If you didn't know that, the human
I
heart
thought it was
frequency is how fast your
430.
heart beats.
432, I thought was hertz was the freaking heart frequency.
No, 432 is the frequency that two-way radios run on.
Well, maybe that's the frequency of the heart because we are energy, we are electricity. I don't know, but it doesn't
no,
bother me.
it's not the frequency of the heart because I can point this out to you. I've been through the EKG process. I've watched it happen. Your heart beats, a healthy human heart beats between 60 and 64 beats per minute.
Oh man, I was 108 at the doctor because I was so freaked out.
60 hertz is 60 wavelengths per second, which is the electronic frequency that your brain uses to govern your heart.
But I just want to, what makes me feel good is how I tell. If the frequency gives me a bad feeling, then I don't listen to it. But
I'll
I've
put it
found
this
frequency.
way. I'll put it this way. Does moonshine make you feel good?
No.
Okay. Does pop make you feel good?
Lately, not as good as it used to because I think I'm evolving. I think I'm like growing spiritually, mentally, and physically, and I think something's off right now with that. So
That's
I can't
placebo effect.
escape. Yeah, I can't escape at this point. I have to face everything head on, emotions and all.
So I wanted to point out that your charger for your cell phone runs off of 60 hertz. That is the electrical wavelength. All right. That's the wave sign of the electricity that's running through.
Right.
And it's one wave, that's one trough and one peak every 60th of a second.
I just learned about the Scoville measurement. I never knew that for hot peppers.
Okay. This is Einsteinian physics here. I'm trying to explain, which is really
I know.
hard.
I'm just trying to be a dumbass.
Anyways, that wavelength at 2 volts is the exact wavelength and energy flow that your brain uses to govern every motion in your body and every beat of your heart. So when it comes down to it, the electricity that is flowing through your body can directly charge your cell phone. You don't even need to plug the thing in.
Oh my gosh, that's a trip.
528 will get rid of a headache, but that's kind of the regeneration figure. But
well, Chuck, if I had your damn contact information, I'd be sharing a lot of this stuff with you because y'all been sick and stuff, and I just need to, like Hawk does, I need to kind of share some stuff with you.
That's because we stopped taking horse paste and we're overexposed with him being in and out of the hospital.
Okay, because I was going to tell you the plethora of what I found out and how most of it is like tied to one specific reason. And because I've gone through all this process of elimination for the last, since last April, June, I don't know. But anyway, of what your immune system how it can take a shit. Okay, so I plan on coming out of it. I plan on surviving, all that stuff. But I have a lot of things I could share with you that I think would tie spiritual, physical, mental, and everything together that would help your family out.
Okay, so you guys have heard of the GCRW, which is General Civilian Radio Wire or radio
frequency.
No, it's basically the two-way radio handhelds that nowadays you have to have a permit to run them, but just 10 years ago you didn't have to have a permit to run it.
I got a handheld, I don't use it.
They run on 432 hertz. from 432 hertz to 562 hertz. And yeah, just in case you were wondering, the healing thing, that's just a placebo effect. What you're
It doesn't
doing is
matter.
basically
It helped my dog. How could he have
Okay.
a placebo effect?
because you told your dog it would work.
No. I turned it on and he fell asleep within 2 minutes. And every time I turned that frequency on, he fell asleep in 2 minutes.
That
not
I don't know
joking.
how to explain because
Yeah.
honestly, that's
That was God. God's put the right stuff in front of me. That's all I can say. He didn't put the cockamamie. I've seen the cockamamie shit, the frequencies that they're probably
I'm gonna put a
basically what you're
completely-
doing when you go and you turn on that frequency thing on the interwebs or whatever is you're making a repeater.
I know.
And that's
I gotta put this out here, man. It's a completely obscure reference, and I want to see if anybody gets it. The answer to everything is 42.
yeah, but I'm not a hitchhiker in the galaxy, so
Oh, you got me right away.
You have a problem with 28 grams.
I'm not. No. I'm out.
Tell them what that means.
I have no clue.
Oh, 28 grams is an ounce. Or actually, no, that's
16.
16 grams is an ounce, but 28 grams is 2.
Yep. And it has
And
to do with
what
mind.
do you buy in 2-ounce baggies?
I had a dog named Kilo.
I'll get this reference for you even better. Soccer, Sean, play.
Oh, he blanked out when he was doing it.
You fucking cockroaches.
Chuck, when are you going live again? Are you going to be staying up late tonight? Because I was out 3 nights in a row over this stupid moon. I don't know if it affected my ears ringing and everything.
I was thinking about tonight. I had it set up last night, and Bonnie was going to go on, so I shut it off and went to her. Carl,
I can just imagine you two on the dance floor trying not to step on each other's toes.
who Bonnie and me.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you guys caught it that I was going, and then I got off there, and
I never caught you on at all. Shit. Yeah, he's gone.
Bonnie said she was going to in a bit, so I went over to 101, and then you sent me a message. Yeah, they kicked you for Tony Montana.
Yep, you betcha. That's why they did it.
They didn't want to hear about the cockroaches.
They didn't even let me hear it, man. When you put that on, whatever you played, I know what it is by the way you're referencing it, but I didn't get to hear or see any of it.
Yeah, all I said was, "You wanna play? Okay, let's play." Fucking cockroaches. Say hello to my little friend.
Yeah, 28 grams refers to cocaine, and cocaine refers to it either can remove the crust on your pineal gland or cause it.
Depending on the quality.
Yep.
I read that there used to be 3.5 grams of cocaine in every bottle of coke when they were putting that stuff in there. In the 80s, that was like $100 a gram. That was like $350 worth of 1980s value cocaine in one bottle of coke.
Well, plus they had opium. They had opium and stuff too.
Yeah, they had heroin, opium, and cocaine. They put in baby teething drops.
Oh, here's
With
one that's
alcohol.
even better for you. Check this shit out. Did you know that they stuck freaking codeine in lollipops for the longest fucking time?
No way. We're all going there. Oh, wow.
They stuck codeine in dum-dums.
I'm going to send you a picture if I can find it.
That's actually
You
where
know
the
how
term-
many dumb junkies I knew as a kid? That I knew kids that loved those things.
That's actually
I never liked them.
that's where the candy's name comes from
Oh, that's hilarious.
the codeine that they used to put in there. They were called Dum Dums.
I gotta say hi to Jen, and I gotta say that's a hell of a lot of cell towers. We have one in about 30 or 40 square miles, but we do have a crypto mine too. Yeah, our little tiny town gets a crypto mine, and it's not pretty.
Have you guys seen how Bitcoin drops 60% in this?
No, I know the stock market, they're making everybody think everything's great and shooting it up about 700 points.
No, gold, silver, all the precious metals are fine.
Here you go,
But
Carlos.
those-
You see this? I just sent you a picture. I'll crank it up bigger.
Yeah, I'll put that up there if you want.
Yeah, it's early 1900s cough syrup.
Yep, 10% alcohol,
Yeehaw.
cannabis chloroform, morphine ethyl hydrochloride.
Wow.
Holy
I got
shit!
some more that was teething drops for babies, and
That don't cure what ails you. You're dying.
No, that if that cures what ails you, you're already dead. Shit, freaking antimony.
Well,
I mean,
you know, they used to
look,
give
no.
people
Let me
mercury
point
and
something out to you. Do you know what the most toxic part of a bullet is?
Well, it's called lead poisoning.
No, it's not the lead.
No, I'm just saying that's what they call it.
Yeah, they call it lead poisoning, but that's from something else. That's from ingesting lead. The most toxic part of a lead bullet is the antimony used to harden it.
in potassium tartrate, that's something badass.
Well, we were talking about this earlier. You know, I got shot in the leg when I was a kid, right in the thigh, right in the middle of my front of my thigh. And I got a big crater hole there, you know. And I took that it was a 22. And I took that out myself. And that sucker, it took way longer to heal than any normal wound. It was painful and I wasn't sure if it was because it was where your pants always rub and stuff, but that was no fun at all, man.
That might have had something to do with it, but there's more antimony in a 22 long rifle bullet than there is in a 223 because the 223 actually is copper jacketed, so it's less likely to come apart under the forces. Whereas a 22 caliber
Was there
bullet,
more of that stuff on them back in the day, or is there more of it on them now?
it's pretty much the same amount because here, just to give you a reference. All right, this is a 22 long rifle cartridge.
I got one of them right here too.
All right. That is copper plating.
What a coincidence. We have the same things at easy reach.
Yeah, that is copper plating on that bullet. That's not a copper jacket. Okay. In order to keep this
Okay, how
bullet,
many kinds do you have? I got the little birdshot ones. I got hollow tips. I got
well,
little,
it's CCI mini mag, hollow point.
right on.
But
Right on.
anyways, the reason why they have to put more antimony in this bullet than in the 223 is because this bullet doesn't have the copper jacket around it. And it's under so much gyroscopic force when it's flying through the air that it would literally rip itself apart if it was just straight lead. That's the difference between a firearm and an air gun, ladies and gentlemen. There's no antimony in an air gun projectile.
Cleaner kill.
Yep. You know what? I find it absolutely hilarious that they try to say that lead poisoning is a thing because the Romans ate lead oxide and lead arsenide,
I heard that
And sugar.
when the kids were eating lead as they were eating lead as kids, it was has to do with counteracting some of their toxin that they were exposed to back then. Like,
No. The lead arsenide and lead oxide are sweet like sugar. And so they would use it in place of sugar because sugar was really hard to make for them.
Bastards.
Very
But
good.
the lead oxide and lead arsenide was a byproduct of their mining process. Bayer aspirin with heroin. Heroin hydrochloride.
wow.
Yeah, from the 1850s to the 30s, they used cannabis in a lot of stuff too, and then all of a sudden, prohibition. They didn't want all this natural stuff used.
Hawk said on a live
1937.
Hawk said on a live that they actually made a car out of hemp.
Yeah,
Yep. Oh,
I know some
here's
guys.
a crazy thing. Did y'all know that up until the Industrial Revolution, plastic, and yes, we had plastic before then, plastic was made out of hemp.
Hemp oils and hemp powder, and
Yep.
yeah, I know some guys that do carbon fiber work, and they make their carbon fiber using hemp, and it's supposed to be anywhere from 50 to 100 times stronger than fiberglass.
Oh, yeah. It's at least 10 times stronger than steel.
By weight, it's even more crazy with the price, or with the amount of it is, like the weight of steel versus the weight of that hemp carbon fiber.
Well, the hemp is coming back. I mean, some states are legalizing it again, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's the difference, though. Hemp has always been legal.
I know.
Even during Prohibition, hemp was legal because we had to have a way to make sailcloth. And just because Prohibition doesn't mean that you're not going to have sailing ships, and just because of Industrial Revolution doesn't mean you're not going to have sailing ships.
Byproducts.
Yeah, what they prohibited the growth of was not hemp, but rather hash plant. They would not allow you to grow hash plant, which is a different type of cannabis, and it has that's what we grow nowadays and call cannabis now. That's what we call pot now, is hash plant.
I thought hash had to be made.
Yes, but it comes from a plant.
Yeah. Hashish is fucking homemade pot, basically.
Yeah.
Well,
hash
the
plant.
pot's gone now. The pot's like hash used to be.
Yeah, no. Hash plant is the pot plants that we have now were called hash plant back in the day because they were descendant from the plant used to make hashish in the Middle East and in Tibet, whereas the hemp plant has been used for thousands of years for its fibers only.
Rope making, sailcloth,
textiles,
Camo Carl stuff.
I worked at law, Blaine. That's what I did for a long time. I actually sewed the 2002 World Cup winning set of sails by myself out of the Quantum Loft out of Traverse City, Michigan.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, the old timers used to, and the rope factories would cut the trimmings off, and them old men would smoke that on the job while they were working.
Well, yeah, you got a little. It was kind of like smoking Mexican dirtweed.
Yeah.
That's literally hemp, by the way.
Check this out. Back in the day, the U.S. Navy used to commission a hemp rope made for literally anchoring battleships and stuff. And the core of it, in the center, was lined with a tube of pure opium. And the reason the opium was in the inside of the rope was to preserve the rope.
Yeah, it acted like a waterproofing agent and preservative.
The old school
You could cut a foot you could cut a foot of that anchor rope, which was bigger around than a beer can. All right, we're talking some thick rope. You cut a foot of that off, unwind it all, and pull out a log of pure opium. People were doing that back in the day.
Yep.
That's why the old military call them rope smokers.
Yep.
Oh my God, I never heard that. I've heard of peeled onions though. And I've actually met skinheads before. They're wild.
Oh.
Yeah, I was going to say something. I was trying to figure out what we were talking about. Oh, back in the 80s, buddies of mine, they used to grow, and all their male plants, even this was going on back then, they'd pull all their male plants, cook it down, and they turn it into hash oil.
Yep. Because the male plants would give you tons of seeds, and everybody wanted sensimilla.
Yep. So they'd seed buds and all, grind it all up, dry it up, and cook it up and make oils.
Anyways, I used to smoke Mexican dirtweed until I found out that it was just basically hemp plant. But there's a reason why you can catch a little bit of a buzz off of hemp, is because it still has some cannabidiol in it, but it's not like hash plant. And that's where those names come from, is it's hemp or limp. It doesn't have the stoutness of the hash or bash plant, the strong plant. That's literally where that comes from. I looked up the etymology of it. It was freaking hilarious. And I
remember it well, Blaine. I mean, swag,
yeah,
dirtweed, Mexican dirtweed. This stuff before they even started smashing it in presses, and they were doing that partially so you couldn't use the seeds in it. So you'd get a brick of the crap, and it'd have thousands of little seed shells in there. You'd have to clean out of it, and it really wasn't worth it. That stuff was.
These old boys back then grew some skunk weed that I'd swear would kick some of the prime shit now.
Oh yeah, I've had some freaking. Believe it or don't, I had some of that strain of Maui Wowie from the '60s. Or not the 60s, the 70s.
I mean, Wowie, Panama Red, Nakapogo Gold, and he keep from Afghanistan some of that wet imported shit that capsized all Cuba.
But no, I actually had some Maui Wowie from that particular strain. All right. And then I had some Maui Wowie from that was grown in California from a different strain. And I compared the two. One was grown in Humboldt and one was grown in Maui.
From right here in Michigan, north of Detroit, back in the 70s, I could take $300 cash, send it to an undisclosed person in Hawaii, and I would receive in the mail a Dole pineapple can that was lined with Oaxacan tops. And it was packed in like a factory pack, man. And it was a factory can, exactly like the Dole pineapple cans of the time. And we did this many times. We sent $300, got kick-ass Hawaiian bud in the mail, until one day we sent the $300 and we never got our shit.
Yep. Well, anyways, the strain survived. I don't know if the guy went to jail or not, but the strain survived. And so I got some of that strain, and me and my dad sat there and we smoked some of it. And then about, 3 hours later, we come back and we smoked some of the other strain that I had from Humboldt. And my dad looked at me and said, okay, what kind was that? And I said, they're both the same kind. And he goes, no, they're not. One of those was Maui Wowie, and I know it. One of those was something else. And I was like, wait, what do you mean? He's like, the one that we smoked first was original Maui Wowie. It tasted like a combination of pineapple, kiwi, mango, and pine cones.
Pretty accurate, I guess. I mean, anything that came out of California that we knew came out of California in the 70s, it was Sensimilla. It was beautiful green tight bud.
Yeah.
And anytime that we would get that, you could tell, you knew where it came from. I just had some Humboldt just recently, and it was different. It wasn't what I remembered back in the day, you know. My favorite strain of all time was called Redbud. And the last time I saw it was 1979, that's the last time I could get it. But we would get, you know, Afghanistan weed. It was a tight brown weed. We would get Colombian, and there was Colombian gold. And there are two different things there, because with the Colombian gold was a fine weed. The rest, what they just called Colombian, is what I think evolved into that dirt weed later. But when the tie stick when I first smoked tie stick, it was actually grown into that form. There was nothing but a stick of bud.
Yeah.
The next few years go by, and I started noticing they were taking the fibers of stems and wrapping the buds together to make them tighter or something. And then it changed from one style to the next. And then by the 80s, they were calling it Thai bud, and it didn't even come on the stick in the big long sticks anymore. It was totally different. People are telling me all the time, Blaine, that, oh, well, the weed today is way more powerful than the weed of yesterday. You know, no, that comes down to who you knew. Yeah. Right? Because some of these strains that I know where they came from and how rare they were, they even had something called indigo that grew down in the South. Yeah, you know, and I've heard of it coming from Kentucky and Tennessee and the Carolinas, but when it was in its best form, it was unique and extremely powerful. Right, and I don't buy this.
Indigo skunk.
Yes, that's what it was, indigo skunk, and that's
actually the originator of the strain that is now known as Granddaddy Perps.
See, I wouldn't have known that, because I've actually given up on the names, man, because I knew the original stuff, right? Back in the 60s and 70s. And now there's like thousands of them. And I can tell what the good stuff is, or what I would prefer, just by smelling it or, you know, looking at it. But it's there's so many different things now compared to what it was back then. It was easier to identify something really rare back then than it is today.
Yeah. I didn't know about indigo until one of my friends grew a thing of Northern Lights and did that as a cross between the Northern Lights and Granddaddy Purple and Blackberry. And I found out from him that that's where they got the strain of indigo was from those three strains, which, funny enough, still exist. And, you know, it's like, so you can make it, or you can go back and forth between the two, and it's a trip. Like the way that he did it, it has to be done a certain way too, when you cross the strains, because otherwise you get other types of weed. Like if you cross the Northern Lights with the Granddaddy Purple, and then you cross the baby plant from that with the Granddaddy Purple, Northern Lights, and I forgot it already. See, this is what I mean by, you know, trigger my memory.
Yeah, I'm that way. I have a word where I'm fixing to say it, stop for a second, and my mind goes 5 miles past where I was at.
Yeah, I lost it. But anyways, if you cross the Granddaddy Purple and so it's Blackberry. If you cross the Granddaddy Purple with the Northern Lights and then cross the baby plant with a Blackberry, you get bubblegum. But if you cross the Granddaddy Purple with the Blackberry and then cross the baby with the Northern Lights, you get Alaskan Juiceberry. But if you cross the Northern Lights with the Blackberry and then cross the baby with the Granddaddy Purple, you get indigo.
The old indigo, I remember though too, them seeds would grow the same shit. I guess that because it was unnaturalized, it was actually the seed from the actual uncrossbred bullshit. But
Well, that's what I mean. What was it? Probably, I don't know, mid 90s, I think, is the first time I heard somebody call it diesel. You know,
Oh,
I'm like, what do you mean? What's sour diesel? You know, oh, well, you know, and it tasted completely different from anything I've ever tried. But since then, I've heard mixes of like, well, this is sweet tart diesel or whatever they call it. You know, it's like
what it is it's growers who have never picked up the grower's handbook. They've never picked up that piece of literature because they didn't know it existed, or they thought they'd get in trouble for reading it, kind of like, you know, the Anarchist Cookbook, things like that. I've talked to people about this. I'm like, do you understand that this is the actual literature on how this works, and, you know, the way that the strains cross and what they make? So you can't go and coin new terms if it already exists in this book. And you know, people don't get it, so they just name it whatever, and then that's what you get. But if you ask them what the cross strains were and you went back and referenced it in the book, it's probably the same thing as something you smoked before.
I knew people that grew it on their own, you know, in the early 70s here in Michigan. They're, you know, non-veterans and stuff. And when they grew theirs, the neighbors could taste different from this guy's. I mean, it was like they're growing in the same place, but they were growing two completely different homegrown, you know. And some of those guys got really good at it, but the majority of any of the growers that I've known since the 70s all the way through into the 2000s, you know, they weren't very good at it, you know.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people out there that grow stuff I couldn't even smoke. You know, if you put Miracle Grow in something, I can't touch that, man. I could taste that stuff in the plant. I don't want that at all.
Anybody who's ever smoked Miracle Grow weed knows the taste of it, and they also know the headache that comes with it.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to smoke fertilizer.
Yeah, that's why I'm glad my dad taught me what he did, and that is without organic fertilizers, it doesn't matter what kind of chemical fertilizers you use. If you don't use organic fertilizers with it, your weed will taste like crap. It will give you a headache, and it will cause you to have
sore throat.
I heard some of them give you lung polyps.
They can, yes, but also it'll cause you to have, and it's literally what I'm going through right now. It's like a brain fart, but
there's a picture.
Trying to think, but nothing happens.
No.
There's a picture.
On the tip of my brain. It's on the tip of my tongue. Vocabularic liturgical seizures, which basically means that you can't remember what the word is that you're trying to say. And so it causes your brain to have a literal mind fuck to the point where it can cause you to get it can cause tics.
Yeah, I do that sometimes. Then I start getting eye tics.
Well, that's like Curly from the Three Stooges said. Trying to think, but nothing happens.
I get this.
You see that pic?
Yeah.
That is indigo skunk, blood skunk.
What's that?
It's a super purple type of weed.
Oh.
Really strong perps with some skunk background. It's pretty good stuff.
Yeah, you trying to get high on that perp?
I sent you pics of mine, didn't I, Chug? The purple ones? I sent you pics of my purple ones, didn't I?
Yeah.
So, anyways, I'm not bullshitting. This shit happens. Like, this is a actual vocabularic liturgical seizure that's going on right now.
Too much sativa.
No, this is from smoking shit that's got the fertilizers in it. Your body will actually do these kind of twitches. You'll get eye twitches. You'll get lip twitches and shit. I knew one guy that actually ended up having he would have a tongue thing where his tongue would jump in and out of his mouth. Called him the lizard man.
Yeah, I got mine eye ticks when I think real hard, and it gets to where it twitches, and I feel like my temple's twitching. But that's somebody told me that was from exposure from some things. But
yeah,
I've been saying this a long time too. I might be allergic because every time I smoke weed, my eyes get all red and my head feels funny, and I get the munchies. I might be allergic to that shit.
I like indica, but sativa makes my mind travel so fast that I don't need nothing else messing with my head in the middle of it. So that's why I like indica.
My dad used to have this problem. I don't know if you can actually see it. It's something that happens. I don't know why, but while we're talking or something or thinking, or your hand does this sort of like it feels like like your hand is dead, but it's doing this little twitchy crap.
Mine will get that.
I have. It hasn't happened in a long time, but I've noticed that I've woke up before and not had like the strength to make a tight fist. It hasn't happened in a long time. But if you ever just woke up and felt like your whole body just depleted from something,
yeah.
Mine will get that way if I'm working and get aggravated using a wrench or something in a tedious spot or hard to get to spot. And if I'm trying too hard to get to the point where my hand twitches enough, I can't even keep the damn open end or box end on a bolt.
Oh, here's the funny part of this. This is happening to my right hand, but it happened to my dad's left hand. It has something to do with the fact that it's your dominant hand. It's your dominant hand starts doing that kind of twitchy crap. I mean,
you're leaving that wide open for jokes for chat, right?
Yeah, I know it.
If any of them were here, they'd be all over that.
Look, I know it. I talk with my hands anyways, but this is not fucking normal.
Magic's turning.
None of us are. Normal is overrated.
Magic's turning into Stadenko out there. He's turning into an iguana.
Want another hamburger, Mr. Lizard?
I would gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today.
Oh man, he just got way back in time there.
Dave ain't here.
Oh, you really want me to do that one? All right, fine.
Strawberry.
No, man, Dave's not here, man.
Strawberry.
No, he said he had to go down to the local corner store, man. Go get some beers. He said he'd be right back, though, man. You hang out. Yeah.
I still love the Ajax girl.
That was some funny shit. I got to be honest. That was fucking hilarious.
You still have
to see those in the theaters when they came out, man. That was pretty groundbreaking stuff.
Sir, can I see your license and registration, please? Oh, yeah. It's on the front bumper. No, sir, not your license plate. Your license and registration, please. Oh, yeah. Okay. I know what you're talking about now. It's on the back bumper, eh?
What's your name? He said his name is Ralph.
What's your name, sir? He says his name is Ralph.
You guys are going to make me want to go watch those again.
Make me want to start a Star Wars thing where I start watching from one to the end, and then in between each one you watch some Cheech and Chong in between. It really fucks your head up.
Yeah, no thanks. I need to keep my head straight. Magique over there. Only real diamond cut glass, man. Look. What you doing to my windshield, eh?
I want to know what kind of weed just a few puffs off that cloud at the back of that one van he had that made that trooper want that hot dog. That's got to be some awesome shit. Just exposure knock you down.
Yeah,
Didn't
man,
they like
some of that
mold?
Labrador,
Didn't they
man.
mix? Didn't they
Okay.
use weed like paper mache and make that van out of that? Some upholstery shop.
Yep, it was that carbon fiber weed.
Hold the fucking front door. Lomermip Ox. Trial by axe. See y'all there.
Shad,
Yep.
where's Shad?
Nope, he's doing trial by axe. See y'all there. Hopefully my eye problems won't fuck me up too bad, and I'll be able to actually hit the damn thing.
Right on, man.
All right.
It was fun.
Yeah, likewise. Thanks for coming, y'all.
Hey, y'all. Take care. Love you.
All right. So, this has been another installment of the Freedom Forum. I love y'all. See you over on Trial by Axe. And I am Ye Old Guardsman, and motherfuckers, I am out.